Hello guys, in this video series we are going to build a code editor platform by using React.js. So firstly we will try to understand how code editor platforms are actually implemented in the web, and then later we will move on to what we are going to build, and then we'll have a deep discussion of the entire project flow, and then later we will plan for doing it, and then we can start coding up later. Okay, so we have seen at many places, we have seen the code editor platforms like in Lead Code and then in AccioJob platform, and in Geeks for Geeks. At many places we see the web editors, right, where we can write some code in the web being in some browser, and then we can just run, or we can also submit so that it tests on multiple test cases, right? So have you ever wondered how those platforms are actually working on the internet, and then how we are able to run the programs? So let us just go through one of the platform first. What is the working flow of the such kind of code editors on web, and then we will come back to our project what we are going to build. So here I've opened one lead code problem, and then you can see there is a editor which is a code editor we usually say, and then I've written some kind of JavaScript code over here. So basically what happens is this is a UI maybe built by using React.js or maybe by Angular or any other front-end technologies. And then they have implemented one code editor actually that can actually take care of this coloring, I mean syntax highlighting and all other stuff. So you can see when they've used var, then it has been colored into something, and then it can also show up some squizzles in most of the portals, right? So once we write some code in some language, let's say here I have the option of choosing the language, like I'm on the JavaScript and I've written some piece of JavaScript code, so I can actually run this. So when I click on run button, what is actually happening is this function is going to get run in my system, or is it going to run in somewhere else? Means basically this platform, lead code platform, is there, right? This lead code platform has their own front end and their own back end. So using their own front end, we are able to load this particular web page. Now in the front end, they have the setup of this syntax highlighting and then code editing features and etc. So where we write the code and then we click on run, let's say. So when we click on run, they have their own backend services which can actually take up some code and then execute that piece of code in their backend server. And then after execution, that response will be sent back to their front end, which is this portal. And when the response comes to us, then it will be displayed over here. So this is how on a low level this kind of code execution happens on the portals, I mean on the web. So now let us also build the same kind of platform where we have the syntax highlighting and then where we can run some programs actually on the internet. So but in our project we are not going to create the backend, so we'll be using some existing backend which is free of cost. So we can actually test for 50 requests in a single day. So we'll use one third-party platform which can actually take up some code from our portal, and then it can respond back with the output of that particular code. Okay, so let's go through the platform that we are going to build. So here you see basically this platform is going to have two pages. One is the home page where we'll see this kind of UI, and where there is a button of create new playground, and then here is also there are multiple options are there. Basically a new playground is some new folder is something, it's like a regular folder wherein we can keep some files inside, and in the files we actually write some code. So let's say here is a DSA folder is there, and then inside that there is a stack implementation titled C++ file is there. Okay, and similarly there is some other file with no title, but it is a JavaScript file. So this is one playground and this is another playground, and we have a folder, and inside that we can have some playgrounds. Okay, now so what functionalities we are having in this is that to create a playground eventually, maybe a folder and then maybe some files inside it. Let's say if I wanted to create a new playground inside this DSA folder, so I can just click on it, so it shows up a pop-up, and then I can type the playground name, maybe like stack implementation over here. Let me just write something like heap implementation. So I've written heap implementation, and then I can choose the language. Let's say I wanted to go with Java. So I've chosen Java language, and then I can create a playground. Now you see the playground is got created inside the DSA folder. So if I wanted to have another folder, then I can click on this and then I can create another folder also. Something like let's say callbacks. I can create, let's say I wanted to practice callbacks. I can create a new folder. You see I got a new folder called callbacks, and then I can create some files inside, maybe the playgrounds. So let's say I wanted to test with basics, okay, and it should be in JavaScript. So I can pick JavaScript up and then I can create it. So why we are choosing the languages is because for every language we will show up some snippet of code basically. Okay, so that's the reason we have also allowed the user to show up the take the language what they want. And we can also delete any card or entire folder. Let's say I wanted to delete this card which is having no title, let's say this one. So I can click on this and that is got deleted. Similarly, if I wanted to delete the stack implementation, I can delete it. I've deleted it. And one more important thing is that in most of the online platforms, if you have ever seen, so those things will be saved even though if we refresh and then we come after 2 days or 3 days, because they will be stored in the local storage of the browser. Now you see, even I refresh this page, I have the same stuff whatever I've created in the previous thing. So this is all about the home screen, and also additionally we can create a folder and then a playground together also by clicking on this, where we need to enter some folder name. Let's say I'll enter trees and then I'll enter the card name to be something like introduction, right? And I can choose C++ and then I can create this. Now you see I got trees over here and then one card is also got created. Now it's a C++ card, right? So when I click on it, it will show up the snippet code of for the C++. So let me just click on one of the cards. I'll go with this card. Now you see I've navigated to another screen which has an endpoint of slash playground and then some value and then one more slash over here and then some other value. Let's talk about how those values are generated and how uniquely it identifies each card by using these two values together in the development. But for now, this is the endpoint. This is the second screen we have. Now you see we have the code editor. Of course it does not look much good, but we can also customize it much like the lead code one. We just need to spend some more time on writing the different kind of font styles and then etc. So we can do that too. Now you see here coming to this screen, so it is a very simple screen where we have the editor which is having the syntax highlightation. Like you see here, int is got highlighted because that's a keyword in C++, right? Namespace and then return keyword, everything is been highlighted, right? So we have the syntax highlighting of highlighting in this particular editor. And then the features, coming to features of it, like you see we can write some code and then we can save, so that if you click on save, in future if you come, the code in this file whatever you have created, that will be there. If you are not saving, then it will not be there. And one more thing is, if you click on this pen icon, you can actually edit the title. So introduction, I have given a wrong name intentionally. Let me make it to the correct name, introduction. So now I wanted to give the proper name, which is introduction, and I can update the title. Now you see it's got updated. Okay, and one more thing is I can change the language also here. If I wanted to pick JavaScript, I can pick, and let's say I've picked JavaScript. If I wanted to change it back to C++, I can change it. And then there are some themes are also there. We can create any number of themes as we want. So let's go to this one, and you see this is a different theme. And if I go to this one, this is another different theme. Like, so many themes are there. Light theme is there, GitHub light. So I'll go with this GitHub dark only. And then this is all about this section. And then coming to here, usually when we write some code, especially when we are practicing some DSA, right, we should give some input basically, right? Maybe something like 12, 23 and then 45, some 3 lines of input. So if you wanted to give some input file also, we can import an input file. So let's say I wanted to import this CSS file. Let's say whenever I import it, all the things which are there inside the CSS file will get into this particular input box. Okay, so this is the importing input feature, and let me just remove this. Now export output means, let's say when I run this code, so there is a button of run. When I run it, it will be making an API call to the third-party service, which can take up this code and then responds back with the response output of this particular code. And then that response is got printed over here. Now, if we wanted to export this output into some txt files or some other files, then we can just click on this. It's going to download it. It's going to create instantly one txt file wherein all the output will be there, and then it just downloads it, the txt file. So something like this. You can see when I open this txt file, you see the output code, whatever is there, that is got printed over here, right? And this is one more feature. And then coming to here also, so we can import some code also, much like how we imported the input. Similarly, we can import the code also. So when we click on this import, and then let's say I wanted to choose this html file, now you see all the code that's present inside html is got pasted over here. And one bug inside this is that when we have more amount of code, we are getting this scroll view. Actually, we should get only the scroll view of this particular editor only. So we will resolve that bug during our development. But here is a bug, which is this one. Now let me just undo this. Not this one. Yeah. So this is how we can import the code also. And the second thing is we can export the code also. Let's say we have written some code and we wanted it to save it in our system. So then what we can do is we can click on export, so that it's going to download another txt file, and of course not cpp file. So we can also make a cpp file dynamically because it's a C++ code. Okay, but in the export format, it is exporting the code in the form of txt files only. Let's also make it something like generic one. Let's say if I am exporting the JavaScript code, I should have an extension of .js. If I am exporting C++ code, I should have an extension of .cpp, etc. So we will try to make that also. This is kind of another bug. Now if I open this, then you see we got the same code, whatever is there in our system. I mean, whatever was written by us in this particular online editor. And then scrolling down, there is nothing in the scrolling down. And there is one more feature called full screen mode. So when we click on this full screen mode, it just makes into full screen just like this. And you see we have the same options. And if I scroll down, we'll get the input and output sections also below. Okay, so this is another feature inside this particular second page. Okay, and now you see when I opened one Java playground, then I got the snippet code for the Java. And then the same options are there, nothing fancy, so everything is same. So this is all about the platform that we are going to build. It seems very simple, but it takes a lot of efforts to build this up. So let's make one efficient application with all these features, and then without those two bugs also. And now coming to the plan. So features, we had a discussion on the features. So there are two screens, screen 1 and screen 2. I explained all the features that we had. And then technologies that we are going to use to develop this thing is that HTML, which is mandatory because in ReactJS we're supposed to use HTML, and then CSS. And basically when we build some huge application, big applications, right, it's a good idea to take some CSS libraries, maybe a kind of Andy or Tailwind or any other Bootstrap or something, etc. Right? But in this project, I'm not going to use any kind of external libraries. I'll be using the bare CSS. I'll be writing everything on my own. Not going to use any other libraries for the UI design. So it's good to know it's good to have good amount of knowledge in CSS to get started with this project. And then JavaScript, of course, it's mandatory because we need to handle a lot of functionalities. So you should be very much flexible with JavaScript. And then finally, this is what we want, and this is what we are going to build with. So ReactJS is compulsory, and in ReactJS only we are going to build this. Basically, all the above three technologies will be using inside ReactJS directly. So I've made a simple plan structure. Let's go through that also, and then we can start with the project. Now coming to the plan structure, I just explained what things are majorly I'm going to use inside this particular project. So in ReactJS, I'll come to this directly. So in JavaScript, you should know functions, scope chain, closures, callbacks, asynchronous JavaScript also a little bit at least, because we are going to make some API calls. We need to handle those API calls. So it's good to know about promises, async await, event loop concept, callback queue concept, etc. And I've not listed all of them out, but these are the major things that you need to know about functions in detail, and then about callbacks and how does they work. And coming to the CSS, straightforward box model, and then flexbox, and then grid. These three things I use often, so it's good to have that knowledge on these three topics as well. And then coming to ReactJS, So in React.js, there are around 9 hooks are there. Many other are also there. We can also create our own custom hooks. But majorly, I'll be using these 4 hooks only. One is use state, use effect, use ref, and use context. So it's good to know what exactly is happening when we use these hooks under the hood. So when you have a sound knowledge in these 4 hooks, you can actually make big applications easily without re-rendering the components, or making the application in a much good way. So usually when we don't have the context of these 4 hooks, right, there might be some re-renders occurs which decreases the performance of the application. So it's important for us to know how these 4 works actually under the hood. Then we can improvise the performance of the application. And then component lifecycle, this is mandatory that everyone should know. Component lifecycle, like in a component life, what are the steps, what are the flows? Component mounting, what is the meaning of component mounting, unmounting, and then when use effect gets affected, executes, etc. So it's good to know about component lifecycle as well. And coming to the flow, firstly I'm going to do the basic project setup. So it's important to have a very good basement plan, because that's what on which we are going to build our application. So we are going to discuss about the file structure first, like what kind of folders we are going to create, and then how we are efficiently going to reuse the code. And then the second thing is, of course, routing. 2 pages are there, so we need to do the routing part. And then the third thing is generic modal API, generic modal I mean by pop-ups, which you have seen over here. So if you see everywhere, like let's say when I wanted to edit this, I got a pop-up, right? And when I wanted to, not in the screen, but let me get back to the old screen. So here if you see, when I wanted to edit this also, I got another pop-up here. And let's say if I wanted to create new folder, I got another pop-up. And if I wanted to create new playground, I got another different pop-up. And if I wanted to create an entire new playground, I mean folder with files together, then I got a different pop-up. So there are around 6 pop-ups that we are using. So we'll make it something like a generic pop-up model. So for making it, it's necessary to set up during the project setup, initial project setup only. And then coming to screen one. So in screen one, firstly, whenever you build a React application, right, it's good to know about the React is all about reusing code and making efficient applications, right? So it's good to figure out the components which we can reuse. So that is why I have listed this point at the very first, like what are the components that we can reuse. So we'll figure out them, and then we create the skeleton for the home page. This one where some left section is there and then a right section is there. So we'll create the skeleton of it using grid model, of course. That is for the UI. And then functionality, I mean by how the data is been stored. Like let's say when I created a new playground, right, the file is getting saved where. So we will create a generic structure for storing that also, so that when user comes and reloads the same app, that user will be able to still see whatever they have created in the previous instance. So we will also add this functionality for the screen one. And once screen one is completely done, then we will move on to the screen two, where again the skeleton is mandatory. We have to decide the skeleton first, what kind of components we are going to have and what kind of components we can reuse in that particular screen. So UI skeleton is mandatory, and then we will set up the editor, so which has a lot of themes. So themes and editors, and of course I'm not going to build this editor from scratch, that will take up a lot of time. So we'll be using some library called CodeMirror, which is a npm library. So we'll be installing in our React application and then using that. And then there are some features which we have discussed, like changing language, changing themes, and then importing, exporting code, and then importing input, exporting output, etc. And then whatnot, full screen mode also. So full screen mode also we will just implement that. And finally, when we are done with everything, like the UI skeleton, right, I mean with the UI and then functionality in the front end, the only thing we will be left with is last, which is the API integration, where we will be using third-party API, which will take our code, and then it will respond back to us with the output of that particular code. So that is the last step for us to go for the API integration. And of course, before we do API integration in our application, we will also test the APIs, what kind of request we need to send and what kind of response it will send us back. in the postman. We'll have a detailed discussion of the API contracts as well, and then finally we'll do the API integration. And this is the buffer time that I usually take when I done with one application, because we might be missing some points in the middle. So we will take some buffer time where we can just wrap up the entire project. I hope you are excited for this. Be ready with this, all the basic concepts. I mean, in all these four technologies, just go through them. If you are not, then you can start doing this as well. So currently here in I'm in my terminal. So let me just navigate into my desktop. Now inside this I have a folder called React. So I'm inside React now. Now inside this I'm going to go into code editor folder, right? And inside this I'm just going to create a new project, which is by using the command npx create react app, and then followed by, if you wanted to make the current folder, which is the code editor, as a project, then you can just use a dot slash, which means the project is going to be created within the same folder. If you wanted to create another project, brand new project folder inside the code editor, then you can just give the project folder name. So I'm going to give editor. So there will be a folder gets created inside this code editor, just like this. It takes some amount of time to install it, depending on your network speed. So once we have done the basic setup, we need to, as I told, we'll be using SCSS instead of CSS, which has some advantages over CSS, especially using React. So we will need to set up that as well, and then React router DOM, which is used to set up the navigation between multiple pages of the site. So now it has got installed. Now let's open the folder editor, and if I use ls, now you'll be able to see all the list of dependencies that are got downloaded. Now to open this particular edited folder directly inside VS Code, I can just use the command code space dot, which will open the current folder, I mean wherever I am in the VS Code directly. Let me just hit enter. Now you see in VS Code we got this particular project, right? Now you see this is the basic setup which has got downloaded by default, like all these files. I think you all know about all these files. And then coming to this app.js, firstly let us try to run the app. So to run it, we can just use the command npm start, which is going to run the app. Now you see we got the server started at 3000 port, and you see this is the basic setup we have seen many times, right? Let me just keep these two windows side by side. Now you see this is all the code is coming just because of this code by default code which is there over here. I'm going to just remove this and then going to specify editor inside. Now you see we get a simple h1 saying editor, right? And then I'm going to remove this logo. I'm not going to use it. I'm also going to remove this app.css, and I'm also going to remove or delete this particular file which I don't require, right? And then this test file is also not required, so I'm removing that as well. And then coming to this index.css, which I'm not going to remove, so where we can apply some global styling. So by default I just wanted to make all the elements default margin and then padding to be 0. So let us select all the elements and then make their margin to be 0 and then padding to be 0. So why I'm doing this is because let's say there is a paragraph and then heading tags, right, which has a default margin, even body does, right? So what we can do is we can just use all selector, and then we can just make the margin and then padding default values to be 0. And if we want any other values, we can just set up then and there. Okay, now we need to if you look at the final projects, like we have a home screen where actually we can create the playgrounds or the files, we can say, right? And we have another screen where we will be navigated to when we click on one of the cards. Like if I click on this, now you see we navigated to another file where the user can actually type some code and then run and everything, right? But if you look at the endpoint here is something like slash playground, and then there is one unique value. It seems like a unique value is there over here, and this value, and then slash another value we have, right? So basically we have two path parameters. One is this half, this one, and then the second one is this one, along with the endpoint to be the playground. Okay, so eventually we're supposed to create two screens. One is for the home screen and the other one is for the playground screen, where the user can see the editor to write the code up. Okay, let's do that same thing, but to attach navigation to our website react app, we need to install one external package called React Router DOM. So let us just install that. npm install React Router DOM, and it is going to install the React Router DOM package. And let me just minimize this. Now we got the React Router DOM. So from this React Router DOM, we just need to import one thing, but I don't need to import and then use them. Instead, I can just start using, so that my VS Code will auto import that. So first thing is we need the browser router, which is from React Router DOM. You can see the package is from React Router DOM. And then this, inside this browser router, we need to wrap all the routes. So to wrap all the routes, we can just specify the routes component, and then inside the routes component, we need to import routes first. Routes, and you see it got imported from the same library again. And then inside this routes, we can specify the route, which is a single route. And again, this route is a component from the React Router DOM again. And this is a route which takes multiple props. The first prop is the path. So let's say if I give path to be slash, which means the home screen, and then the element, I wanted it to be some element. So I'm not going to give it now. I'll create two screens separately, and then we can give that. And then coming to the second thing, which is another route, where the path is going to be something like slash playground. I'm not going to set up any path parameters as of now, because when we start developing that particular screen, then we can give that path parameters, and what kind of path parameters we need to give, we will decide. Okay, but for now I'm just giving a static endpoint, which is slash playground, and then one more element for it, and I'm keeping empty as it is for it, right? Now for this, I need to create two screens. So let me just make two folders. Something like I'll create a folder called screens first, right? And inside this, I'm going to have another folder called home screen, and then another folder called playground screens, just like this, playground screen, right? I've created two folders inside screens. One is for home screen, which is for the first page. Another one is for the playground screen for the second page. Now inside the home screen, let me create an index.js file, which is kind of the starter file inside it. And then I'll export the component home screen from here. So export constant home screen. And then from here, I'm going to return some message saying that home screen. Just like this. And similarly inside playground also, I'm going to create another index.js file, and from here I'm going to export the playground screen. So playground screen, and it is going to return another HTML saying return. It is return, the spelling is correct, actually the braces are wrong, right? And inside h1 I'll just say playground screen, just like this. So I have two components. Let me just import both of them. So firstly home screen from here, and then the second one is playground screen. So I can just get it from here, right? Now if we get back to here, now you see in the home screen, which is slash, we have the home screen component, and then when I go to playground, right, I'll get the playground component. Basically you see we got playground component. Now the navigation is set up. Let us try to build this particular home screen. So we need to build the home screen first. But before that, I just wanted to tell you something where when we wanted to style something, right, we were been using CSS, right? So in this particular project building, not only in this, you try to habituate to use CSS only when it comes to building React applications. Because if you have used CSS, right, the issue with CSS is that, let's say you have added one class for a particular component, CSS class for a particular component, and then somehow by mistake or for some reason you have given that class name in two different components. So what happens effectively is that that simple class which you specified for a particular component will also apply the styling to another components of same class. So that is a disadvantage of using CSS. To overcome that, we can actually go with SCSS, which gives some extra features to us. It's much like CSS only. The code we write, everything is CSS only. Just the syntax is little, I mean, syntax is also same, but some additional features we have. So SCSS is something like CSS plus some extra features. That's it. So we'll be using eventually the same. I'll discuss the main feature of it. But one more thing, when you wanted to use SCSS, right, inside React app, you're supposed to install one package called Sass. So SCSS we call in short as Sass as well. So let us install that package called npm install Sass SCSS, just like that, and it's going to get installed. Once we install this package, we can actually use SCSS in our project. So for example, for this home screen, to style home screen, what I can do is, let me just create one index.scss file, and then I'm going to link this particular index.scss file, much like how do we link the CSS file. So simply by importing at the top, import, and then /index.scss, just like this. Now what I'm going to do is I'll create some div, right, just like this, let's say with a class name of container, right, and some parent text inside, and then another div with a class name of item, or let me just make this container to be parent and then this item to be child, just like that, and then I'll have something like child text, right, and I have imported this, right. So if you look at the home screen, now we'll have the parent as well as child text, right. Let me just zoom in. Now what happens is, with SCSS, the advantage is that, let's say if I wanted to select the parent, I can just select the parent and then I can specify whatever I want, right. Let me just specify a border. Now you see we got a border around the parent, right. Similarly, if I wanted to select the child, right, so we can just select the child as well with some border as 2 pixel solid red, right. Now you see, let me just change the color to be blue. Now you see we got a blue border for the child text, right. Till this it is fine for this particular component. Let us say for some reason I'm going to create another component inside another component, let's say playground component, or else let's say in the playground component only. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give the class name for it something like child again over here, right. Let me save and let me just navigate to playground. Now you see when I navigated to playground screen, what happened is this particular component also got now the child styling whatever I applied, right. Because in CSS files also we do the same thing, right. Like we target a child and then that child will now effectively be global class basically. So whenever one class gets loaded onto browser, right, it will be global. So if there is any HTML element with that class name, that will get this particular styling. So this is what the disadvantage of using regular CSS in case of React applications. So that is where, to overcome this issue, what we can do is, one thing, we can use a combinator, right, something like parent and then greater than. Why? Because now this time the child class, which is the children of a parent class, will only get selected, right. So something like here. So here I have a parent and here I have a children. Now this time only this child will get the border of blue and not this child which is in the playground screen, because there is no parent on top of this, right. So let me just save. Now this time we won't get any styling for it, but if I get back, now this one has the same styling still, right. So basically using combinators is again little heavy sometimes, because multiple things, let's say we have some nesting of 5 elements, we are not going to use 5 elements greater than and so on, right, which is not that good. Even it's not going to be a readable code, right. So that is the reason SCSS gives us a chance to do the nesting just like how it is nested in the HTML. So something like I can just target the child and then specify the border over here, something like this. Now it is still the same, right? So that is what the SCSS advantage is. Now you see in the playground screen, we don't have any border. Okay, I hope you understand about SCSS now. We can move further to learn more also in this, but for now what I'm going to do is let's try to build the screen. So we have set up the navigation, we have set up the basic stuff that is required for our project, right? Let me get rid of this, and then here what I'm gonna do is now I'm gonna create a div, right? And this is going to be the home screen, right? Now let's get back to home screen, empty home screen. Let us see the final home screen, that how it looks like. In the final home screen, if you clearly see, we have on a top level, we have two big sections, right? One is the left section, which is a black color one, and then the second one is the right section, which is white color one, where we have the all the list of playgrounds, right? So on a top level, what we can do is we can make it like a grid, right? We can make it like a grid with two columns and then one single row. And the first column, first row element would be the black element. The first row, second column element would be the entire, white color right side element basically. So let's do that. So I've created a div, and for this I'm going to give something like a root container, just like this. Or let me just make it something like home container, because it is inside the home screen. And then inside this I'm going to create another div, but instead of creating another div, what I'm going to do is yeah, I can create another div, and then here also another div. So this div is for, the left half, and this div is for the right half. So let me just make use of a class name called left container as the class name for it, and for this I'm going to give a class name to be right container, just like this. Okay, now inside this, let me just give some text saying that inside h1, let's say, saying left container, and then similarly in the right half also I'm going to give another h1 saying right container, just like this. Now if you get back, we have left container as well as right container. Let me zoom out to the normal dimensions. Now let us target home container, left container, and then right container to have the same layout. So let me just open this file. Now here, firstly, home container is the root class that we had. Firstly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to specify a background color of something like orange to it. Now you see we got a orange color, and the height of this element is clearly equal to the content height, right? That is what the default behavior of HTML elements. They take up the height depending on the how much content that it had, right? Now I wanted this particular orange to extend till the bottommost. So basically I'm just going to make its height to be something like 100 times VH, which will make the entire height of the screen, right? It has got full screen now. And then what I'm going to do is now I'll just make its display to be a grid. As I told you, I'm going to make a big container, grid container, with two columns. In the first column I'll have the left half, and in the second column I'll have the right half. Now if you clearly see, the black color one is taking something like a width of X, and the white color one is taking a width of Y, right? The ratio of X is to Y, I assumed it to be 2:3, because it is not 1:2. 1:2, in that case the black one will be little thinner, right? So I just assumed the ratio of width of the black one as well as the right side one to be something like 2:3. So let's make the grid template columns to be of the same ratio again. So grid template columns, I'm going to give 2:3. So 2 fractions of the entire width for the first column, and then 3 fractions of the entire width for the second column. So totally 5 fractions we have. 2 parts are for the left half, and then 3 parts are for the right half, just like that, right? So let's get back here. Now you see the left half occupied 2 parts, somewhere over here till, and then the right half occupied the entire thing. So let's just target those two also. Something like, let me just target left container with a background color of I don't know what this black color is. It black color or something else? So to pick the actual accurate color from any web page, I have an extension called Color Picker, which is a Chrome extension. You can just go ahead and then search for Color Picker Chrome extension, and then just go for Google Chrome extensions homepage, where you can see this Color Picker eyedropper, right? You can just install it so that you will get this icon over here, and then you will start using it to pick up the colors of any choice you want. So for example, if I wanted to know what is this color, so I can just move my cursor just like this to pick the color up, and then you see the color code I got, right? So let me just get that. For this, the color code is this, and I'm gonna remove the background color of the orange right now, or else I can keep it as it is. Now left container ka background color, I just make it to something like the exact color, which is almost a black shade, right? So let's get back to here. Now you see I got the black shade color, and the right one I wanted a white color, but why am I getting this particular orange is because of its parent. So it is enough if I remove the parent's orange color. Now you see right is white, and then the left is the desired black color, right? Now let us style the left half. So to style the left half, firstly we need to know what kind of components are there in it. So in the left half, if you clearly see, we have a logo image, right? And then we have one heading, and then some more underlined text, and then some more button over here, right? So let us try to add those things. Before that, we need to download this, open this in a new tab, and I'm going to save this file, Command S, and then inside desktop, inside React, inside code editor, inside editor, just make sure you save the file, image file, inside the public folder. So I'm going to save this inside public folder, and now I'll get this particular logo image over there, right? Let me just expand my public folder. Now here you see, here it is got downloaded. I wanted to rename it because I don't want to use such a huge name. I'll just name it to logo, just like this. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach this. So using image tag, so image src, and then directly I can give the file name. So logo.png, I guess, right? And then source, right? So if we get back, now you see I got the image over here, right? Now the second thing is what else we have? We have a code deck, which is the title. So here I'm going to just use something like AccioJob over here. Now you see we'll get the title AccioJob, and then code compile debug. Let's also add that in the h2 code dot compile dot debug, right? Just like this. And then the third thing, we have a button, right? Let me just add that button, which is create playground, just like this. And if we go back to here, now you see we got all the 4 items. We just added the items. Let us also style them right now. So to style them, firstly, let's assume this is a box which contains all these 4 items, and this entire box I want where? I want at the center, right? So for doing that, what I'll do is inside the left container, which is the black color one, I'm going to create another div, right? And then inside that, I'm going to, have all these 4 items actually. Let me just have all these 4 items inside this container. And for this container, I'm going to give a class name of items container, just like this. So inside the left container, I have a box, which is items container. So let us target that. So inside left container, I have items container. And then for this, firstly, I'll give a border to show you how it is looking like. 2 pixel solid red I'll give. And if you clearly see, it's a block level element, so it has occupied the entire width of its parent, right? Now I wanted this color red, this red color box to be at the center of the left container. So this entire thing is a left container. Inside that left container, I want this box to be at the center. So for doing that, what we can do is we can use the flex layout model. So for the left container, entire black color container, I'm making its display to be flex. I wanted one of its children to be at the center of it itself. So justify content center and then align item center. That's it. Now the box will become at the center, right? Now this box is at the center. Now for this box, I wanted to give the color of the text to be something like white. Okay, and you see all the text is in white color, but these items are also not properly aligned, right? So I wanted to make this red color container itself is again another flex box. To do that, just I can just make its display value to be flex again. So you see by default flex direction is row. That's the reason why the items are in a row, and then they are in a stretch mode. Basically that is the reason why the button also in a stretch mode vertically. Now what I can do is I can just use flex direction to be column, just like this. Now they will be in a column, right? Now I wanted all of these items horizontally centered. So this time the main axis, the direction of the flex is column, so the main axis will become the vertical axis, the cross axis will become the horizontal axis. So about horizontal axis, I mean the cross axis, I wanted to align the elements. So what I can do is I can use align items to be centered. Now this time the items got centered in the horizontal direction, right? And I wanted a gap between all of this. So to give a gap, I can use a property called gap with something like 20 pixels. And you see I got a gap between all of this, right? Now it looks a little better. So I can just and I wanted to just reduce the dimensions of this image also, maybe to 50 by 50 something. So to do that, firstly inside items container image, let me target, and for this I'm going to give something like 50 pixels. I think it is too small, so let's make it to something like 80. Let's make it to something like 100. I think 100 is better, right? So we can give 100 pixels as the dimension for this image, and we can get rid of this border because we are done with our task now. Now the gap also a little huge. Let us try to reduce it to 15 pixels, right? So it is little better right now. And then this button, let us style. So button is also inside this. Let me target the button. So firstly I'll make the cursor to be pointer for it, right? And then I'm going to give a height of 40 pixels for it. You see I got a 40 pixels height for it. And then I wanted to give a width of something like 90% of its container, basically the red container which we have seen till now. And then I can give a border radius for it to be half of its height, so that I'll get a capsule kind of border shaping, so which is 20 pixels I'm going to give. Now you see we got a capsule kind of thing, or else we can make it to 50, little bigger one, and then we can make it to 25. Now you see it is little better right now. And then by default buttons has some border. Let's remove the default border, so border to be none I'll make. Now you see there is no border as of now. So let us also try to add some hovering effect for it. So to do that, upon button hover, I'm just going to apply a box shadow to be something like 2 pixels horizontal offset, 2 pixel vertical offset, and then a blurriness of let's say 6 pixels with a gray color, just like this. Now this time I'll get some kind of shadow effect. You can clearly see I don't want the shadow effect to be that immediate, so let me just apply a transition duration for it. Transition duration I can specify, and it should be let's say 1 second. Now you see it will be a little smoother one. Are you able to see this? It is little smoother one, right? And I wanted the font size of it to be little more, so font size to be something like 20 pixels, by default 16 pixels, right? You see the font size is little more right now. And then moreover we missed one important thing over here, that to add this icon, right? So we did not added the icon. So to add icons I'm going to use Google's icons. So Google icons, just search for Google icons, and then you'll get the very first page, not this one. So here in this, let us try to capture the link tag. Just search for link and you'll get one link tag over here. Just copy this and then put it inside your root HTML file. So search for index.html, which is a root file. And then in the root file, I'm just going to attach this particular link, right? Not this one, sorry, I did not copy it. Let me just copy. Now it is copied. I'll paste this link. Once you paste this link in your entire project, you can actually use icons of Google, right? By attaching a class name called material icons. Let me just show you that. To look for all the icons, you can just click on this image. You will navigate it to another page where you can find the icons. Now I wanted the add icon, just search for add, and you see this is the plus icon that we wanted to add. So scroll down, you see the text is add for it. That's it. If you know this text, then you can directly apply the icon wherever you want. Now inside the button, along with this text, what I want is, along with this text, I want the icon. So span with a class of material icons. Let me just generate that span, and for this always give the class name to be material icons, right? And when you give, just make sure you add the text which is add. So Google icon library will take care of what to display based on the text that you attach inside. So if you add text, right, it is going to show up an add icon there. And then below this, I'm just going to have another span, which is the create playground text. Now if I get back to here, now we will see an icon, but the alignment is not that good, right? We can clearly see the icon is not aligned properly inside the button, right? So icon is little above and then the text is little below. It happens just because of some baseline property. So what we can do is, eventually this button, if we make it to be a flex container, right, by making its display value to be flex, display flex, and flex direction will be row by default, right? What you can do is you can center these two together at the center of the button. So to do that, simply row is the direction, align items will work about cross axis, which is the vertical axis. Just make align items to be centered, and then justify content also to be centered, so that these items will be centered exactly with respect to the horizontal direction as well. So justify content to be center again. Now you see the button text is properly aligned inside it, right? And this is all on the left half as of now. Nothing more we have. This color text also we can just make it to be something like a shade of white, but here we have purely white color, right? Let's make that particular text to be a different shade, which is H2. I can directly target H2 because I have the limited elements inside this. So H2 I can target, and for this one I'm going to give something like white color and then some white shade basically. So let's get something like this one. I think this is enough, right? So I've just added some white shade of text. Now let's move on to the right half. So in the right half, let's try to decide what kind of things we need to build. So firstly, there is a repetitive designs are there, that is you need to understand. So firstly, if you look at, if you assume this entire thing to be a container, there is a left padding for the entire container. There is a top padding for the entire container, which is fixed actually. And then there is something like right padding also, you can clearly see. And then similarly, there would be some bottom padding also. So what we'll do is, for the right container entirely, we'll just apply some padding first. And then this is mandatory, which is we just display this my playground text, and then this add new folder text on the rightmost, right? So these two things we have to build, and then one horizontal line, we can assume it to be a border bottom for this particular container. So instead of attaching a HR tag, we can just specify a border bottom. That is a good way actually. So we specify one border bottom, and moreover, if you look at this particular folder, right? So if we build the design for a folder, I mean where the DSA folder is there, callbacks folder is there, and then trees folder is there, right? If we create one design for one folder, then we are done. And in each folder, the same thing other than the text changes, right? So these items are also same, only the title of the folder is getting changed. Like here it is DSA folder, and then below it is callbacks folder, trees folder, right? And then inside each folder we have a group of multiple cards. Like I can create a new card. Let me just create some other card, and you see I got another card over here. If I create another one just like this, now we get over here. So basically the card design is again same, other than the dynamic values. Like if you see, the title of the card is changed, which is heap implementation here, and then this some random text over here. And then the another dynamic thing is the Java and CPP, basically the language name. Apart from that, everything is same, right? So let us only design in this, and then later we will add the functionality where we will show up the pop-ups and everything. So to design this, firstly we will build the header component, which is this my playground, and then the new folder thing. Let's head back to here, and then in the right half. So actually it looks like little bigger one, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to design it over here. Instead I'll build a right component in some other file. So let me create another folder inside home screen again, and that is going to be the right component, right? And for this right component I'm going to give a file called starter file index.js, and then of course an index.scss file as well. Now inside this, let me just export the component, right component, and this one is going to return right. So this one is going to return with a class name of right container, and then inside this I'm going to specify right container, right? And then let me import the css file also here, import index.css. Now in the home screen here I'm just going to add the right component just like this without any props. So just to separate the code, that's it, right? And still I got the same heading, which is right container. Now what I can do is let me close this. I'll just keep only these two files, and you see this is the index.css file, and then let us target the right container directly over here, right container. And then for this firstly I'll just specify a background color of orange, just like this. Now you see we got an orange background color for it, and then let me specify a padding of, let's say, 20 pixels in all the 4 directions. You see we got some slight padding left side and on the top and on the right side as well, right? And after that, if we go here, we need to build the header. So let's build the header first. So for that I'm going to create another div, right? And this one is going to have a class name called header basically, right? So header, and let's have the components inside. So this header has a title, which is my playground. So let us do that. So h1 with my playground, right? And then the second thing is this particular new folder with an icon. So let me just have it in another div with an icon. So span, again add icon I'm going to have. So class name to be material icons, and then inside this I'm going to add the text add, right? So you see we got the add, we will get the add button, and then after that we need to also have the span, which is new folder as a text, right? Let me just save and go back to here. Now you see we got all the 3 things, right? So let me target this header to style it inside it. So header, and then firstly I'm going to make this display to be flex for this because these 2 items will come in a row right now, and I wanted a space between as a justify content, which is very straightforward. You can clearly see one is on the leftmost, another one is on the rightmost. Let me just do that. So justify content to be space between, right? Now you see we got them to be between, and then let me add a padding vertical for it. So padding vertical of 10 pixels, padding horizontal of 0. So you see vertical padding I got, and then let me add a border bottom also, which is the horizontal line I told you. So border bottom to be something like 2 pixels solid black. Now you see we got the border bottom also. Let me just make it to 1 pixel, right? And you see again the same issue here that the icon and this one is not aligned properly. So let's do that. So add folder, I'll just give the class name to be add folder. Let's target that inside the header, which is having the class name to be add folder. And then this one I'm going to make its display to be flex, and then justify content to be center, just like this. And then I wanted to make align items also to be center, right? So you see now it is looks better, right? the new folder addition looks better. And moreover, we can make it like a button actually, because it's a clickable, right? So even we can add on click event for the div also, but make sure whenever you're building some big projects, it should make some sense in the code also. So it's not like just because we have for every element the on click event, we should not go for giving any element. So it's better to give button. And when we give button, we got some default styling for it. Let's get rid of that default styling. So basically for this add folder again, what we can do is we can just make its border to be none, just like this, right? And one more thing is we can just get rid of this particular orange background also, right? Now you see this background color also, let us make it to white, not white. Now this is what actually we wanted, so we built that. But if you look at this text has little boldness and this text has little lesser boldness, let's also do that. What we can do is we don't need to add this inside h1, we can have it something like a div, and then we can have it something like a span over here, span with a text of my, and then this one instead of div, right? I'll just give the class name to be title, and then for this title what we can give is font weight to be something like, I'll give 600, which gives some boldness to the entire text, and then font size to be something like 24 pixels. You see little bigger font size. If you want, you can give 30 also. Let me just go for 30, right? And I want this text to be a font size of normal, right? So inside this I'll target span, and for this I'll just give font weight to be something like 400, which is the normal font size. Now you can clearly see this text is in bold and this text is in normal font size, right? So till this point we just made the header. Let's also move on making a folder. So for making a folder, again this entire thing we have to create something like a folder container, right? So let's do that. So we are done with header. Now let's move on to another div. So I'm going to give one folder only because I'm focused more on the design at this place. Later when we add functionality, we know that we can iterate on the folders and then we can do stuff there. So for this one, I'm going to give a class name like folder container, and then inside folder container div with a class of header I'll give. So this is a different header. So basically in this folder, what I'm making the divisions here, one division is this entire header of the folder where we see this title and then this buttons and then the border bottom. And then another thing is we see the cards container basically. So let's have something like a div with a class of cards container with a class name of cards. You see I'm going to give a plural one, which means cards, multiple things it can contain. Okay, so cards container, and then inside this I'm just going to give empty as of now. Now in the header, what things we need to have is we need to have this icon as well as this text DSA, and then these three buttons on the rightmost. Let's make two sections again. I think you know why I'm making two sections, because I just wanted to make the header to be a flex and then the justify content to be space between. That's it. Now inside this I'm just going to give the icons folder, so span with a class name of material icons again, and I don't know whether there is a folder icon or not. Let me just search for it, folder, and yeah, we see a lot of folders. Let's go with one thing, so I'll just go with this one. This looks better. So you look at the text that we have. So we have a purely folder text. Let's have the same text, folder, and then after that we need to have the folder name which is going to be just the heading basically, right? So which is going to be just the title of the folder, right? So span, and then this one I'm going to give it in the curly braces just to indicate that it's a dynamic value. So I'll just give DSC over here, right? So I'll get a DSA over here, and then after that inside this I'm just going to, by the way, I'm getting this one border bottom. It is because of this header class. Yes, it's correct. So we can get it because inside this right container we have this header. Again, this header is also there inside the right container. So what we can do is I'll just make its class name to be folder header instead, to not to get a conflict. Now after this we need to make these three things, wherein one button with a delete icon, and then another one with a edit icon, and then this new playground. So let's do that. So in the right half, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have three things. One is a button with or else I can just make use of span with a delete icon over here. So to add that class name again to be needs to be material icons, and then the name of this, I don't know, let us search for the icon delete. So you see we got the delete icon over here, and if you look at the text is again delete, and then let's also search for the icon edit, the pen icon. So I'm going to change take this one up, and then this has the text of edit, so it's very straightforward. And then in this I'm just going to give delete, which displays the delete icon, and then another span with a class of same thing again, material icons, and then inside this I'm going to give edit, okay, because it displays the edit icon. And then one last thing, which is going to be a button, wherein I'm going to have a span of material icons as a class name, and then inside this add I'm going to give, and then new playground is something text that I need to add. So let me just give new playground just like this, right? And if I head back to here, now you see I got the entire folder header basically. So let's target this folder header, which is inside the folder container inside the right container. So this is the header, root header basically. Now I can have folder container, and then this folder container, let me just make its display to be flex, and then flex direction is by default row, we don't need to change it, and then justify content to be something like space between I can give. Now you see the items should come space between, it is not applied folder container. Acha, sorry. So inside folder container I have wrapped folder header. So let me target folder header for this styling. Sorry, I just need to target folder header. Let me move it a little right. Okay, now what I did is for the folder header I applied the same styling, so this time it affects this. And then now what we need to do is it looks like it also had some padding. Let's apply that padding, vertical padding. So padding vertically I want something like 10 pixels, but horizontally I don't want anything. Let me just remove this one, unnecessary. Now you see I've applied 10 pixels, which seems much smaller. Let me just go for 20 pixels, which is pretty much enough. And then what I can do is I can just target this div as well as this div, right? So this div I can give some inline styling for it, or else I can target this div. So this div I wanted to make as a flex with some, you know, align items to be centered, so that these icon as well as this one will be aligned properly with some gap also in between. And the same thing I wanted to do with this one also. So eventually I can target these divs directly. So let me just give a class name instead of targeting tag names. I can header item, I'll just go for the class name of item, and then instead of item I'll just make folder header item basically, and then this one with a class name of folder header item. So much readable, right? And then inside this folder header I'm just going to target that folder header item, and then for this what I'm going to do is display make it to flex again, right? And you see, and let me just give a gap of 20 pixels between all the elements. So we get a gap of 20 pixels between these two elements and then these three elements also. And then let me just apply border so that you can see which elements I'm actually targeting. Solid red if I give. Now you can clearly see this is one element and this is another element. Let me just have align items to be center. Now within this box they are aligned properly at the center, right? Now I can remove this one, and this one's color, the color of this one, I just wanted to make it to this color, the folder color, which is something yellow shade. So again I'll pick the color picker. Let me select this. So this color I'm going to apply for it. So for doing that I can just apply inline styling for the folder icon. So over here, right, just like this I can apply. And then if I get back to here, now you see I got a folder icon for it, right? And then let me apply border bottom for this, for the folder icon. So border bottom to be something like 1 pixel, solid black, right? Now you see I got some border also. And let's target the right half's button. So in the right half's button I need to target. So button, I just need to make its background color to be white, and then I just need to remove the default border, so make it to none, right? And then this one needs to be a flex item, so I can create flex. And then you see when I made it to flex, still it is not properly aligned. So let me just give border something to see, border of, let's make it none back again. But for now, just to show you the box, right? So the box is looking like this. What we can make is align items to be centered so that the vertically the new playground text will be centered. So let's do that. Now you see the items are properly centered. Now we can remove this border, make this border to be none, right? So we have created the folder header. Now let's also make the folders cards, this card container. So let us just build this fatafat inside the cards container. So we have one built for the cards container entirely. Right, now what we are going to do is we are going to build one such card which is having some zoom in effect. Let's also make that effect also. So let's build that card. So inside this I'm going to give a class of card for it, just like this. And in this card, if you look at, we have the logo. So firstly image should be there. So image with an src of the logo.png, which we have downloaded. And then another thing, we have these two elements together. So let's keep them inside a div, just like this. So we can make the title. So firstly I'm going to make the title in span, right? And in span I'm going to make the title to be something like heap implementation, right? And then the second span is going to be the language. So span is going to be the language, and then the dynamic value I'm giving inside the curly braces, just to indicate that it's a dynamic value, because for every card the values which are changing are these only. The logo is same, the title, the language is same, but the value of the language is different. Here it is Java, here it is C++, JavaScript, so on. And then the title of the card is also different. And then one last thing at the last, we just need to have another container to contain the delete and the edit icon. So again we can just copy these two icons, right? And then we can paste it over here, just like this. Now if we go here, now if we head back to here, so we got all this. So let us style this first. We have the card, and inside the card we have 3 items, and we just need to align these 3 items. Let me wrap these two. I'll tell you why I'm wrapping. So basically if you look at it, these two buttons together on the rightmost, and these two entire containers together on the leftmost, right? So we can apply something like justify content space between when we make it a flex, right? And then between these two we can give some gap by making it also a kind of flex again, or else without making flex also we can just give some spacing for it, maybe some margin left for it of something like 10 pixels, but that's not a good idea to give margins always. So what we will do is we'll just keep these two things inside one container. Let's do that. Just like this. Now we have two elements. This is one element, so this is another element. So card item, we can give the class name to be card item because this is are the items of the card. So another class name card item, right? And let me just target the card item inside this card. So we have in the folder container, we have something like cards container first, cards container, and then inside the cards container we have the card, and inside the card we have the card item. And then for this card item, we don't need to give any style, but for the card itself we can make its display to be flex so that all the items will be in a row. Over here you can see these three items this is one item, and then this is another item. So we don't actually need to wrap this. What we can do is just remove this, just like this, and we don't need this particular class also, card item class, as of now. If there is a requirement we will add it in future. So let's remove this, but the card we are making display flex. Now you see it is display flex. Let me just apply a border. Now you see this is the item basically. And then what we can do is now I'll give a width of something around, this is flex now, so for this width I'll give something around 40% of the cards container. So it got 40% width now, and then inside this whatever the image is there, for this I'll specify the dimensions to be 50 pixels, one small image, right? And then this thing which is the title container, I'll just give title container as a class for it, class name to be title container. And for this title container I'm just going to make its display to be flex and then column as a direction. So inside the card I have title container, and for this display to be flex, then flex direction to be column, just like this, right? And then now what I can do is image is there, so for everything I can give a gap for the container, so gap of 10 pixels, just like this. And then these things I want at the rightmost. So when I wanted these two things at the rightmost, right, what I can do is I can give justify content to be space between, I can give. Now you see these things at the rightmost, and align items also I'll just make it at the center so that these icons together will come at the center vertically. So let's also make that, so align items to be centered. Now you see it has been centered, right? And then for the card, entire card, let me just give some padding all around, something like 12 pixels. You see we got some padding. And then for the cards container itself, let's also give some more padding of 20 pixels, because you see for every card above we have some spacing. So if you look at this, above this card we have spacing, above this card also we have spacing. So that is the reason why I'm giving some extra spacing, right? So now what we can do is let's style these icons. These icons, what we can do is nothing to style in these icons as well, but what we can do is we can separate them with some gap basically. So let us separate them with some gap. So to separate them, one thing is I can make it flex and then have gap. Let's do that again. So here I'm going to give inline styling for it. So something like display flex, then a gap of something like 10 pixels, right? So you see I got some gap, that's fine. And then this icons, I wanted a cursor of pointer, so let me just do cursor pointer for this. So what I can do is inside this, whatever the icons inside card, whatever icons is there, material icons, cursor to be pointer. If I make, fine, that's fine. Now you see the cursor has become pointer for both of them, and the colors we can change. And now moreover, the card we need to style. Let's add some border radius of something like 10 pixels maybe. You see it has been rounded 1 now. And then let me add a box shadow of, let's say, 2 pixel offset, 2 pixel offset with something around 5 pixels gray as a shadow. Now you see we got some box. Let me just remove this particular border. Now you can clearly see that the particular card, right? And for the card also, let's have the cursor to be pointer again here. And you see entire card itself is a pointer cursor, right? So this time I can just remove this where I made this one, because it will be always a pointer on this, you see. Now what else I can do is hover effect I need to add. So for this particular card, I need to have the hover effect. So card, upon hovering, what I can do is I can just increase the box shadow a little bit. Box shadow to be 2 pixels offset, 2 pixels offset, but the blurriness to be something like 15 pixels gray, which increases the blurriness. Now you see when I hover, the blurriness is kind of got increased. And then we just need to apply some outline also, which makes some zoom in effect, something like 4 pixels solid white as the outline. Let's see how it looks like. You see it is little bigger outline, right? But this is immediately getting changed, right? So to not to change immediately, we can apply transition duration for it. So let's add that transition duration to be something like 2 seconds, which makes much slow animation kind of effect, just like this, right? But it is very slow. We can just make it to something like 0.5 seconds only, which makes it little faster. And then let's remove this box shadow. Let's see. Now we got the outline to be little bubbling out kind of. So let us decrease the thickness of the outline. And this does not go much better. Let me just change this color to be gray, right? Actually here they've used not gray color, it is something else. Let us make it to 8 pixels. It is not gray, actually they've added some other color. And it seems like the dimensions are kind of little increased, so we can go with outline only. We can also increase dimensions also, maybe from 41 pixels to 40 to 40% to 42%, something just like this. So width to be 42%, and this time I think we can get the almost same effect. This is only incrementing the width, but here it is kind of incremented in all the 4 directions, right? So to increment it on all the 4 directions, so we can just have a kind of translate X effect, or let's give the outline effect only without wasting much time on this design. So outline to be something like 2 pixels solid white only, and we'll get the same kind of outline here. something like a zoom in effect kind of. And one more thing is we could increase the border also, but yeah, let me go with 8 pixels outline. But when I give outline, right, what is happening is the box shadow is getting away. So let us also increase the box shadow similarly, from 2 pixels to 10 pixels, 10 pixels with the same blurriness of 5 pixels. Great. So it is got applied, but it in a different style. So let's apply vertical top offset instead of bottom. But the dimensions are little huge, so I'm just giving the outline for now. We can focus about it later. And then let me just duplicate some of the cards, just like this, multiple cards. Of course we are going to iterate in a loop, but for now I'm just going to give multiple cards, basically 4 cards in the same. Now you see these cards are not coming in the like how it is shown over here. That is the reason why I have created a cards container. So now what you can do is you can look at the cards container which contains all these 4 cards, right? So let us style this cards container. So this is the card container. Just make its display to be flex, and then that's all. It will become in a flex. But when I made it to flex, it is kind of taking the entire width. It happens because the items are taking extra space. So what we can do is we can just wrap the items. So flex wrap to be wrap. Now the items will be wrapped, and you see even after wrapping they are not looking that good. Let's add some gap of 20 pixels between all the cards. So we get a gap of 20 pixels. That's pretty much cool. And then we can specify the justify content to be space between. So you see now we got the space between, and moreover we can increase the dimensions to be something like 43 percentage, which looks little better, right? And that is also we have built one particular folder. Now what we can do is we can just similarly this folder container is there. No, let us copy this folder container and then paste it for another time, right, with a different folder name. So here is the folder name we have. So instead of DSA, I'll just make it to full stack, right? Now let me just save. You see we got another folder with something like full stack, and then it also has 4 cards. Eventually we are going to have the same design just like this, but for now we just hard coded the data, and then in the upcoming videos we will just do the integration for the data also. I hope you understand this. So further, let us just walk through what kind of functionality we have in the final project, and then we can do the same kind of functionality in our current application that we are building. So if you look at this, in the home page we have many buttons. So for example, if I click on this particular create new playground, so basically if you understood, right, so every playground is a kind of folder, and inside that folder we can have multiple files. So this each card is going to be a file within that folder. So if you see, callbacks is a folder, and inside that folder we have one file, and that file name is something like test, right? Similarly, trees is another folder in which I have a file called introduction, right? And that's a CPP file kind of. So same thing. So this homepage is eventually handling the creation of files and then creation of folders, updating folder name, updating file name, and then deleting folders and then deleting files. So eventually that is the functionality that we do have over here. Now let me just click on this. So if you see, whenever the user clicks on this create new playground, he's going to be creating a brand new playground. For example, he's going to create a brand new folder basically. So we just give the folder name, so something like folder or something like new folder, and then we have to at least give one file inside it when we click on this particular create new playground. So that single file name, let's say something like test, and I wanted it to be a JavaScript file. So in the drop down the user can choose this, and then we can click on this create playground. Now you see we got a new folder over here, right? And in that new folder I have one file. Now let me just click on edit. So we can also click on the, edit the folder name. So firstly it was new folder. I just would like to make something like new folder 1. Okay, just that I'm editing it. Now if I update, now you see the folder name has become new folder 1 this time. And similarly we can also edit the file name, something like test new if I make, and then click on update title. Now you see the title of this particular one has become test new, right? And then we can also delete this particular file by clicking on this, and even we can delete the entire folder also. So for example, if I click on this delete, it is going to delete the entire folder. If I click on this, now you see the code has gone, and if I click on this folder delete icon, then the folder will be deleted entirely. And then here again we have a new folder wherein when the user wants to create an empty folder, and then the user can give one empty new empty folder just like this, and then click on create. Now you see new empty folder got created. If you wanted to delete again, he can delete it. So these are all the functionalities that we do have in the home page. So let us head to our code and then make the same kind of functionalities, the pop-up implementation and then handling the functionality. And one most important thing which you need to observe is whenever I load this page, right? You see when I'm refreshing this particular website, I'm getting these as two default things, right? And let me just inspect and show you why, how this data is being stored is the data is actually stored in the local storage, basically the browser storage. So if you go to memory and then, sorry, if you go to application, so here is application, and you can see something like local storage. Let me just expand. So in the local storage, we have a kind of key called playgrounds data, and which has a very big object. So let us just evaluate that object. Let me just make this entire, copy this entire object. Then I'm just going to show you in the JSON formatter, just like this. It is unable to be parsed. Let me just copy the object, data value. I can copy this, right? Let me just paste over here and then format. Now if we format this particular thing, so you can see basically we have one unique kind of ID, which is something big, and then we have something called a title for it, right? So if you look at in the app, right? So now you see, so there is a title, this is the title callbacks. So basically it represents the entire folder. Now inside this it has a playgrounds, and that playground has one unique ID. Basically it is the card's unique ID. And then we have something like a title of test and then a language of JavaScript. So if we head to it and you see title of test and then a language of JavaScript, and if I open it, whatever the default code is there, which is console.log hello world, and that is what there inside this particular code property, right? And similarly we have another folder with a title of trees, and then it also has one playground, and that playground is again having one kind of key, unique key, and then it has a title and then it has a language along with the default code, so which is a kind of C++. So we got a default code to be C++ basically, right? Now, so let us also make the same kind of flow, but I'm just going to make some changes that I'll be using a kind of array of folders, and in each folder I'll be just having another key like files and or cards, and that cards array is going to be another object. So let us just decide what kind of data that we are going to store first. The data model needs to be discussed. So for that I'll just create a file called test.js. Now inside this file, so let us just plan for what kind of data that we are going to have. So basically we can have folders, right? So let me just have, for every folder we will have a title. Okay, so for every folder we will have title, and then that title is something like folder, and then for every folder we can have something like kind of ID, and the ID can be something like unique ID, just like this. And then next thing that every file can have, every folder can have, is the cards or files, I would say. So files, and this files is going to be an array. Now inside this particular array, again we are going to have objects, and that object is going to be a single file, and that file will have a title which is like index file or something like that. And then the language, and let's say the language may be CPP. And then the default code, let me just have, not default code, but the code actually in that file, whatever the user has written, something like cout hello world, just like this. Okay, so this is one file, and let me just have another kind of file. Now in this, I'm just going to have another title, which is going to be something like a test file, and then this is going to be a JavaScript file. So let's just have the language to be JavaScript, right? And then the last thing is going to be the code, and then inside that code, I'm going to have something like console.log with some message saying that hello world, right? So basically we have one folder, and like this we can have many folders also, right? So eventually we'll be having an array, and in that array this is one such folder, and then we can have another folder called folder2 with some other unique ID. And moreover, one important thing is that we should have a unique ID for this particular files also. So let me just undo this, and we should have a unique ID, something like for each file as well. I'll tell you why unique ID is necessary, because whenever we make updates, or whenever we make deletions of a particular folder, right? The only thing using which we can pick out that particular file is by using this unique ID. So we will also see how we are going to generate such a unique ID very shortly. So this will also going to have another unique ID. So eventually the model looks like this, where we will have an array, and then in that array we will have the folder objects, and in the folder objects, folder title will be there, and then the ID of the folder will be there, which is uniquely to figure out which folder, because we may have 5 folders or 6 folders also. And then it will have a files, which is a plural form, which means its value is going to be an array of files, because we can have multiple files inside a folder, right? So this is the data model that I am creating, and if any changes we need in future, we can change. But for now, I would like to go with this particular data model. So now we understand the data model. So this is how we are going to store the data, right? Now what we can do is, firstly, you need to understand one thing. Whenever the user clicks on this particular create new playground, basically what is happening is we enter some data and then we create the playground, right? So when we create the playground, right, and this is a separate component as of now we had, right? And when I make some changes within this component, eventually what is happening is the right side component is got updated, right? Which means that from this what we can understand is these two components, I mean the right side component as well as the left side components, are sharing one equal state basically. So these two are sharing one common state where actually this data is getting manipulated. And one more thing is, let's say if I just open this and let me just edit this file name over here. Here also I have another option of editing file name. So I'll just make it to Arvind and then update title. Now you see the title is got updated to Arvind, right? And if I get back to here, now you see here also the title got updated, right? So eventually this entire screen, I mean the home page as well as the page which is the editor page, again that one and this one also sharing the same common state, wherever we are actually handling all the folder data and then file data, right? So whenever you see multiple components are sharing some equal state, you have to figure out that it is being because of the context. Use context is a hook, and then there is a context provider that we need to keep globally, which is globally available to our application, right? And then inside that context provider, we can just keep all our components with as a children for that particular context provider wrapper, right? So that is the idea of creating a new context provider wrapper in the app.js itself. So here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep this entire application inside a component called the something like the context providers, or let me just create a folder called providers, right? And then inside this provider I'm going to create a file called the data provider, or I would say the playground provider. So let me just create something like playground provider, right? Playground provider, which means which manages the entire data of the playground. I mean the folders as well as the files data, and then the code inside that files, and then the IDs, titles, everything. And then this is going to be a JS file. Let me just export this component. So playground provider. Now this playground provider will return uh, something null initially. Now what we are going to do is I'm just going to keep this entire browser header, I mean all this two pages, because I want every of my page. As of now I have only two pages. I want those two pages to get access to that particular global state. So what I can do is I can just keep it inside that particular playground provider, right? Just like this. And then inside this I'm going to keep this one. Let me format the document just like this. Now you see, playground provider is something which is on the top level. And what this component returns? This component returns null. So if I head back to this particular application, now you see we see a blank screen, right? Because that is the one which is taking care of to whether to display its children inside the app.js. So whatever the children are there, this is the these are all the children. So the playground provider now has the 100% control on all other components, right? So if it returns a h1, then it is going to show that heading basically, right? So let me just go back to here, and you see we got the heading over here. Now if I return something called for every component, if you know, there is a default prop called children prop, right? Let me just firstly target this props, and then inside this I'm just going to log the props object just to show you what is that props object, and then I'm going to return null only, right? And if I head back and then inspect, open this console, so you see we got the props as a big object, right? And in this big object we have something called a key, something called a children key, right? And this children key is something which has the reference of the entire component which is wrapped inside this particular wrapper. So this playground provider is now a wrapper, and inside that wrapper we have some other components. So within this playground provider, the children destructured children prop will be the one which points to this entire component. So let us just add that. So instead of props, I can directly destructure over here, which is children. And it is the same for every component, not only for this provider. For every React component you create, there is a children property by default. And then this time what I'm going to do is I'm just going to return this children, and then let me get back here. So there are some error because it's like an object which is reference to the entire nested component. So I can render it inside another React component. So it's a good idea to use this fragments. And now I can go here and then refresh this. Now you will see the entire application as it is working. Okay. So we will also make it responsive at the end. As of now, it is not responsive. It is just a minor thing we can make it at the end. But you see now we got the entire thing and everything works fine. So for example, if I go for playground, right? The playground screen also works, which is we haven't built yet, right? Now let me get back. So instead of returning children, now what I wanted to have is I wanted to have a context for all the children. So all the children means all the components which are inside, right? Now to have such a context, we know we are going to use, let me just close all these files, then open this one only. Now we are just going to use something called a context provider, right? So what I'm going to do is I'll import a use context from the React, okay? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep something like a component I need to create, which is a provider component. I think you know about the use context. So what I can do is playground provider. So something like playground context, something like this, and then I'm going to use something like create context. So it's supposed to create a context, and this create context is a method again from the React library. And then what this create context does is it's going to return a React component, right? And that React component actually takes a prop called value, and that value will be served to all of its childrens. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is here, instead of wrapping this particular children inside the fragments, so this time what I'm going to do is I'm just going to I'm just gonna keep a playground context, which is the component that is being created by create context, and then this playground context is a object which has something like provider, and this provider is again playground context dot provider is a component. So you can see it started with a capital letter, so it's a component, and then inside this I'm going to render this children, and then for this I'm going to give a value called something like an object which is name of something like Arvind. So for instance I'm just giving some dummy value, right? And you see we still get the children, just the thing that now we have a provider component and for which it has a value property. So eventually the value object whatever is there, this object, let me just have it something like obj, and I'll create the object over here, constant obj. Now this obj can be accessed by everyone in the children. So let's just access it by using home component only. So we know that we have right component, right? So let's get into that right component, and here I wanted to just log that particular value, whatever the one which context was provided, because this right component is something which is in the home screen, and home screen is something which is inside the browser router, and browser router is something which is if you look at the hierarchy in the app.js. So this is the home screen, and inside home screen I have the right component, right? So and this particular home screen is again inside routes, and routes is inside browser router, and this browser router is again inside this particular playground provider. Now in the playground provider, we it's an actually a state provider with the value of this particular name as Arvind. So all of its children, so eventually the right component children is also a children for that particular component, so that can also access it. So let us just access something like play some val is equal to, so I can just use a hook called use context hook, right? And then this use context hook, we just need to pass which context I wanted to use, because we can have multiple context also. So for now I wanted to use this context, which is this playground context. So what I can do is I can export this particular playground context over here, and I just need to pass this particular playground context over here. That's it. So if you look at this is the playground context from here, right? And this playground context, so whenever I just pass this particular playground context, the value will be returned, and which is the value that we added for the value prop over here. Now I can just log this particular value to see whether it is accessed or not. Let me get back, and then if I inspect, now right component is also mounted over here. And if you go to console and then see, so you see we got the object which is index.js at line number 7, which is over here, right? And we got the object as it is. I think you understand how the context is served, right? Let me just get it. And before that, someone might get a doubt that why it is printing two times. So it happens only in the development. To not to have two times, right? Why it is to not to, basically all the components are executed for two times during the development, just to make sure everything is fine. So to not to have two times, what we can do is we can just go to this index.js file, the root index.js file, and we can just get rid of this particular React strict mode, right? When we remove it, now no more it's going to print it for two times. So from now on it prints only for one time. So every component renders only for the first time. Okay, so now let's get back. So now we understand how the state is served, right? So what we can do is, now let me just remove this, is not necessary, and this is also not necessary. Now in the playground provider, let us decide what is our state needs to be. So firstly we need to have some initial folders, right? Initial data. So constant initial, let us hard code the initial data, because when user lands for the first time, we need to show the user that at least one or two folders with some files inside, right? So let us just have that initial data, and this initial data, as I told, it's going to be an array of folders. So the folder id should be something like a unique id, but I cannot generate a unique id myself, right? I cannot even write some code which can generate. So we can use math.random, but still we are not sure that it might repeat, right? So for creating unique IDs, we have to install one external library. I'll tell you what that library very shortly. But before that, let's install now itself only. So the library is UUID. So if you are familiar with Node.js, you might have used sometime. So let me just install that UUID, and this particular UUID provides multiple functions to us which can generate the unique IDs. So import something from the library that we generated, UUID, and then inside that, if I use control space, so we will see a lot of options: v1, v2, v3, v4, right? So let me just import this v4, and now what I'll do is I'll just you know uh, constant unique id is equal to, I'll just call this method v4, right? So v4 is a function which, whenever you call that v4 function, it is going to return a unique id with some length, right? So let me just also print this. You can see that unique id. So unique id, unique id, and if I head back and open this, you'll be able to see a string which is a unique id. So I think you are able to see over here, right? So we don't need to bother about creating IDs each time. The library, UUID library, will take care of creating that, right? Now whenever we call it, it's going to create that such a unique ID. Now inside this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create something like a v4 call, and that function returns a unique ID, and then I have the ID, and then initial title. I wanted something like how they had DSA, and then, right? And then the third thing, which is the language. Let me just have a key called language, and let's say it is CPP, and then the code, which is kind of a default code. And the default code, what I'm going to specify is, for now I'll just specify cout hello world. So I'm using the template strings here just to have double quotes, single quotes, and everything. Okay, now I have created one particular folder, right? That's one thing. I should not have the language as well as code for the folder, right? I should have it for the files. So let me just have the key files, and then inside this file, it's going to be an array. I'm going to have one single file inside the DSA, and that is also going to have one unique ID. So I'm going to call this function again, which will regenerate another key for us, kind of unique key. And then this is also going to have something like a title. So for this, I'm going to give index, right? And then I'm going to give something like code, which is cout, and then hello world, just like this. And then I'm going to have something like the language for it, the language, and in the language I'm going to specify CPP. Okay, so we have created one folder, and let us just create the another folder, right? So just like this. And then here also I'm calling this particular UUID again, the v4 function, and this time I'm going to make it something like front end, and this time the file to be something like test file, and it is going to be a JavaScript file. So let me just have console.log hello front end, just like this, right? And then Here in the language, I'm going to have something like JavaScript over here, right? So eventually in my initial data, which is an array, I have specified two objects, I mean two folders, and each folder has one file each, right? So that is going to be the initial data that I'm going to show to my user. And here inside this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a state for it, which is um, the kind of folders, I would say, right? Folders. And then I'll have a setter function, of course, so set folders, and this is going to be something from returned by this use state. And then in the use state, I'm going to just pass a callback, and in this callback, whatever this callback returns, right, that will be my the state basically. So initially what I'll do is I don't need any callback. Also what I can do is I can just pass initial data just like this. Okay. And this thing, whenever this playground provider for the first time renders, right, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call use effect. And in the use effect, I wanted to call something where I wanted to store it in the local storage by using the local storage API. So this particular use effect will do the same task for us. So where this callback is going to get executed only for the first time when the component mounts, because we specified the dependency array to be empty. So whenever this dependency array values changes, then the callback in that use effect will get re-executed. So I wanted to store this only when the component mounts. And then inside this, I'm going to specify local storage dot set item. So in the set item, I'm going to set up a key for it. Let's say that is the key to be something like data, and the value of it to be my folders. So what I can do is json.stringify I can use, because we cannot store the direct JavaScript objects inside the local storage. We have to stringify because we can store only strings. So that is why I'm going to stringify this folders object and then put it in the local storage. So something like folders over here, right? So in the whenever this component mounts, then the user will be able to you know uh, add all the default folders onto the local storage. So let me just save and let's get back to here. We have some error. Obj is not defined. Okay. Let me just give undefined object as of now. And then let's get back to here. Now you see the component is mounted. And if you go to local storage by going to application and then here to local storage. So if you see, we have something like data. So these are all like pre-created. Let me just re-render this component. Now you see we got created something with a key of data, and then the value of it to be the same model I specified. Like you can see there is one object, and then that object has files, and that files array has again one object. So this is how we can just maintain the global state in sync with the local storage, so that whenever user saves some code we can update it and so on. Yeah. So now we have somehow using the provider, we were able to have some default data. Now what we need to do is our component, which is the right component, should be able to consume such that particular data, right? So for that, what I will do is inside this, I'm just going to give this folders as the value for this value attribute, so that folders can be accessed by this particular all the children, right? So now I'm passing the folders, and then let me open my right component. And in this right component, by using the context from the context provider, I can access the list of folders so that I can render all of them over here. So constant folders is equal to use context, right? And then in the use context, we just need to pass the playground context basically, right? And that is what this context where whatever we created, right? This one I exported from here, so which is the playground context. And then we can just we can just pass as a argument for this use context, so that the folders will be returned to us, I mean the value basically. So we get the value of it, And now what we can do is we can start actually using these folders. Before that, let me just show you in the console by printing the folders, right? Let's get back, inspect, and then the console. So you see we got an array of length 2, where in index.js 8th line, which is inside our right component. Now when we got the list of folders, right, now what we can do is we have something over here which is the folder container, right? Now what we can do is, let me just remove this and let us try to make this particular things as dynamic. So this cards container also, I'll just firstly we need to have this folder container which is one folder. So let's do something like we do iterate on the folders. So folders dot map, and then so I'm going to iterate on it. So I'll get the folder and then I'll also get the index, right? And then I'm going to return the entire component, which is this one, right? So what I can do is I can entirely create another brand new component wherein I can have all this data, or else I can just use this one also, but using it over here is a little clumsy. So what I'll do is I'll copy this entire thing and then put it inside another component called folder, simple folder, single folder, and this single folder is the one which returns this entire UI. Okay, now I'm also gonna delete this multiple cards because I don't need all of this. One card is enough for the design purpose. And then this is going to be the folder header and then cards container. This is what I want. Now what I can do is this folder will take some props, which is something like folder title, right? And then something like cards, and then something like folder title it will take, and then folder cards it will take. So cards is basically the list of cards, right? Now let me just return this particular folder component over here, and for this I'm going to pass folder title, right, just like this. And in the folder title, so folder dot, I'm using optional chaining just to make sure that when there is no folder or in the folder we somehow missed some property, so in that case no need to, we don't get any error. So in the folder title, so folder dot title I can use, right? So let me use optional chaining here. And then cards is going to be the folder object dot the files array, if you remember, right? So this is what the data model we have created. Now what we can do is, where we are using the folder title is over here, right? DSA folder title. And let me just make the dynamic value, which is folder title over here. And then this is the card, right? Basically this one is the card. Now this card in this, this is cards container. What we can do is we can, copy this entire card, and then we can run a loop kind of thing, again one more map where we can iterate on the cards. So cards dot map, I can just iterate, and then this is going to be a kind of file and then an index, right? And then this one is going to return the, the copied component, which is this one. Let me just format it. Now you see, this card is going to return this particular file, and if you remember, this is the dynamic language. So file dot language, so that is the language of this particular file, and then logo is same, and then here comes the title of the file. So file dot title, and then we don't have any other extra things. That is pretty much. And then we can specify a key prop. If you remember, when we iterate by using map, right, we have to specify when multiple elements are rendered in a loop, right, we have to specify a key property to identify uniquely by the React. Okay, so here the key is to be the index, and then coming to here also for this folder component I can specify key to be the index. Why I have created a new folder component is because just to make some meaningful code, I mean some much readable code. That is the idea. And let me just go here, and if I save, now you see we got the data that we actually was having. For example, if I change this data something to instead of DSA, if I make it to Spring Boot, right? Now here also we should get Spring Boot. Let me just refresh. Now you see we got Spring Boot over here, right? Because our state is now the provider state is consumed by this particular write component. So whenever we make that set folders, right? Whenever we call this set folders inside, so that the folders gets modified. Whenever folder gets updated, wherever we are consuming in the children, so everywhere it is going to get updated. Okay. Now we have the initial one, so let's try to add the create functionality. So we somehow got fetched the default data from the provider. Now whenever I click on this particular create playground, what happens is there should be a pop-up, right? And that pop-up will take some data from the user, and upon submission that pop-up will actually uh, that pop-up will submit take up some data and then update the right component maybe, right? So let me just show you here. So whenever user clicks on this create new playground, we show this pop-up, and this pop-up will take some data. It has a close button as well, so it's going to take some data saying that folder name maybe, so folder, and then new, and then the card name to be something like index, and let me choose it as a Java. So whenever we click create playground, right, what happens is the data which we entered in this one should eventually change in the case of in the entire provider context basically, because this is a new folder that we are creating, right? So basically there should be a communication between this particular create new folder, which is the left component. So when the user clicks on the left component, on some button of the left component, the pop-up should be shown, and when the user submits some data, that data should eventually gets updated in the provider. So there is a communication globally, right, from the left component to the pop-up, and from pop-up to the global provider, right? So for that, what we are going to do is, and we have a something like generic pop-ups like everywhere. So whenever we create another, whenever we delete it, deletes, and then whenever we edit it, we again get one more pop-up. So to manage all these pop-ups, we can have one global state again, where to that global state we will inform to open this particular pop-up, and then based on that it will take up the action. Okay, so let me just make that again in the app.js. I'm going to create another wrapper, and that wrapper should also be able to consume this particular playground provider, because in the playground provider it should be able to update the data, right? So what I'm going to do is now, um, in the providers again, I'm going to create a new file called modal provider, just like this. And then inside this, let me export const modal provider, and this modal provider is something which returns null. And then in our app.js, what I'm going to do is this entire browser router, because in both the screens, right, in the home screen as well as in the playground screen, we should be able to open that pop-ups, right? So we should have this modal provider to be accessed by all of this. So again, I'm going to uh, have this particular modal provider component around this particular browser router, right? Let me format the document. Now you see the modal provider actually returns null, so we don't be able to see anything in our app right now. Again blank because it returns null, right? So to show something, what we can do, we can have a fragment and then we can pass the children. So children is a destructured value. I mean it's a prop, default prop. Now we'll be able to see the entire children. Okay. Now instead of giving the entire children, again we are going to give a create a context for it. So const something like modal context is equal to, so create context, just like this, and we again needs to export it because somewhere we might be using this context. And then inside this we are going to have something like it should have a method which can be called from anywhere, right? And that method should be able to open the pop-up basically. So that is the idea. Now what I'm going to do is here, let me just have this wrap, instead of this wrappers I'm just going to have this one, and then modal context dot provider, and then inside this I'm going to specify some value. So I'll decide what value I need to specify, and then inside this I'm going to specify the children basically, right? Now here, let's assume that I have a function called open modal, and this open modal actually takes the type of the model because we have many models, and then this based on the type, my model is going to show some particular model basically. I mean the pop-up. So if the type is, let's say, new folder model, then we have to open that particular model, right? So let me just create one folder for all the models together. So models mean the pop-ups only, and then inside this, let me just have one model which is for create playground. Inside this, let me just create a file called create playground model dot js. So let me export it from here. So create playground, and this particular one is going to be, let's say, returns a h1, saying that create playground model basically, right? Now here, let's say I'll have the model types. I'll have a constant which is something like model types, because I'm going to manage all of this over here. And based on the model type, I'm just going to return the value basically. So if the model type is, let's say, create playground, something like this, playground. So if it is a create playground, I'm going to render this particular component which is create playground model, right? So in the model types, so whenever the type here, if it is that one, right, I'm just going to open this particular model. So for doing that, what we can do is, so here we should have a particular object which is constant, something like model uh, modal features, I can say. So modal features, so this one should be able to have a function called open modal, right? And this open modal will actually opens the model. Let me just show you that model over here. And before that, I just need to have a hook over here which is something like constant is modal, or else something like modal type, a default model, and then set modal type equal to something like initial value I'm going to give as null basically, right? So when the modal type is null, right, which indicates that none of the models should be opened right now. Okay. Now here, based on the modal type, I'm just going to render the particular component. So for that, what I can do is, so let's say here I can say something like modal type, if modal type is there, or something like if modal type is equal to, let's say, this particular create playground. Okay, the string. So I'm showing for instance, so if it is a create playground, what I'm going to do is I'm going to render this particular component which is the create playground model. Okay, or else I can just have something like is model opened, and then, or else let me have it over here only. So if model type is equal to create playground, but the thing is that this children is the one which includes the routes, so we cannot have it over here, right? We can have a kind of model type which is initially null, and then we have the set model type. So open model is going to be a function which is open model, right? So let me just create such a function. So constant open model, and what this open model does is it's going to accept the type of the model that the user wants to open, and based on that type we are just going to set model type basically, set model type to be that particular type. Okay, so open modal, indirectly we can just keep this set modal type only without any other extra function. So whenever user calls this open modal, right, the modal type will become something like this. Okay, and then the second thing inside this particular modal feature I want is, uh, basically user should be able to open the modal, user should be able to close the modal as well. So close modal, so whenever user clicks close modal, right, what we can do is we can have a function called close modal. Let me just create that constant close modal, and this one is going to set the modal type to be null back. Okay, so whenever user clicks on close modal, the modal type becomes null. Now the active modal, let me just have active modal is another one which is going to be this particular modal type, right? So three key value pairs I have, and this one I wanted to serve to all of its children. So let me just pass this particular modal features, right? So that all of its children's, whoever consuming this particular state, can actually, you know, consume this particular state, and then from there we can open a new model by just passing the type, and then we can open a we can close the model, and then we can see what is the active model currently, right? So yeah, this is one model provider, and then we have some text. I'll just show you how it works actually. So in the create playground model, what we can do is we can just remove this all this, and in the models only, what I'm going to do is I'll create a generic modal.js file which is going to export something like constant modal, right? And inside, and this one is the one which is going to consume the modal features, is equal to use context, and then in the use context I'm just going to pass the modal context, right? Modal context, and then what I can do is I can return based on uh, what kind of model it is. So in the modal features I have multiple values, right? Like create, update, I mean, in the modal features I have something like open modal, close modal, etc., right? So we can just have such things inside, and this particular modal component will return what kind of model to be shown basically. So here what I'll do is, let me just have fragments, and conditionally based on model features. So if the model features dot uh, open model, sorry, active model. So if the active model is something, let's say create playground, okay, so I'll be having in caps something like create playground, and then if it is a create playground, then we can just show create playground model just like this. Okay, so for now I just added only one model. So by default the model features dot active model is something which is null. So when the model features dot active model is a create playground, I'm going to show the user to this particular create playground model, right? Let me just save it. Now this particular model which is going to actually handle which one to display and which one not to display, I'll just put this inside my screens basically. So in the home screen, index.js, what I'm going to do is at the last, basically I'm just consume this particular model, right? Just like this. And this model, what it returns is, it returns based on the model features dot active model. So if the model features active model is something, some value which is equal to create playground, then definitely it is going to show the user that the create playground model. Let me just get back. So as of now, we don't see such a h1 tag or create playground models h1 tag because we did not started anything. Now what I'm going to do is, let me just close all this. Now in the index.js file of home screen, where I have the left component, when the user clicks on this, right, what I'm going to do is uh, create playground. So I'm just going to call a function called create playground, and that I'll build over here. So create, or something like open click create playground model, open create playground modal, right? So let me just have that method open create playground modal, and this one what it does is it's going to set the modal from the modal context provider. So basically here create playground modal is a function. What it does is it's going to trigger the modal provider. Let me just open the modal provider from where actually we are serving this modal features. Let me just split this onto the right. Now if you clearly see that I have a function called open modal over here, so I can actually access this all modal features, right? So let me just get that. So constant modal features is equal to use context again, and in the use context I just need to pass modal context, right? So that I'll get the entire object. Now in this object somehow I can just trigger this particular set modal type function. So whenever I set this, right, wherever this has been consumed, actually it has been consumed in the modal.js, which is a generic modal file. So to set that, what I'm going to do is here I'm going to call modal features dot set modal, or sorry, open modal, right? So basically this function I'm going to call, which will eventually call the set modal type, and then in the open modal what I can do is I can just pass the value which is create playground. So eventually what happens is the state of this modal provider is going to get changed from null value to this particular string value, right? When it changes to the string value, my modal.js file will actually listen to it because it is also subscribed to that particular modal provider, and then it is going to re-execute because of the state is got changed. Now what happens, this modal features dot active modal will be changed. You see, active modal is actually something which is the modal type, right? So when modal type is updated from null to something which is this create playground, so eventually it is going to trigger this particular UI, in which it is going to show us, the actual create playground model. So let me just save it, and I have the functionality set up. Let me just go here, and if I click on it, we should be able to see the h1. Just click on it. On click we specified. So here I'll just make a console log statement, console log model type, because I just wanted to print the model type. So let me just have it in an object, and then here also wherever I'm consuming, I'm just gonna have something like console.log the model features dot active model. So in modal file as well as in the modal provider, I'm just printing the value to see how the flow is. Let's get to this console, and I'll start from start. And you see modal type is initially null, and then in the modal.js file also you can see here over here the modal features.active modal is something which is empty, I mean null. Now whenever I click on this particular button, right, so you see modal type is create playground, and the create in the modal.js also it is got triggered, but functions are not valid as a React child. This may happen. Okay. So this error, functions are not valid as a React child. This may happen if you return a component instead of the component. Acha. So here this create playground is a function actually, right? But it is actually a component. If I open this is a component, right? So that is the reason why we were getting this error. So actually I supposed to make it like this particular component. Okay, now everything goes fine. Let me just click enter. uh, so whenever user clicks on this particular thing, right, you see create playground model is got popped up, right? But our agenda is not to open this one, of course, not to have such a text over here. So what we can do is we can style this particular component now. Let me just close this. Now let us create a model over here with some div. And then for this I'm just going to have import index.css file. I need to create that, or something like create playground modal dot css file. I need to create it. Let me just create that. Create playground modal dot css. I've created it also. Now here I can just consume this with the class name to be modal container. So this is going to be the modal container, and then this one is going to be something like, let me just have some text first. Some text inside the modal. Okay, now here let me just open this. So modal container, and then inside this modal container what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a border of 2 pixels solid red for it. And let's get back. Now you see we got of 2 pixels solid red, and what I want is I want this to occupy the entire screen basically. So to make it so, I'll just make its position to be something like fixed maybe, and then when I make its position to be fixed, it will be a kind of floating on the document. Now you see it moved to the topmost, right? And then what I can do is I'll just make the color of it, let me keep color to be black as it is. But what I'm going to make is, this is the one which is now in a fixed position. I want it to occupy the entire width. So let me just have a top of 0, and then a bottom of 0 as well. So you see it is got stretched from top to bottom. Let me also give left of 0 and right of 0 even, right? And you see it is occupied entirely. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to specify a background color for it. Background color to be something like red. Now when I specify background color to be red, now you see it is entirely occupying the screen, and behind this we actually have the all the content, right? So I can just do something like transparent. So to do the transparency, I can just apply some opacity to be 0.4. Now you see red color, transparent screen or transparent fixed item which is occupying the entire screen is there, and then behind that we actually have all this, right? So now let's get back to this, and then instead of having this text, let me just have something like div, or maybe a form, because we need to have a form right over here. So form, and in this form what I'm gonna do is I'll just give something like the class name of it to be modal body, right? So let me just have the modal body inside, and for this one I'm going to specify a width of 200 pixels and a height of 200 pixels, right? Just like this, and a border of 1 pixel solid black, just like this. And if I go here, now you see I'm able to see the box over here, but I want this box at the center, right? To make such a box at the center, what I can do is I can just make this one to be a flex, so display to be flex, and then justify content center, and then align items to be also center. Let me just show you. Firstly, when I make it to flex, you see no changes as such. Let me just have justify content center first, not tracks. Now you see the box is at the center. Now over here, let me just increase the border to be 5 pixels to be able to see. Now you can see the 5 pixels bordered element is at the center in the horizontal. Vertical I wanted to center it. So for that I can apply align items to be again center. Now you see the item got at the center, right? Now what I wanted to do is I wanted to make its background color, the modal body's background color to be white, just like this. And let me also remove this particular opacity. Now you see I got the modal background color to be white, and I want this particular background color of the modal container to be, instead of red, I want it to be some other plain color. Let me just decide that color, maybe white. We just click on this. So I'll pick using color picker. So you see I have this color. So I'll just copy the RGB value because I wanted to tell you one thing. So RGB 150 153, right? So Instead of red, I'll just have that RGB value, RGB. And now you see we got such a background color. And then if you remember, the background color we can make transparent, right? And the transparency we can add by using a RGBA, and we can specify the opacity of the background color, something to be 0.1. And if I go here, now you can clearly see that it is little transparent, but the white color one is clearly visible to us, right? So let me just make it a 0.2. So you see it is the transparent basically, right? And let me also remove this border. Now we don't require this. And then for this also, I don't need the border height and width, but instead what I need is, let's see what kind of things are there in the actual thing. So there is a title first, which is create new playground, create new folder. Okay, so let me just have a title to be create new playground only. So what I'm going to do is, in the HTML I'm going to specify a h1 for this, create new playground. And then again I'm going to have a div with enter folder name. So div with one thing as paragraph, enter folder name, just like this, and then one input after the right side, right? So similarly another div which is going to capture enter card name. So let me just have another paragraph which is saying enter card name, and then it is also going to have another input, something like this. And then one last thing at the last, I need to have these two things, which is the drop down. So let me create another div for that. And then for this I have to have select, which is the drop down. And then inside this I'm going to specify the options to be with a value of CPP, and then with a value of CPP, and then another option with a value of Java, and then the value should be something like Java, and then another option with a value of something like JavaScript, and then here also I'm going to just specify JavaScript. And then one last, I think we are going to apply only these four languages here, so which is Python, and then the user should be able to select Python as well. And then after that eventually we have button, which is create create playground button. So create playground button, right? So it looks like we have specified everything, and moreover we need to specify an item which is span the close icon, basically span with a class name of material icons. And then I'm going to give another class called close, and then inside this I'll just specify the word close. Let me just search for the icon, close icon. So you see here we have the close icon. Let's see the word. So it is close as expected. So we can give this icon. So every HTML is been added. The only thing which is left is the styling part. So for styling, before I make the styling, right, I just wanted to give some standard class names for all of this. Something like a class name to be item, basically. Okay, so item, I mean by item inside this particular modal body, right? Now let's get back here, and if we go to here, now you see we have all the items over here, right? So let us target the item inside the modal body first, item, and before that let us give some padding all around, something like 20 pixels. Now you see we got the 20 pixels padding for this entire modal, and moreover we can specify the box shadow for it, which is something like 4 pixels, 4 pixels, and then something like 10 pixels in gray border. Now you can clearly see that it has some shadow effect as well. Let us also add border radius of something like 10 pixels to have some rounded corners. And then now what we do is we target these items and then make their display to be flex, and then flex direction is by default row. So let us use justify content to be between space between, and you see we got space between. And one more thing is, I also wanted So I also wanted some kind of gaps between all. So firstly, let us target the icon also. So along with the items also, let me target close, and which is an icon. I'll make its position absolute, right? I'll make its position absolute, and then I can align it with respect to the modal body. But before that, I need to make modal body to be non-static. So position to be something like relative, because position absolute will work about the first non-static ancestor. So that is the reason why I'm making position relative for the modal body. Now for this one, I'm going to specify top of 0 and then a right of something like 10 pixels. So you see the icon will be top of 0 and then a right of 10 pixels over here, right? And one more thing is, what I can specify here is, now let us style it a little more. To style it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this one to be display flex for the modal body also, and the entire form. And then just the flex direction, I want it to be something like column. Okay, and I can use the gap of 20 pixels, so that gap will be there between each and every item, just like this, right? And then the padding I can increase little more for it, something around 50 pixels. I got something more padding, um, but I don't want top padding. So padding top, I'll just make it to null. Padding top, I'll just make it to something like 0. Now you see it is looks little better. And then top offset for this, I'll just make it to something like 20 pixels. And then padding top also, I'll just give 10 pixels instead of 0, right? Now this looks little good, but not exactly. Let me have padding to be 50 only, and close button to be somewhere over here. I would like to have, so top of, instead of 10 20, I can give 10. Yeah, now we have the expected design, and then what we can do is let us style the input inside this item. So input, I'll style. So for this input, I'm just going to remove the default border. We have default border. Now the input border has been removed, and then its background color, I'm just going to make it to gray. And I'm also going to apply some padding of 5 pixels for the input. Now you see it has been little you know not that good, but we just made something good. And then upon focus also, we are getting a kind of outline. So let's remove that outline. So input, upon focus, outline, we need to make it to null, so that the outline will also not be visible to us. And let's also add a border radius for it. Border radius something around 4 pixels. And if I go now, these inputs are looking little better, but not exactly, because the background color is not that good. So let's change this background color to be something like a white shade. So let me choose some white shade just like this. But it is not still visible that good. So what I can have is, here they have the outline only, border only, but I wanted to make this input to be a little better. So I can give some other purple shade maybe. Let me just give a try with purple, and then I'm just going to give some purple shade just like this. Not exactly thicker ones, lighter ones would be better. So I can go with this as of now. And then along with the input also, I wanted to apply same thing for the select as well. So you see select also the same thing now, which got something. And let us also style the button up. So button, and then this button is going to, I wanted to remove its border to be none. By default there is a border for button, we can remove it. And then what we can do is we can apply a width of something like uh, you know 100 pixels I can give. So width 100 pixels, which is very small. But instead of width, what I can do is I can just specify some paddings, padding horizontal and then top. top padding I want 10 pixels, vertical padding, and then horizontal I want again 10 pixels, so I can give 10 pixels globally, just like this. And then I can style this border radius to be maybe 5 pixels, right? Looks better. And then some background color for it to be maybe blue, and then the color of the text to be white, and then cursor to be something like a pointer, right? Just like this. If I go here, now you see I got the button. And then hovering effect also I can add, because it's the extra styling that we can add. So upon hover, we can just have change the background color to be light blue maybe. So you see upon user hovers on it, so it's better to come from dodged blue to blue actually. So dodged blue here and then blue over here, right? So when user hovers on it, the button gets kind of highlighted, but I wanted a smooth transition. So transition duration I wanted to specify something like 0.5 seconds. Now you see it is a kind of having a little smooth animation kind of effect. Okay, and then coming to this inputs, I can get some input background color. So once I'll use this one, right, I can no need to each time check this. So I feel this color to be little better. So what I'll do is I'll open this image in a new tab, and then let me pick the color of this particular thing. The color picker is not working. So I can select this color. I've copied the color. So inputs background color, instead of this, I'm gonna give this particular color, which I hope looks much better. Yeah, as expected, it is looking better. So we can have this, and even we can increase the padding to be something like 20 pixels also, not for this but for the inputs, something like 12 pixels, which makes little more larger ones. And then these items we can specify align items to be centered, so that they will be centered properly, right? Now whenever we click on this particular thing, right, we just need to close this pop-up, right? So let's add that functionality also. So for this, on click, close modal. So let's write that method, close modal, and this one is going to close the modal. But to close the modal, we need to communicate to whom? We need to communicate to the modal provider, right? So modal provider has modal features where I have a method called close modal. So when I close modal, when I execute this function, what it does is it's going to set the modal type to be null back again. So when it is set to null, what happens is this modal.js listens to that particular active modal, right? I don't need this log statement, and then it rechecks and then re-renders the UI. So that's where active modal becomes something like null. When it becomes null, we are not going to show anything, right? So that is the idea. So what we can do is we need to access that particular context. So let me just get that modal features, which is equal to use context and then modal context, right? And once we get that, so we can just simply call modal features dot close modal, this method. When we call this method, that's fine, it's going to close the model basically, right? So let me just click on it. Now you see I lost the model, and if I click on it, the model got opened. And whenever I enter some data, let's say folder 1 and then folder 2, sorry, card name to be file 1, and if I change this thing, right, the JavaScript, so basically three inputs I'm capturing from this particular pop-up. Now whenever user clicks on this create playground, what should happen is eventually the playground provider, whichever is there, which is managing all the data, that playground provider should get the data, and then it should update in the local storage. And when it is updated in the local storage and then we set the state, right, again this right half is going to listen to it, and then it is going to re-render with a new data, right? So I wanted to attach that functionality whenever user clicks on this. So basically we can specify on submit event on submit modal, right? So let's capture that constant on submit modal. And then what I can have here is, so firstly I need to specify the name attributes for this. So name to be something like it's a modal, right? So the file name, sorry, it should be the folder name, right? And then what I wanted to do is, next input is going to be the file name, so name attribute to be file name, right? And then next thing is going to be for this one, which is name attribute to be language, right? And whenever this button, I'm going to define it as type of submit, so that when the user clicks on it, the form gets submitted. So upon on submit, right, on submit event, so this will take the event object. So you can just do something like prevent the default one, so event dot prevent default, just like this. Now when I call this event dot prevent default, and then if I log something like the object e, right, so e dot target, or let me just log the object e, because we need to capture the data. So let me save and get back to here. So I'll also inspect it because I need to monitor what's happening, right? So let me close this. Now when the user clicks on this, you see we got the, it is got prevented, it is preventing the default behavior. Default behavior is basically based on the action attribute, it is going to submit the data to that one. When the action attribute is not specified, it is going to submit to the same page, right? Because the default value is slash. So that's what the default behavior. Now I remove the default behavior. Now in the target, right, I can get actually the data. So what I can do is, instead of e, I'll just print e dot target. Now let me click again. Now you see we got e dot target, and in that e dot target I can get the input, which is folder name. So let me just get that folder name. I'm using optional chaining just to not to just to make sure that if there is no error. So now if I create playground, now you see I have this input, and I can just get the value of that input over here. Now if I click on it, I actually got the value, right? So folder name I got, file name also similarly I can get. So let us do the same thing. So constant folder name, file name, sorry, and then the language. I'm just going to destructure from this, which is equal to e dot target, right? So from the e dot target I can get all the inputs. So but I need to get the values of them. So to get the values of them, again what I can do is e dot target, I need to get the values, so let me just individually get the values. So constant folder name is equal to e dot target dot folder name dot value, and then const file name is equal to e dot target dot file name dot value, because file name is an input, right? So we have to get the value. And then another one which is going to be the third one, which is the language. So e dot target dot the language dot the value. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to submit the data to my playground provider. So playground provider is there, right? So in this playground provider, along with folders, I need to pass an object, something like constant. I should make something like playground features, right? And this playground features, I'm just going to have folders, right? And that's going to be the folders object. So I'm going to say it like playground features. So wherever I'm consuming, I should make sure that I'm consuming the folders. I know I'm consuming it in the right component, I need to change there. And then along with folders, I need to have a method called create new playground, right? So this method, let me just implement that. So over here, constant create new playground, and then this new playground function will take an object, right? And that object is new playground, right? And in this new playground object, what we will get is we will get the file name, folder name, and then language that has been chosen by the user, right? So this create playground function we are going to trigger, and then let me just log the new playground object, and I'll specify inside the playground provider, basically just like that. Okay, and then in the right component, I'm just going to modify a little bit wherever I'm consuming it. So here folders is something I need to destructure from the use context, because now the playground provider, which is this one, it's not providing only folders, it's providing an object, and in that object we have folders. So that is the reason why I have destructured over here. Let me save to not to encounter any issues. Now it has got destructured, and then let me just save this over here. And what I would need to do is now I need to get the state of that particular one also. So constant, and this one is going to be the playground features, playground, and then this one is equal to use context, and this one will be from the playground context, right? And then in the playground features I have a function called create modal, right? So playground features dot create playground, which is a function. So if you look at this in the playground provider, I'm just passing another function called create new playground. Sorry, let me just copy the same method and then call this create new playground, and it is going to just call this. And then for this I'm just going to pass the new playground data, and the new playground data is something which is includes the folder name, the file name, right, and then the language, these three things. That's all. Now we are going to capture the data, and then we are just printing it as of now in the create new playground. Let's handle the logic later. Let me just enter. Now you see it's empty, and let us just open this model. So I've opened, so something like folder new one, and then file new one, and then I'm going to choose JavaScript, and then let me just click on create playground. Now you see when I clicked on create playground, what happened is eventually I called the function, it is got refreshed, right? So let's see why it is got refreshed first. So firstly, whenever we submit, we are not preventing the default one, that is the reason. So e dot prevent default we need to call first at the very first, and that's the reason why we have got refreshed. And then let me just save, write some more things just like this, and then let me choose JavaScript and then click on submit. Now you see in the playground provider we got the data, right? So in the playground provider we got the data where we get this particular data whatever we have entered. Now somehow we have passed the data from this component, this particular pop-up component, to the provider of the playground, right? So now, but one more thing which we need to make sure that we need to attach the close functionality once it is done. So what we can do is we can just call the close modal as well over here once the data is being passed to the playground provider. And when data is received by playground provider, right, which is the new data, what we need to do is uh, whatever the folders array we have, right, existing folders array, so in that we need to pass the new thing. So let me just have const new folders is equal to the existing folders, right? So existing folders, and then in the new folders I just need to push one more folder which is going to be a big object, and then that object is the folder object. So folder object will have a unique ID. Let us just call this v4, and then it also have a title. So title is something which is we get from the new playground object. So constant file name, let me just destructure folder name, and then the language, right? And then from the new playground object I'm just destructuring it. So the title of the folder is something which is folder name actually, and then the next thing after this title, I'm going to create a files array for it. But again, one more thing is we need to check whether we have such a folder or not. Acha, this is going to be a brand new folder, right? So we have to create a new object, and then in this files we are going to create another object, and that object is again going to have one more ID just like this, and then it is also going to have a title, and the title is nothing but the file name which user entered in the pop-up. And then the next thing is something like the code, and code is something like, let's have default code, and then in the default code, based on the language that we get, we can dynamically have this. So let me just have an object of default code, so constant default codes, and this default code is going to be an object. So I have four objects as of now. One is cpp. So if it is a cpp, the value is going to be something like uh, you know I can specify some value to be something like cpp's default code. I'll just get it from Google, I don't want to type everything. And then javascript, if it is a javascript, then we have to have something like console.log hello world, just like this. Let me put it inside backticks, right? And then if it is something like python, right, so I'm going to have something like print, we put it in backticks, something like I'm going to have print hello python, something like this. And here also hello javascript. And then again, if it is java, right, so I'm going to have the default java code. So let me get those two codes from here, default c++, or let me choose for online cpp editor, and then I'll go for this one because I can get the default code from here maybe. So let me just copy this default code from here, and this one I'm going to put it inside over here. Let me remove the extra lines, just like this. Yeah, now this looks little better. So what I can do is I can just move this entirely to the leftmost, just like this. Okay, now what I can do is I can have these as direct keys, but let's make it as strings only. And then here I'll choose the language from C++ to Java so that I'll get the default Java code. Where is Java? Looks like Java is over here. Let me just get this particular default Java code, and let me just paste it inside this. Over here, and then I'm going to move this completely towards left. Yeah, this looks better, right? Now we have added the default code. So in the default codes, uh, I'll just have it wherever I'm consuming. So here I'm consuming. So based on the language, let's say if the user has chosen CPP, right? So default codes of CPP will be the code for it, right? Now we are setting up things inside the new folders. Now this new folders we should update in the local storage first. So local storage dot set item, and again the item, so previously we have folders, now I'm gonna override with a new folders object, right? And then moreover I need to update my state, so set folders I need to update to new folders, so set folders to basically new folders, right? Just like this. And if I get back to here, and then if I come here, and then let me open this. So initially like this, and then let me create a new playground. So I wanted to enter CPP playground as a name, and then I wanted to enter card name to be index.cpp, something like, and I wanted to keep the language to be CPP, and let's create it. Now you see, if you see clearly, we got created with a new folder CPP playground, and then we got this one. Why it is got updated is because it is updated because we are setting the state of it. So when we set the state of this, the playground provider is eventually gonna re-render. When it re-renders, right, it makes sure that whichever the children is consuming the state, this particular playground features, those components also re-renders to update the UI. Now the children which is consuming this folders data is the one which is our right component, right? So in the right component, it was actually consuming the data, right? So if you clearly see, we are consuming the folders. That is why it is also got re-rendered to update the user interface. So I hope you understand this creation of playground. Similarly, now basically you might feel little difficult doing all this, right? But why I did is all this is you will understand the useful meaning for it when I create other models as well, because we have set up the generic setup, okay, the basic generic setup, so that whenever we need to create a new model, right, it is just that we just add a key for it and then we just render that model. That's it. Everything will be auto taken because we have set up the basic setup now. So handling remaining models is much easier. Okay, so that from now onwards we don't need to take much efforts to work on the pop-up. So it is kind of auto wide right now. So we can just start creating the model and then just injecting that model into the context so that we can pop it up, right? And currently whatever the model that we have created for the create playground, it has some flaws. Let us see what those flaws are. So firstly, whenever I create I clicked on this, right? And as soon as if I let me just create something with some names, and then you see I'm choosing Python over here. And then when I click on create playground, so basically we should be displayed with a folder name like index over here, and then language with a value of the language, right? Sorry, the file name and the language needs to be displayed, right? So let me just create it. Now you see we got the folder name, that is fine. We got the file name, that is also fine. But if you look at this, the language is nothing. We got language to be not Python, not even any other values. We are not getting this language because we did not properly we have made some mistakes around where we have not properly set up this language. So we will debug this to attach this language also, because for other things we are getting and for this thing we are not getting, means we have in our global state we are not setting up the key called language. Let's just figure out that. That is one flaw. And then the second flaw is that whenever I click directly on create playground, so I am able to create the playground, right? If I click on it, you see I have got an empty playground with some values, right? And that's what I don't want. This is the second flaw. So basically all the fields in this, the three fields, the language, the card name and the folder name, needs to be required, right? So if you remember, we have created a form to take up all these three values, but we forgot to set up the required attribute for all of these three inputs. So that is the reason why we are able to still create the playground, right? And now one more thing is that when I refresh this page, basically currently I have 4 folders right now. When I refresh the page, I should be able to see the 4 folders which I have created till now. But if I do so, if I refresh the page, now you see the newly created 2 folders, I lost it, right? And that's not the behavior we wanted. So we are not kind of storing it. And this is the third flaw. Let us try to fix all of them. Firstly, we were not getting the language. Let's see why. So firstly, where we were creating the language, I mean the model is playground model, right? Create playground model is the file, and in this file we are actually taking all the input values with the name of folder name, file name, and then here comes the language. And you see when we submit this, we are capturing into this, and till now these inputs are normal inputs, not a required inputs. So let us set an attribute called required for all of these three, right? So required, and then this is also required, so that when we set the required, right, that's on submit will be, the event will be triggered only when all the fields are filled up. Otherwise the on submit event will not be triggered, right? And then this thing is, however, we have a default value, so we don't actually need to specify required, but I'm specifying just for the safety, right? And then going back to here, I have set up the required attributes so that now user has to choose all of them. Let me just show you that practically. Now if I click on it, and if I click on create playground, now you see it is asking me to enter this field because it's a required field right now, right? So we have removed one flaw. And then moving on to, so we are calling this create new playground method, which is provided by the playground provider, right? And then for that function, I'm passing all these three values as it is, like the folder name, I mean three inputs. So this language is something which is a drop down. So whatever the user chooses out of all this, that language we are passing, right? Now let us just see what is happening in the create playground method. So these are the playground features, and then in this playground features we have let me just head back to this file, and in this file we have the method called create new playground, right? And that's what one of our features of the playground features. And then in this, if you see, I'm extracting language also, and in the new folders dot push, I'm pushing a new folder with a folder name, that's fine, and then with the file name, and then the code to be default code. But here we are not setting up the language. If you look at the default, I mean initial data, so in the initial data, if you look at the model of one particular folder, so we have for every file we have one key called language, which is specifying what kind of language it was, right? So that key we are not specifying now. So let me just specify that over here. Along with the default code, we need to specify this, and it should not be statically typed. So it is the language that we actually receive from this new playground basically. So now we also removed this flaw, right? So let us just verify this. So I'm going to create a folder, so folder 123, just like this, and then index.python file, and then I'm going to choose Python, and then let me create the file. Now you see this time we got the language. And then let us move on to the another flaw, where when I refresh, I'm gonna kind of lose this particular folder 123. Let me do that. Now you see I lost the folder 123. Let us just try to fix that also. So if we head back to here, and playground provider is something which is the one managing the entire state of our folders and then files, right? So in the entire thing, if you see in the use effect, I mean use effect callback will be called only when the component mounts onto the web UI, right? So always when the home screen loads, or when this particular component mounts onto this UI, we are kind of running this line of statement where we are setting item into the local storage with a key of data and with a value to be folders, right? And if we head back to see what is this folders, and the folders is always the initial data, I mean the two folders, which is the static initial data. So what is happening is whenever this component is getting mounted, we are having this folders to be the initial data, which includes two folders, in each folder one file, and then that folders object we are setting once the component gets mounted, right? And we are not checking whether there is some extra folders which previously the user has entered, but blindly we are just setting a new key with a value of data, and then the data of that particular key to be the initial data again. So here, to write the statement, we need to make a check over here. If we are already having some local storage data, right? So if we are already having some local storage data, so local storage dot get item with a key of data. So in our local storage, if we have a key data with some value in it, which means that the user has previously come to this web page and then edited something, maybe he has made 3 or 5 folders, right? And now what we need to do is, if there are such a folders, what we can do is, we are not going to reset our particular local storage. So if this is not true, which means when there is no data in the local storage, then only we are going to reset our local storage. Okay, so this is one check we missed, and then we have to now it gets debugged, right? If I save and then head back to it, now let me create one thing, something like folder 231 and then some file to be index.java. Let me choose Java over here and then let me create it. Now you see Java folder is got created, and if I refresh, now I should be able to, I lost it, right? Let us see, there is some more issue maybe. So but we are setting it up and then we are consuming it in the folders, right? So let me just search for right component where we are consuming it, and in the right component this is the folder, and in the folder we are going to get the cards. And how do we get this folder? So we are extracting folders, that's fine, from the playground context. So from the playground context we are setting the folders, which is the initial folders over here, that is also fine. So yeah, if you look at this, what is happening is the folders again are each time initial data only, and that is what we are providing to everyone, right? So we should not hard code it to initial data each time. Instead we can write a callback inside this use state, and then here we can specify if local storage dot get data, sorry, get item, which means that in the local storage if we have the data, right, then we are going to return that one only. So return, or else instead of calling for twice, what I can do is constant local data is equal to this one. And then if you remember, local storage dot get item data is a stringified data, which means it was a purely string, so we need to parse it into object. So parse, and that is also when we need to parse, only when it is there, right? So if local data is there, then what we do is we return the parsed value of this particular one. So parse local data, right? When this particular local data is not there, when this local data is not there, so then in that case we have to return the initial data. So what eventually I'm doing here is that my folders state will be equal to the local storage folders if local storage folders exist, otherwise the initial data. So that is the reason why I have written a callback, because if you remember, use state does take a callback, and whatever that callback returns, that will be a kind of state value for that particular hook folders variable over here, right? So if I save this, now this time let me create one more with something like index.cpp and save. Now you see currently I have 4 things, and let me refresh it, and you see we have 4 things as it is. So it has got fixed again. Now we will try to implement some other functionalities in the home screen. So let me open the right component, so which is the right side half, which shows all the folders up to us. Now till now we have implemented the create playground one only, which is the modal that would create the new playground with some file inside, maybe the card, right? Now let's try to implement another modal which is for the creating new folder. So you see there is a button called new folder on the top right. When we click on it, we should be able to create a new folder. So let me give some new folder inside, and if I create it, right, a brand new folder which is going to be an empty folder without any cards will be created for us. Now you see we have got something which is the new folder over here. So we kind of need to generate such a pop-up now upon clicking on this new folder. So let's try to implement that. And we have this new folder button in the entire right component. So this is our right component, and here we have the new folder, you see, so with some icon and then this one. So let us add something like add folder classes there for it. So currently when we move on to it, the mouse cursor is something like an arrow, right? We have to make it like a pointer so that the user can understand that it is a clickable one, right? So to make it for this class, what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach for this class the cursor to be pointer. Now if I come back to here, now this time I'll get something like which is clickable one. So when the user clicks on it, I need to open the create folder modal. So for that we need to have an on click event for this. So on click, something like create new folder, or something like open create new folder modal. So we have to open the modal, right, which is the create new folder. So let me just do that. So const open create new folder modal, and this is the one is going to open the new model, right? So now we have the playground context over here. So let's modal provider, we need to have the context of modal provider. So let us just see what we have over here. So in the modal provider we have the features, modal features, using which we can just call this function, which is open modal. And then for this we need to set the argument to be the modal type basically, right? So let's just do that. So I'm going to first get the context of that. So modal features is equal to use context, and then modal this context name is modal context. So let me just get this. I need to import this. Yeah, now you see I have imported the modal features. Now using this modal features object, what I can do is I can just call the function which is open modal, and then here I just need to specify the type of the model, right? And the type of the model, so currently if you see, we are going to generate a lot of models, right? So at every file we are kind of hard coding the modal type. So there may be there is a high probability that we make a mistake while typing this type, right? So to not to happen in the real time, what we do is we kind of keep all these model types in some constants, so that using that constants object, wherever we want, we can just import and then use it, so that there will be no typing mistake. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'll just create some folder called within the modal provider, or within the modal provider itself. I'm going to export something like constants, const modal constants. Now in this modal constants, I'm going to have the list of constants basically, I mean list of models. So if you see playground provider is this thing, yeah. So inside this model we have one model which is the create playground model till now, right? Now for this we have used some kind of in the modal.js. So if you see, we have used something like modal features active modal is equal to create playground. So we have given some value, string value, right? So I don't want to make any mistake even when I'm toggling this particular modal. Maybe I need to open by whenever I'm calling the open modal function from somewhere to open this particular create playground, I supposed to give the same string there also. So there is a probability that we make the spelling mistake. So that is why what I'm going to do is, so you see in the modal.js file, and then wherever I'm opening the modal, so there also I'm kind of using the string, right? So now what I'm going to do is, in my modal provider, I'm going to export this particular object with the keys as this, and then the value of this value is also this, and then this modal constant I'll just import wherever I'm using. So here I'm using, so let me just import this modal constants dot and then create playground. Now you see, this time we are pretty sure that if we change something here, then if we change something over here with the value, the key, let's say I wanted to change it to some other key, maybe instead of create playground I would say something like create folder in future, then eventually it is going to affect everywhere wherever we are using this constants. So that is the idea, and then the typing mistakes will also be not there. And similarly here also I'm gonna use it, modal constants dot create playground. That is fine. Now coming to this, so coming to our flow where we wanted to create a new folder. So we need to have one key for it, right? Because when I'm opening modal, right, whenever I'm calling the open modal function from the modal features, I supposed to tell which modal to open. There are many modals that we have till now. So when I pass this key, which is the create playground, it is going to open the create playground model, right? So now this time I'm going to have something like add folder model, or something like create folder, and then for this I'm going to give the same value, which is this one, as a key. Now wherever I'm opening this particular model, so if you see, I've implemented a function to open the model, right? and here I can just use the modal features dot sorry, not modal features, modal constants dot create folder. So whenever I'm opening this, right, so this particular modal will be created. Now whenever I open this in my modal, based on the type, I need to render one component, right? So modal features dot active modal, if it is equal to modal constants dot create folder, then I'm going to show the modal which is the create folder. So for now I'm just gonna show some h1 message saying that let me just have a like a component, or I can have like this also, create folder modal. So I'm just showing the empty h1. So firstly what is happening is, in my right component, whenever user clicks on this button, which is the new folder on the top right, I'm going to execute this function, and this function using modal features, it is going to open this particular modal, which is the create folder. And then in the modal provider, if you see, we have open modal key, which is set modal eventually. So the modal type is going to set to the create folder, create underscore folder. Whenever modal type is set to some new value, what happens is, in our modal.js, we are consuming this particular context, right? So it will re-render to update this modal features. Now modal features.active modal will become the create folder this time, so that the h1 is going to render it. So here active modal is something which is the modal type as it is, right? Now let us just see whether it is working or not. So if I click on it, now you see we got at the bottom most, we got the create modal, right? So let me refresh. Now you see at the bottom I don't have anything. So whenever I click on this, right, now I'll be able to see the h1 at the bottom most, because I'm just enabling it, right? Now the agenda is to finish this particular modal, which is the create folder modal. So create folder modal, let us finish it. So in the modals only, something like create folder modal.js, so export constant create folder so create folder modal, and let me also have the CSS for it, create modal dot scss, and then I'll just need to link this over here, create folder modal dot scss. I think I need to rename this create folder, right? Now if I go back to here, yeah, it's working fine. So I just created one new component, which is the create folder modal, and that is the one responsible to create a new folder, right? Now let me just import that over here. I have imported. Now if I get back to here and then refresh it, now you see whenever I click on it, again I got the create folder model over here. Now this time, instead of this h1 tag, now we need to style it according to our requirement. So if you look at it, it's just going to have a pop-up, and that pop-up is going to have some styling over here, which is one input and then one button, and then the title to be this one, right? So let us just make that. So for making this create folder, I'm going to use the styling of the other model as well, because it's eventually another model, right? So we can use the CSS of the other model basically. So to do that, firstly let me close this. Yes, this is my create folder model, and create a playground model. Let me just open this. I'll keep it on the right side just to make some comparison, right? So create playground model is something which will be opened when user clicks on this particular this particular thing, this particular button, this model, right? So we are eventually going to make the same kind of model, right? So let us just see. So if you see in this model, we have some styling, which is the modal container, right? And then modal body we have, right? So what we can do is we can kind of have the same styling, because it's a clear styling that we can reuse, and then we just need to change the modal body whatever we have, right? So in the modal.css, let me just open the CSS file of it. So for this modal container, I could use this class name, right? So what I will do is I'll also link the import, the styling, which is create playground modal.scss. Now this styling I have included over here, and then here also what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div, and then for this div, much like what I've done over here, I'm going to give a class name of modal container, a class name of modal container, just like this, so that the modal container class name would be applied to it, just like this. Let me click on it. Now you see the background color is kind of shaded now because the modal container class is applied. And then let's have the form, and inside the form, for this form we just need to have the class name to be modal body, right? So now we have, you see, some body over here, and inside this let us decide what to have. So I just wanted to have something like an input. Firstly, title I need to have title, and then these two things are mandatory. So let me just add these two also here, but the title is going to be something which is create new folder. So this is going to be the title, and then the close icon would also be there. Now you see we got the title, and then the close icon is also there over here. Now what I can do is I could just create one input as well as a button. So let me just have that input, and then a button which is create folder, and then this button is of type submit. Let me just specify type to be submit. Now for this input I'm going to give the placeholder to be enter folder name, just like this. Now you see we got the input, and then we got the create playground. So let me just style it a little bit. So for this input and then this thing together, I'm going to wrap it inside another div, and then inside this div what I'm going to do is I'll create style, or maybe I'll create some inline style, and then in the inline style I'll specify styles dot I'm going to create an object called styles, and then in that object I'm going to specify the styles of this particular input container. So let me have it over here. So constant styles, inline styles I'm giving, and then input container, and eventually this is an object, so we can just give it inside. So for this input container, let us just specify the styles over here. So display to be flex, I wanted to display both of the items to be flex, and then when I display flex, right, the input and then the button will come side by side. Let me just save. Now you see they came side by side, and then for the input what I'm going to do is for this I'll give a inline style again over here, saying that flex grow to be 1, so that it will take up the remaining area. And then for the flex I'm going to give a gap of 10 pixels, so we should get a gap of 10 pixels now. And for the input, instead of writing the inline styling completely, let me just copy this, and then styles dot the input, and I'll target the input object over here. And then for this input I'm going to give flex grow, and then I'm going to give some extra styling also, and the extra styling may be a padding which is of 10 in all the 4 directions. So you see we got some padding, right? And then we can style this button also a little bit. So for that I'm going to give another inline styling, so style, so styles dot btn, right? And then here btn, and for this btn background color to be white I'll give, which is the same thing, or else I could give transparent to have it like with a parent transparent, whatever the parent background color is there. If I wanted to have the same parent's background color, then I could give the transparent background color. And then I'll remove the default border to be just like none value. And if I go here, now you see the button has a transparent background color which has a default which has the background color to be the parent background color. Now what I'm going to do is I'll just give a background color of something this, and then I'm going to style the corners of it. So let me just save, copy this, and then for this I'll give the background color to be this one instead, and then border radius maybe 10 pixels. If I go here, now you see I got the border radius to be little curved, which is very huge. I'll just give 4, and then a padding of maybe horizontally vertically I don't want to give any padding, but horizontally I wanted to give, so vertical padding is 0, and then horizontal padding is something like 10 pixels. Now you see we got some horizontal padding, and the color of the text I just need to make it to white. Now you see we got the white color, right? And whenever we click on it, the form is kind of going to get submitted. So what we can do is, so we can have an event called on submit, like how we had over here for the submit, and then whenever we click on this pan, right, we are again going to have something like on click, which is close modal, right? And now for the form, let's have on submit event, and then I'll have a function like on submit modal, just like this, and then inside this let me specify the close modal function, and then another one on submit modal. So upon submitting modal, we'll get the folder name, right, folder title basically. So to get the folder title, it is just that we have to give one name attribute for it, that. So let me give a name attribute for it, name folder name, just like this, right? So that's what the folder name that the user enters into. Now inside this on submit modal, we can target the E, which is the event object, and then the default one is kind of since action is empty, it's going to submit to the same page. So let us prevent the default one. So prevent default, just like this, and then after that let's extract the folder name, constant folder name is equal to e dot target, which is the actual object, actual form, and then in that form I just need to read the input, which is having the name to be folder names. You see this is the folder name of the input, so using that I can capture the value of it, so just that I can use the value at the last. And then what I'm going to do is I'll just log this particular folder name, so that we'll be able to see the folder name in the console. And then after that I just need to close modal at the last. So whenever we close the modal, what we need to do, we just need to have the modal features in it. So let me just get that. So constant modal features is equal to use context, which is the modal context. Now using this modal features, we can just call this particular close modal. So whenever we call this close modal, so in the modal features, if you see modal features, so there is a method called close modal, and whenever we call it, the modal type we are setting to null. That's it. When the modal type is set to null, so in the modal.js, in this file, so the modal features gets updated, and the active modal will become the null. So when the active modal becomes null, none of these two will be displayed to us, right? So hope everything works. Now what we can do is we can inspect it to see what kind of things we get. Going to our console, and then let me click on this new folder. Now you see we got the pop-up. I'll just enter some name and then click on create folder. Now you see the folder name we got. So we got some folder name now. Now whenever we get this folder name, what we need to do is we need to write some logic inside to actually we need to write some logic to create a new folder, right? So we just need to have another one, which is in the modal features only. We just need, because that is the one managing the entire thing. In the entire data is managed by playground context only. So let me just have the playground provider first. So in the playground provider, so here is where we are actually managing the entire data, right? So we have a method called create a new playground, which is going to take the playground and then it is going to create it, right? Now what I'm going to have is, I'm going to have another method called create new folder, something like this. Now I'll create the function for it as well. Constant create new folder, and then this create new folder, what it does is it's going to take the folder name, right? So it just takes the folder name, which is the title, and then it creates it. That's it. So to create the folder name, if you look at the data structure that we have, initial data, so for every folder we kind of have empty files array and then one ID and then title, right? So we just need to append into it. So ID, title, and then files are the three keys which we need to have. So a new folder is equal to something like ID is equal to, we can just call the v4 again to get some unique value, and then title is something which is the folder name, right? And then the next thing is files. So whenever user creates a new folder, right, we are not going to have any files inside, right? So files is going to be empty array. Now this new folder we just need to update with our the local storage, right? So we have the folders array, and then we just need to update the folders array as well. So whenever we call the set folders, the state of this changes, and then how can we update in the, so in the create folder, what we did, we are kind of setting the item. So let's have the entire object which is constant folders, something like modified folders or something like modified data. So in the modified data, if you see, we will be having some list of folders initially, right? That's going to be an array, correct? So you see there are two folders are there inside the initial data, and that's what the same data structure that we are going to have in the folders also, correct? So it's going to take the local data and then get the item. So when it is there, and then returns initial data. Okay, if the local data is there, then we are returning that. Okay, that's fine. So initial data, so the data structure of folders is eventually the same as the initial data structure, which stores the list of folders. It is just that we just need to append another item into it. That's it. So to do that, what we can do is we can just have the current folders, which is this. So it's going to be an array again. So what I can do is modified data would be the current folders as it is with the new folder, something like this, new folder. So basically what I'm doing is, let's say if I have two elements, something like this, 1, 2, right? And then I have another one which is 3. Now what I'm doing is I'm spreading this 1, 2, and then I'm also kind of spreading this into here. Okay, so making a new modified data. Or else what I can do is I can directly update the folders.push, and the folders will get updated. So when folders gets updated, we can just update the local storage. So let me just do that instead. So folders dot push the new folder, and then after pushing the new folder, what we need to do is we got the folders now. After pushing new folder, what we need to do is we just have added one more, and now we have to set our local storage. After setting our local storage, we just need to re-render the component to just update the folders basically. So what I can do is local storage dot set item for the same key, which is data, right? And for this I'm going to have the new folders, which is the modified one, and then set folders I'm going to give the new folders basically. So it's not a good idea to always directly update the state object. Instead we can have it a separate object. So that is the reason why I have used a different one. Let me just make that way only, which makes much readability. So constant all folders is equal to existing folders, comma, and then another one is the object which is new folder basically, right? This is going to be another item. Now after I get this all folders, what I can do is I can just have this at these two places. So I'm going to set up the all folders, and then I'm going to update the state of the component also. So create new folder is another feature, so that I'm passing into playground features. Now here let me just extract that. So playground feature, so in the playground feature also I don't need to extract all of them. So use context and then playground context. So in the playground context, what we need to have is we just need to have this create new folder method. Let me just have it. So I've destructured here. So create new folder, which is a function that takes up the folder name and then creates the folder basically. So let me just instead of logging it, I'll just call this create new folder with a folder name that I'm going to pass. Now what happens is whatever the new folder that user has entered, that new folder upon submitting we are capturing the value of it, and after capturing we are calling one method called create new folder, which is present, which we have just created inside our playground provider, because that is where we are entirely managing the data. Right now, as soon as we click on this, so we are kind of calling this function by passing the new folder name, and then it takes care of creating another object, and that object will be pushed into the existing folders, and then we are updating the local storage. After updating the local storage, we are also making sure that to re-render the component, because if we are not re-rendering the component, right, the UI will not get updated. So that is the idea. Let me just save it. Now coming to here, I'll just create one model, maybe C++ introduction. Let me create it, and we should be able to see an empty model, which empty folder, which is C++ introduction. Now let's come back further and then do the same thing. Like we just need to have these functionalities where we can delete the folder and then update the folder name, right, and then create a new playground inside. So let's just implement them. But before implementing them, I just wanted this particular right component to be in a scroll view. So let me just make home screen. So in the home screen, this right component is there, no? So in this right component, what I'm gonna do is for this right container, so this is the one contains everything. I'll just give height to be 100%. So we'll have the height to be 100%. Why we got this extra, or else let me comment this. Okay, let me specify a border first. I just wanted to see 2 pixels solid, right? Now you see we got the border around it. Now what I can do is I can make it like a scroll view. So height of it, I'll just specify 100 VH. So when I specify 100 VH, now you see it is got fixed, but the item, some of the items started overflowing out of it. So that is where we can use the property called overflow Y. If I specify hidden, right, it will be hidden basically. So whatever the items which are trying to overflow, they will be hidden. So if I specify some value called scroll, right, now it will be able to, we will be able to scroll within this particular container, just like this. Now you can see only the right side thing is getting scrolled, not the left side thing. Now I can get rid of this one, right? So this looks much better than the previous one, where we will be able to see the list of cards on the right side without affecting this particular scroll view of the left side element. Now let's try to implement other functionalities where user will be able to, let's say if I click on delete or edit or new playground. So new playground is something where we kind of create a new card inside that particular folder, right? So let's start from the delete first. We see the delete thing. So whenever we click on delete, right, delete on a folder, we should be able to delete that folder. So we should have, so delete is something which is not a modal implementation, it's just a functionality, right? So let us just do that. So for doing it, firstly we have to go for the button where we have, so in the right side component, the delete icon is there for a folder inside over here, right? This is the place. Now let me just add a class name for it, maybe delete folder. I just would like to style it a little bit. I do already have this property. So delete folder, I'll just kind of give. So these three icons, whatever are there, I could make the cursor as the pointer type, right? So let me just target material icons, all the material icons. Right side continue. Cursor to be pointer, just like this. Now we'll be having the pointer type so that it makes like it is clickable one now. So now whenever user clicks on this, let me just have on click event for it. So delete folder, right? So I'm going to implement a function called delete folder, constant delete folder. Just like this. Now what we can do is, this delete folder is the function that knows so basically we have to tell the provider, which is the playground provider. Let's implement the delete folder thing basically. So constant delete folder, and then in this what it does is it's going to take the folder ID, right? And then what it does is it's going to just iterate on the folders, basically this kind of data, and then wherever it finds the ID, so basically we can figure out a particular folder based on the ID that it has, right? So whatever the v4 one which we have creating, that is the ID using which we can specifically target an element or target a particular folder, right? So we should somehow need to know which folder we are deleting, which means we should know the ID of the folder that we are deleting. So what I'm going to assume is that I'm going to assume there is a delete folder function which is going to take the ID of the folder. And what is the task of it? To delete the folder with ID to be this ID. And then after deleting, make sure update the local storage also. So it's not enough if we delete in the state of this particular component, which is the folders. We also need to make sure that we need to delete that in the local storage as well. So for doing it, now assume that somehow we are going to get the ID of the folder. So what we can do is now, so we can just iterate on the map, right? We can just iterate on the map. So wherever the ID of that particular element is there, we are just going to remove that. So what we can do is we can do something like a filter. We can have a function called filter. What filter does is it iterates on the array, and then whenever the callback in the filters array returns a true value, it captures that element. Otherwise it does not capture. So what we can do is folders dot filter, and then this one takes the item which is a folder item, or let me just make it to folder item, and then we are going to return true for which we wanted to not to delete. So when the folder item dot id is equal to id. So whenever the id that we are receiving, that id is equal to the folder id, we need to delete it basically. So let me have something like updated folders list, because we are going to delete one item, which is this folder id. So further we can just keep not equal to, because let's say we have three folders. One is with an ID of 100, another one with an ID of 342, another one with an ID of 678. Okay, now let's say I wanted to delete a folder who has an ID of 342, right? Now whenever I am iterating on this array, so 100 triple equal to 342 will be false, right? So I need to include this. So to include this 100, my callback function should return false. So I need to exclude only this 342. So that is where I should return false value, right? False value means not equal to 342. 342 not equal to 342 will be false. So that is where I am returning it. And then after getting the updated folders list, Now what we can do is we can set the local storage dot set item with a key of data, and then with updated folders list, and then also let's update our state of the component so that everywhere in the UI will also get updated. Set folders to be the value which is the updated list. Let me just have it. Right now we have one method which actually takes care of deleting a folder, right? So let us pass this as a feature to our component again. So delete folder is also a feature, playground feature. Now let's come back to here, and then let's use the context here. Constant use context, constant. So I'm going to take one method and then use context, and then playground context. Now in the playground context, I just need to capture this particular feature, which is the delete folder, so that I can just call this particular one. So delete folder, and whenever so let me have this function to be some other name, on delete folder. So what we can do is we somehow need to get the ID of the folder, every folder. So currently we are getting the folder title as well as the list of cards only. We are not getting the ID of the folder. So to get the ID of the folder, what I could do is I can have another prop with the folder dot ID as the ID. Now let me have the ID over here. So during the iteration on this particular list of folders, I would get uniquely the folder ID. So when I get uniquely the folder ID, so I can just call this particular delete folder with that particular ID, so that will be edited in the local storage as well as in the entire global state of the playground provider. Now let's get back to over here, and then if I click on this, I'm gonna call. So when user clicks on this, I'm gonna call this particular method, and in this method I'm just calling this method which is delete folder, which is from this one. So the delete folder method takes up the ID, and then it takes the ID, it just deletes the item or the folder which is with that particular ID, and then remaining all of the things will be returned. So updated folders list we are going to update in the local storage, as well as we are going to set in the set it as a state also. So now and one more thing is, whenever I am setting the item, just I need to set this as a stringified item. So json.stringify, and then here also I just need to set it as a stringified data, just like this. Now coming back to here, so if I click on it, now you see I lost it. So let's say I'll come and delete this today folder. So if I click on delete today, you see I lost it as well. And if I click on this one, folder 231, you see I lost it as well. And then this one also I lost, this one also I lost, everything. Now if I inspect and show you, so in the local storage we are not going to have any data basically. So you see it's an empty array. Now let me create one folder which is some new folder, and you see some new folder got created, right? Let me create a playground, second new folder, something like test.cpp, create playground. Now you see I got this one as well. Now if I click on this one, right, eventually my local storage would get updated, you see. So you see in the local storage we have been deleted one object, which is the folder object. That is all. And now what we could do is, so let us implement this particular edit now. So whenever user clicks on this edit icon on top of the folder, where user should be able to edit the folder basically, I mean folder title. So just the same kind of a UI that we had in the case of new folder. So create new folder with the title, but here it's going to be edit folder title. So let us just implement that also. So that model we need to implement first. So I'll directly, by the way, one more thing is in the create model, right, whatever the CSS I've created, so that I did not use because we had a reusage, right? So we don't need to bother about this file, we can remove it. And then I can also remove this particular, and let me create another model which is update folder, Yeah, I could say update folder only, update folder title to be specific .js, and then we are following the suffix of modal for everything. Let's also add that. So export constant update folder title modal, and then this one would be again a div, and let's import the styling which we had, the modal container and everything. So import create playground modal dot scss with a small c over here, right? Now you see we can just have this particular class name for the container which contains it, right? And then later we can have another one which is the form maybe, and inside the form we can just have a span of close. So to get that, let me just open create a playground modal, and then inside this I'm just going to copy this one, these two things. Now for this we should give a class name of modal body just to get the styling, and then close modal, let's implement the function close modal. So constant close modal, just like this, and then it is update folder title. So the title of it is something like this, and then let's also have the same styling which we have over here. So but that can also be reusable. So let's say we have created just now we have created one modal which is for creating a new folder, and that also has a one input and then one button just side by side, and whatever the styling we had there we can just use that styling. So we will kind of move that entire styling into another I mean the same css file, so that we can start reusing that also, right? So instead of rewriting it again and again here. Now what I'm going to do is for this modal by opening my modal.js file, so I should just first get the modal constants. Let me add a new modal constant which is update folder title. So this is going to be the another key which represents which you know takes care of loading the update folder modal. And then what I can have is inside over here modal features dot active modal, if it is equal to modal constants dot the update folder title, I'm just going to have update folder title modal, just like this. Now if I come back to here and I should launch this modal, right? So where I can launch, so in the right component again, so that is where I just need to implement it. So whenever user clicks on this particular edit, so on click edit folder title, or let me specify something like on edit folder title, constant on edit folder title. Now inside this, so in the playground context, let me have something like but firstly let us see the UI. So on edit folder title, right, what we need to do is we just need to open the modal. So to open the modal we just need to have the modal context. So constant modal open modal from use context, and this time I just need to get the modal features, right? So for that modal context, and in the modal context if you see we have one method which is the open modal, so I'm just going to use that open modal only. And then after using that on edit folder title, I'm just going to launch that. So open modal by passing modal constants dot update folder title, and if I save, and now if I get back to here and then click on this particular edit icon, Now you see we got the update folder title model, right? When we click on it, we are not able to close it. Let's implement that. For that we just need to head back to our component, which is update model title, and then in this let me get the context, which is from use context, then modal context. Now I'm going to have the method close modal in this. So you see in this one I have a function called close modal. So let me just have this close modal directly attached to over here, so that whenever we click on this particular close icon, the modal will go away, right? So if I click on the edit, now you see the modal is popped up. So whenever we click on this particular close, we are taking the feature which is the close modal function from the modal provider context, and then we are just closing the modal. Now here if you try to observe, right, so to edit a particular folder name, right, we should know which folder that is. So let's try to implement the function in the modal, sorry, in the data provider, which is the playground provider, because this is the one has the capability of updating the local storage or updating the state of the entire global state basically. So let's have a function called edit folder title. So this is the function, and just think of it. So edit folder title is something which takes a new title, so something like new folder name, and this is going to be a string, right? And also this edit folder title, what it does is it's going to update the folder title. So to update a particular folder title, it should require the ID of the folder, correct? So without ID, how can it figure out? It can't figure out, no? So that is why we should require this particular ID. Now when we have the ID and then the new folder name, right? Now what we can do is we can update the title. So to update the title, again I'm going to use folders.map, and then on this I'll just use folder items. So I'm just iterating on all the maps because I need to update the folder wherever the ID is the actual ID that we have. So if folder item dot if folder item dot id is actually equal to the id, then for that particular folder item I'm going to change the title to be the new folder name, and then after that I'm just going to return the folder item as it is, right? And then I'll get updated folders list, and once I get this updated folders list, what I can do is local storage dot set item with the key data and then stringified format of the updated data, so updated folders list, and then we are going to set folders to be the updated folders list basically, right? Now this is the edit folder title that takes care of editing a particular folder's title or name by taking the new folder title as well as the ID. So if I copy this and then let me just pass it as a feature, now I can consume this feature in my update folder title model over here. So let me just get that. So constant is equal to use context. Now in this use context, playground context I need, and in the playground context update folder title is something that I need. Let me just copy the name so that we don't be having any typo. So update folder title, this is what I need. So edit folder title, okay, so this is, we have given edit folder title, okay, this is also fine, the name is fine. And then coming to here, now we have got the function. So the only thing that from this model somehow we just need to call this edit folder title by passing the ID, right? So what we can do is, firstly let's have the form, which is the div. Now inside this div we are going to have the as we discussed, we need to have some common styling, right, for it. So what we can do is we can just get it from the create create folder modal. So in the create folder modal, you see I have added some styling, which is this. I can just export from here so that I can also use it inside the other one, but it's not a good practice to export from here because styles are something, inline styles we should use for a single file. But here we have the use case, and one more thing is I don't want to affect the global styles which is from this particular create playground model, which has some generic. I don't want to disturb it, so that is the reason why I am exporting from here without without rewriting it. Now in the update folder, what I could do is, so I will just copy the same design just like it over here, right? And then for the styles, what I'm going to do is I'll export it something like, instead of styles I will export something like create folder styles basically. So let me edit create folder styles just like this, so that is specific to this one. And then here I'll include create folder styles. That's it. Now you see on submit, I'm going to have one function on submit, which is on submit modal. So let me just implement that function, constant on submit modal. And then what it does is it takes the event object, and let's also make sure that the input is required because we don't want any empty names, so required. And then e dot prevent default, and then after that constant folder name. So the same thing, which I'll get e dot target dot the folder name dot value, and then edit folder title. I just need to pass the folder name. Now here the question comes, this model has the capacity only to give the updated folder name, but how can it maintain the folder that I am editing currently, right? So it cannot maintain, right? So this model will just give the folder name. Now what we can do is, wherever we are opening the model, right, there only we can specify another value. So let me just close this, all unnecessary files. Now let me open the playground provider. So here I am going to have something like the modal payload. Okay, maybe something like this. And this payload, as soon as I close the modal, right? So whenever the modal is closed, what I'm going to do is I'll just kind of need to make this payload to be null, because I need to tell the provider which folder I am currently editing. So to do that, I can have something like modal payload. So let me have that constant modal payload, set modal payload, or I don't actually need to have any state. Instead I can just but modal payload I should not specify to this one. I should specify to this is something which is the playground provider which manages the data. So I should specify modal provider only for wherever I am opening, right? So for this one I could specify modal payload just like this. Okay, I'll have something like modal payload and then set modal payload. So this is some extra data when you wanted to pass to, for a modal whenever you are opening it. Now for this we just need to give the modal payload as well as set modal payload also in the modal features. Now wherever we are opening it in the right component currently, right? So in the right component, whenever on edit folder, right, what we can do is, instead of calling just open modal only, let us also call the open modal, and then let me also call constant, sorry, set modal payload. So I'm gonna kind of call set modal payload to be the ID of the folder, right? So whenever I set the payload, right, which means that in the payload I'll have the ID which is currently being operated by the model. So the model will kind of able to access this data from the model provider. So let us access it from the model context. So something like model payload, I can access it now. So from the model payload, what I'm going to specify is, here where I'm opening, I'm just opening the ID. So that ID which is the model payload. So let me just pass the model payload just like this. And then after that, we also need to make sure that on submit model. So whenever we are submitting model, we just need to make sure that we need to close the model, close model, right? And then similarly for this also, on click close model we have specified. Yeah, correct. So we are submitting it and then we are closing the model, and while submitting it we are, we somehow are listening to the model payload, and that model payload and then the folder name we are passing to the edit folder title, and that will take care of editing. So let's get back to here. Now if I click on it, now you see we got the same styling element. Let me just specify updated folder, something like this. And then if I create, let's see what is happening. If I click on this create, right, so this is required, so I filled something. So what I'm going to do is, this one we're going to call updated model and then model payload. So model payload would have been already specified over here, because set model payload whenever I call from this. So in the model context, set model payload, whenever I call the model payload, which is this state, will update. When this is updated, in this I'm consuming the model payload, so it will also be the updated one only. Now whenever I call the close one, right, whenever I call this particular close model, also I need to make sure that set model payload to be null, just to have some safety. Because let's say we are editing the title of one folder, so by that time the payload would be the ID of that particular folder, right? Let's say we are we close that model and then we somehow reopened it, so we don't want the older payload, no? So that is why we are resetting the payload each time whenever we click on the close model, basically. Now let's get back. So if I click on something like updated folder maybe, and then let me submit it. Now you see it is got submitted. If I have something else, and then the something else will also come over here, right? And the similar functionality we could implement to this one also. So for this edit icon also, just that we need to have another feature in the playground provider, maybe something like constant edit file title, and this time it should require new file name, also the folder ID, and then it also requires the file ID, right? You think why do we require three things? Because a file is something which is inside a folder. So to figure out the file, we need to figure out the folder first. To figure out the folder, we need the folder ID, first point. And then the second thing is that inside a folder we can have multiple files. To figure out a file uniquely, we need the unique file ID for it. So when we have that unique file ID, then only we can figure out and then do some modifications whatever we want. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, in the edit file title, I'm just going to write some logic which will edit the file title. So we are going to target the folder first, and then the title we need to edit on top of it. So what we can do is, so let us say, let's try to think for the logic. So we have two folders, assume that we have two folders, and in two folders we have files object, which is in each of the folder has only one file. Now let's say this one I need to target and then need to update. So firstly I need to figure out the folder ID and then delete it. right? So capture folder. So let me capture the folder which I wanted to capture. So target folder, and then for this target folder what I can do is I can iterate and then find. So target folder, what I can do, I can run a for loop on the folders, basically folders dot length, and then if the current folder's id, so if folder id is equal to if the folder id is equal to the current folder, which is folders of i.id. So we got the folder now. So when we get the folder, now what we can do is we can run a loop on this. I mean, we can run a for loop on this particular folder id, folders of id dot files, folders of i dot files. So let us run. So for let some j runs from 0, j less than folders of i dot files is a kind of another array, files dot length. So now I'm gonna iterate on the list of files, and wherever the file ID is the targeted file ID. So I can just or do something like const files is equal to files, and then I can just get rid of this. Now if files of i dot id equal to the file ID, now this files, so the files of i dot the files of I dot the title. So I need to change the title of it, right? Which is new file name. And then what I can do, I can make a break over here and then collapse this inner for loop, and then I can also break this one, right? So whenever I figured out, I'm breaking the for loop. Now what I can do is, now inside my folders array I have the updated folders now, right? So in the folders object is now updated, so you just need to do something like local storage dot set item with data as the key, and then json dot stringify data, which is the folders which has got modified actually, and then set folders to be the same folders again, right? But it's not a good practice to directly edit these folders. So instead what I would suggest is we'll have something like a folders, we'll have copy, we just need to have a copy of folders, basically that would be the best practice. So what I can do is constant copied folders is equal to kind of the reference. I'm going to have folders, just like instead of having the reference I'm just copying all the data into another object which is copied folders, and then wherever folders is there inside this I'm going to update this just like this. And then edit file title is another feature that I'm going to pass to my playground features, right? So this is another feature which is edit file. So basically I'm just iterating on the folders, and wherever I find the folder ID and I'm iterating on the files of it, and then wherever I find such a file ID I'm updating its title, and then the updated title will have another new object, right? That entire thing I'm updating with the local storage, also with the set folders. Now what I can do is next coming to, so edit file title I have given this one. So let us have another kind of modal for edit file title modal. So edit or something like update file title modal dot js export constant update file title, and then this one is going to return a div, and then let's import the stylings. So import, and then this one, the create playground modal dot scss. So it's not working, so I have some typo. Create playground model scss. Achha, one extra is, now it's working fine. Yeah, and then I can have the class name of modal container, sorry. So modal container I can have, and inside this I'm going to have a form as usual, and then the same thing I'm going to copy paste again, which is the span, and then this one, and then the everything, because this is also something update only. And then now what we require is the title of it to be update file title instead of, or update whatever is there over here. Let me just see. So update card title, so card title, and then close modal. Let us get from here constant from use context, and from this modal context, and then let's have the close modal over here, right? And then along with the close modal we need to also have the payload, but we'll discuss about payload little later. And then created styles, I just need to import. So it's something like this. Now I got this. So if I go here and if I click on edit, now we are not actually launching it, so let us launch it. So go to write component again, and then whenever we edit the file, right, basically over here we need to handle it. So inside this, whenever we edit it, we kind of, actually we could have kept this entire thing inside another component, but yeah, it's fine. So what we can do is we'll have something like on edit file function over here. Why I'm writing it here is because from here only I could actually get the cards, basically, I mean the file list, basically individual file. So whenever I click on click edit, right, on click on edit file. So when I'm clicking on edit file, when I'm clicking on this, what I need to do is I need to set the payload first. So set modal payload to be an object, which is something like file id to be the file dot id, and then folder id to be the folder id. How could I get this folder? So cards, I have the cards, so I can get the id of the folder from here. Let me just make it to generic, something like folder id, and then here also I'll just make it to folder id so that it will be readable much, and then I can use the folder id directly over here. Folder id. So I'm setting the payload with an object which includes file id as well as folder id, and then later what I can do is I can open the model. So open model by passing, but before I open the model, right, I just need to also so open model, let me just specify the another constant, update file title. So this is going to be another constant. I'll just copy this, and then in my model I'm going to have another link. So model features dot active model, if it is equal to model constants this, and then what I'm going to do is I'll just have the component update file title just like this, and inside this, so whenever we click on submit, right? So let me have the event. So constant on submit Modal. So I'll set up over here on submit Modal. I also need to have a class for it. Class name to be modal body, I guess. So modal body, just like this. And then this one, it's going to take the event object. So let us prevent the default one. So prevent, just like this. So currently we did not added any logic, but the thing is, so from our right side component, what we did is we kind of whenever user clicks on this edit, I'm going to call this one, and then I'm setting the payload, which is this one, file id, as well as the folder id. And then let me have the modal constants dot update file title, just like this. Now if I get back to here and if I click on edit, now you see we got the update card title. So if I type something and click on it, nothing is happening because we have prevented the default and did not written any logic there. So let's try to write some logic there in this. So let's get the constant file name and e dot target dot file name. So let me just change it to, instead of folder name, file name, and then dot value. And once I get this value, what I can do now is I got the value, so it is a required field. So whenever user updates it, I got the value. Now I need to call one function in the playground provider which can takes care of actually editing the file title. So the edit file title takes three things: file name and the folder id as well as the file id. Let's get that. So let me get the function first. So constant equal to use context. This is something like playground provider, sorry, playground context. And then let's copy the method to not have any typo. So edit file title is a method that we are going to call. I'll just destructure it over here, and then this one I'll call by passing the new file name as well as the folder id as well as the file id. For that I just need to get the payload from here, modal payload. So this one, this object I need to get. So let me just have the modal payload, and in the modal payload what I can do is I can just copy the file id. So and then modal payload dot folder id as well. So why I've written modal payload dot file id as well as folder id is because if you remember, when I'm launching the model, so I'm launching the model from here, right? While launching the model, what I'm doing is I'm setting the modal payload to be something like an object which has file id as well as the folder id, just like this case. So based on the same keys, I'm just consuming the same keys, and then those keys I'm passing from here. So you see, to edit file title basically, right? So when I pass it to it, right, edit file title function. So we have written some logic inside, and that logic will take care of updating the file title. And then we are updating this one. And also we need to make sure that once we call this function, we just need to make sure that close the modal, just like this. And if I head back to now to here, close is working. Let me just test.cpp is the card name now. So let me just edit the card name to be something else.cpp, and then update. It is not updated. Let us see why. There would be some errors probably. So I clicked on it. Whenever I clicked on it, update file title. Let us just call this 3 first. I just would like to log these 3. I'll comment this too. We'll uncomment later. So you see we have something, this, the IDs we got, and maybe the logic would be wrong, I guess. whatever the logic we have written right in the playground provider, so that would be the wrong. So here I've so copied folders I got, and then I'm iterating on it. Let me have something like found folder, and then here also found file. Create. So it literally did not even found the particular things. So this is some new title, and then folder ID, and then file ID we got. Eventually this is the issue in the function. So when I'm iterating on this copied folders of i.id, that's the folder ID. Let us look at the data structure. Its title I need to change. Files is again another array. So what I'll do is, let me just log the copied folders of I. So only one folder we have, and that folder ID, acha, we can debug it really easy because we have only one folder and one file ID. So now this particular folder ID is something this. Is it equal to this ID and then the folder ID? Both of them I would like to print. It looks like these two have two different IDs. So this is the ID which is completely different from the other one. So I mean the logic would be correct here. Now the issue is what kind of thing we are passing. So file ID, yeah, got it now. So here if you see right, what we are doing is this edit file title takes the new file name and then folder ID first, not the file ID, and then file ID second. So we were passing file ID as the second argument and then folder ID as the third argument. That was the issue. So let us modify it. So this would be the folder ID and this would be the file ID basically. Now this time it is going to work. Let me just give some new title, and if I click on it, I need to uncomment this to save. Now you see here it is actually updated, but the folder is not closed. Let me just have this something else, and now you see the something else is got updated over here. So the logic is fine. Only the issue is we pass the arguments in a different order. Let me just remove the console log messages. Okay, we have removed everywhere. It's fine. Now let's come back. So we have done this, and now let's try to delete the folder. So to delete the folder, we can just open the playground provider. Let's write a function which deletes the file, sorry, not folder. So let's write some function delete file. So it is much like the same thing, right? Delete folder. So what it should take the file ID as well as the folder ID. Let me take folder ID first, and then because it needs to eventually we need to figure out the file, right? So to do that we need to have these two things. So file ID is the second one. And then once we get this, what we should do is we should kind of figure out the file, and then we should kind of delete it. That's it. So what we can have is we can run a for loop for let me just take the copy constant copied folders. That's going to be the list of folders, right? And then I'm going to iterate on it. So for let I runs from 0 I less than copied folders dot length, and then if the copied folders of I dot id is actually equal to the folder id, now we enter into it, and then let's iterate another for loop on the files of it. For j runs from constant current folder is equal to copied folder of I, basically, right? So, or let me make it to files. I'll directly extract files, and then files dot length I plus plus j plus plus, and then inside this, if files of I dot id is actually equal to the file id, then what we could do is we could break it, but before breaking we just need to delete it. So to delete, how can we delete? We found the id, so we just need to delete this particular element from the item. So to delete this, we kind of use the filter instead. So we'll get files, and so copied folders of I dot files is equal to, let me just take the files, constant files is equal to copied folders of I dot files, just like this. So I just copied the object of files into this, and this should be an array. So let me just spread it. I'll have a copy, and then copied folders of I dot files I'm going to update to files dot filter, because it's an array, and then it's going to take the file object, and then what it should do is return if file dot id is not equal to the file id. Basically we are going to return false when we reach the file id. Basically that's what we are doing, and then we can break it. It's going to filter out, and then copied folders. Now we would have updated the copied folders. So let's try to set the local storage dot set item with the data as a key, and then json dot stringify the copied folders, and then set folders to be the copied folders, just like this. So what eventually we have done is delete file function will need to target a particular file, and then we need to delete it. So to delete it, this function will take the folder id as well as the file id, and then it's going to take the copied folders, and then we are iterating on all the folders, and after iterating wherever the folder id is equal to the actual desired folder id, and then in that particular folder id we are just going to extract the files, and then we will be just filtering on that files by excluding the item that we want. So we are this filter callback, whatever the callback function is there inside, that filter callback is going to return false for the desired file id, which means when filter callback returns false value, right, which means we are not going to include that particular element as a final result. So filter will return a list. So filter will return a list, correct, and then it's going to, the callback should return a boolean value, and based on the boolean value only it has to decide, correct. Now let's pass this feature also, which is delete file, and we can just use it in the right component. So in the right component, whenever user clicks on click on delete file, we can just pass, and let's create the method. So constant on delete file, and then in this file what it does is it's going to set modal payload to be we actually don't need to set any modal payload, right? We can just call the function directly, which is delete file, right? So delete file from which provider? From the playground features. So from the playground context along with delete folder, we can also get delete file, and then we can just call the delete file, and then this delete file will take the folder ID first. So folder ID, and the file ID is something which is file.id. Correct. So now we got all the things. Now this should be able to delete the particular folder. So if I come back here and if I delete it, now you see the folder is got deleted. So if I edit this new title, so this is also working, and if I click on this, it is also got deleted. If I click a new folder, C++ introduction, again the same thing. Let me click. Now you see one thing got created, and now one last thing which we left with is to create a new playground inside a file basically, right? And this takes a little efforts because we need to also focus on the language, correct? So let's see how here we have the option. It is just one input and then another drop down and then one button. So let's try to make it. Firstly, let's create the modal. So in the modal, what I'm going to do is this is for new card, right? New playground. So create new playground. Let's have a file called, but I think we have create playground. Okay, I'll just name it to something like create card, create new card, or something like create card modal.js export constant create card, and then it's going to return a div, and this div will have a class name of modal container, and then we'll be having a form. So let's have this form with a class name of modal body, and then inside this we just need to get the close as well as the title. So let me just get them. Firstly, I need to import the CSS because the CSS is from there. So import, and then I can use create modal dot, right? So I've given the correct one, and then inside this let me just open another modal, and then I'll just copy this title. Just like this, and let's have the close modal little later, or else let me just have the one now itself. Close modal from use context. So from this context, I'll just get the modal provider context and modal context. Now I can just have this close modal over here, and then this one. Create new playground, and this one is going to have one div, and inside the div we'll be having one input, just like this, which is the title of the element, and then we'll have the select, so which will have multiple options, and in each option we'll be kind of having the CPP, but you know we can actually get all this CSS from the create playground model, right? So we have the items already, so we can have it something like file name, and then this one. I think this is pretty much better, so I can just copy and then paste it so that I don't need to write it again, right? So what it has is it has the span and then a heading, right? And then it has enter card name, which is we don't require. So yeah, it is required, right? So this is enter card name, but we are going to have a placeholder enter card title, and then this is required, and then this is also required. So languages, we have the list of languages, and then the submit button. So on submit, let's have the event on submit. I'm going to have on submit modal function, and let me call it over here. Now whenever we submit it, firstly we just need the folder ID in which we are creating it, right? So let's go to the playground provider. Now let me have a function called create playground create playground. What it does is it's just going to take folder ID just like this, and it also going to take the file basically, right? So it takes a new file, and then we just need to create a new folder. For this particular folder ID, we just need to append one new file, that's it. So for that, what we can do is we can kind of iterate on the folders. So constant copied folders is equal to, I'll just copy all the folders, and then I'll iterate on the folders, copied folders. While iterating, I just need to figure out the loaders. Yeah, I can run a plain for loop. So for I runs from 0, I less than copied folders dot length a plus plus. So copy folders of I dot id is actually equal to the folder id, the desired folder id. What I'm gonna do is I'll just append something. So copied folders dot files dot push the new value, which is I'm going to push a new value, which is the file whichever we get, and then once after pushing it, we can just break this because we have done with our task. Then now local storage, let's update set item with a key of data, and then json dot stringify the copied folders just like this, and then set folders equal to folders just to update the UI, right? And one more thing here, if you try to see, just I just struck with one idea right now. Basically whenever we are creating a file, right, inside a folder, my question is, what if the folder is empty? Let's say we have created a new folder by clicking on it, so one new folder, right? And then that new folder, whenever we create a new folder, we'll get the files key to be empty or undefined, right? So we just need to take care of that. So create new folder. Inside this, what I'm going to do is, yes, correct, I'm setting up files to be empty array. So now this time it won't be an issue. We can directly use the push method on top of it because it's already an empty array. Now create playground, we can just pass it to it just like this, create playground, and then create card modal. So on submit modal, let's take the event object. So it should be e dot prevent default, and then after that constant file name is equal to e dot target dot file name dot value, constant language is equal to e dot target dot the language dot value, right? And then once I get that constant, so if you look at this, we are filling up the data something like id, and then test title, and then code language. So what we can do is we can have the file object something like this. So id is equal to v4, I'll call it from here. So I should import v4. Yeah, I've imported it now because here only I'm creating it. And after id, so title, which is the file name, and then after that language, I'll keep it as it is because the key is also same, and then the code is equal to, so I'm gonna create something like default code mapping. So let me have something called constant default codes. I think we already have something. Yes, we already have something. So what I can do is now, so for the default codes, let me just export from here. So here what I'll do is default codes of the key, which is the language, right? So based on the language, I'm just specifying the default code. And then now what I can do is I can just call this particular function, which is create playground, from here. So let me just get that constant create playground, which is from use context, and then this would be from playground provider, playground context, right? So create playground, I'm gonna call by passing the folder ID. So folder ID, you know, which is we get from the modal payload. So modal payload is the folder ID, and then I'm going to pass the file object as well. And if I save, I just need to also call the close modal once it gets submitted, and then I need to decide where to call it. So now create card is there, create card modal I should make it. Now create card modal component is there, which is taking care of creating a new card inside a folder, right? So let us just have it in the right side component, right component. So whenever we click on this one, right, create card, yes, new playground, so this one. So on click, open new playground, open create card modal. So let me just have that function constant open create card, and I'll just pass modal constants dot create card. So let me just have create card. So I'll just have that create card over here, and then after that I'll open the modal.js, and then inside this modal features dot active modal, if it is equal to modal constants dot create card, and then I'm going to have the create card modal, which is this. And also I need to make sure that the set modal payload to be the folder ID, just like this, because that's what I'm going to consume. And then I'm setting up the card, correct. Now coming back to here, so whenever we click on this new playground, so you see we got this particular one, index.cpp, and then some Java if I use, and then create playground. So there is some error, it seems like cannot read properties of undefined reading push. Okay, so we are reading push inside on submit modal playground. So here is the issue, copied folders, we found one ID. So it should be copied folders of I basically, so that's the reason. Now let me create a new playground. So some file1 with Python, create playground. Now you see we got file1 with Python. I can delete it, and I can delete it. I can create another one, some new folder, then create it, and then inside that I can have another one. So something like this .java, I'll choose Java, and then create playground. Now you see I got test.java, and I can create another one also, new.java, and then inside this I'll choose Java, and you see I got new.java, and if I delete it, it will be gone. Now new.java comes over here. So this is all. Few design modifications we'll make at the end, but majorly I'm currently focusing on the functionality area. And now we can move on to the next screen, where we can actually write the code and implement the code editor and all the other stuff. So basically in this video we are going to build the UI of the second screen and then the navigation stuff. So basically this is the final result. Now whenever we click on this particular card, right, so if you see, as soon as I click on this, you see we have navigated to another screen. And if you look at the URL is something like /playground, and then there is something like one ID over here, right? and then there is something like another ID over here, basically some unique string, right? So the first or the second ID, I'm not sure, but one of these two IDs are representing the file ID, and then another one is representing the folder ID. Basically, as per the discussion till now we had, right? So we have a list of folders, and in each folder we can have a list of files. Those are basically the cards. Now we navigated to the screen only when we clicked on one of those cards, right? So eventually for the screen we should tell the screen that I'm going to navigate into this file and in that particular folder. So that is the reason why we need these two as the path parameters for this particular screen. So let us just set up the navigation first. If I open app.js, so this is where I have set up the navigation. So till now, let me just run the application also meanwhile. Now the application is started. So you see, if I click on this, nothing is happening currently, right? Because we did not set up any kind of on-click event for it, right? Now the remaining functionality is everything gonna work as expected because we have implemented all of them. Now the only thing left is, so whenever we go to the slash playground, right? Let me just go to the slash playground, and you see we got into the playground screen currently, right? But that playground screen, which is going to load the editor just like this, and then the all other options, we have to load by passing the file ID as well as a folder ID, because the second screen can basically load a particular file, right? So let us try to implement that. um, so for that, I'm going to set up a path parameter, which is file ID, just like this, and then slash another path parameter, which is folder ID. So this is how in React we can specify the path parameters with a colon indicating that it's a parameter, right? So that, in that particular screen, we'll be able to get to know by using use params hook, right? Now in this currently, we don't have anything, right? We just have a simple, h1 tag. Now what we can do is we can just get the params here. Params is equal to, by using a hook called use params, which is from React router DOM. We have installed this library in the very first. Now I'll just log the params value over here. Now let me just save, and then I will just head back to, I'll inspect also so that we can see. Now let me just log it, go for playground slash maybe some number, and then slash maybe some other number. Now if I enter, so you see we are navigated to the playground screen with the first path param, which is 27892 something, is equal to the file ID exactly, and then the folder ID is something which is the later one. So why file ID is this, is because in the app.js, if you remember, the first path param I specified as file ID, and the second one I specified as folder ID. Okay, so now we are able to get this particular params, right? Now the next thing is, we will open the right side component, which is the in the home screen. Basically whenever we click on the card, right, we just need to navigate to that particular screen by giving the path params. Now if you look at this folder, and then here is a file, right? So here is place where we are iterating on the files. Now in this particular thing, I'll just have a function called navigate to playground screen, just like this, and it takes nothing. And then what I'll do is I'll just print the file ID on which I'm clicking. So basically this is something I'm gonna click on the particular card basically. So on click, I'll just give this function navigate to playground screen. Now as soon as I navigate into this, I should get the file ID. So file ID I can get by using file.id, right? So something like this, file ID colon file.id, and then similarly I also wanted the folder ID, so I'll just give folder ID basically, just like this. Now if I head back to this and then get back, now if I click on this particular thing, right, now you see we got the file ID as well as the folder ID, right? So if I had another screen, another card, let me just create another card in this. So the card title is maybe something like index.cpp, and then create playground. Now this will get another ID. So if you see, this is the file ID and then folder ID of this particular card only, right? So somehow we are able to get this. Now here what we need to do is, let me just add a to do command here because that is what we need to do. So we need to navigate to next screen by passing file ID and folder ID just like this. Now we will see how to navigate to that screen, and then however, when we navigate to this particular screen, right, the playground screen, we are definitely gonna capture the two values, which is the file ID and then folder ID respectively, because that is the same order we specified over here. So the first path param will always be a file ID and the second one will become the folder ID, right? Now coming back to here, so here what we need to do is we just need to navigate. So to navigate, if you remember, in the React router DOM we have a hook called use navigate. So that will return basically a function to us that is a navigate function kind of, and we just gonna use navigate from the same library, which is React router DOM, and then let me just import and then use it. So it returns us a navigate function, and then we can just navigate to that particular link. So navigate, and then we just need to pass the URL, which is the playground, and then a slash. I'm gonna use template literals, template strings for it, because I need to embed the full file ID and then folder ID. So file ID I could get something like file.id, and then similarly folder ID I could get something like directly just like this, folder ID, right? Now as soon as this function gets executed, so basically as soon as I click on this one, the function gets executed, which is navigating to the playground screen with the path parameters to be a file ID and then a folder ID. So let me just get back, and this time if I click on it, now you see we navigated to the playground. So the word is wrong, it is playground, it should be playground. So let me just have it over here and I'll get back, and if I click on this, now you see we navigated to the playground screen, and in the params over here, so you see we got the file ID and then the folder ID, which is basically the params object. So from here we can actually extract the file ID and then folder ID. So let me just extract that. So file ID and then folder ID, which is equal to the params object, right? Now somehow if this screen also lets know, if we let this screen also know which file the user has clicked, so from here also we can manipulate, because if you look at it over here, whenever we type something, some code, and then we save it, right, it should be the code should be saved inside this file only, I mean inside the file which has this ID only. So that is the reason why we need to let this particular this particular screen should know the file ID and then the folder ID. Now here we have another option, which is language change. Let me just change it to JavaScript and then click enter this time. Now it is reset back to it. I'll change it and then save the code. Now if I click on it, now you see it is Java only. So basically when we change the language, right, it should get changed to basically, right? So if I change it to C++ and then save the code, now it should be C++ only forever. You see, it is C++ only. And similarly, I have an option of editing the card title over here. Some other card title maybe. And then if I click on update, now you see, if I just refresh it, you see the card title is got updated even without saving this. So save, whenever you click on save code, the language which you have changed, and then the code that is, as soon as we change the language, definitely the code will be changed. And also if you write some other custom code and then save it, right, under that particular file ID, under this particular file ID, the code should be saved forever, so that in future if you come to the same web page and then open this particular file ID, you are going to have the same code inside, right? So yeah, coming to the coming to the functionality part, which we will do later in this uh, sessions, but I would like to implement the UI for it right now. So how do we implement this code editor, and what libraries we are going to use, and then how do we set up all these floating buttons at the bottom and everything else. So that is what we are going to do. And now here we have some input, and then you see it is a scrollable one, right? And then here I have some other where this is the output. This is only read only type of basically. So if I run the code, the output whatever I get, right, that will be shown shown to us in the output section basically. So it takes a little longer to execute it, but yeah. Now here is some other functionalities. Let's just implement these functionalities, these particular UI first. So to implement this UI, right, I'm gonna use a grid layout because it is pretty clear that there are many sections in it. So there is a header section which is at the top, which has some specific height. So we have to have a one big container which contains all these items, right? So that is what we need to have at the very first place. And then so basically I wanted to divide things into the header and then this entire editor options basically, and then the input and then the output. So let us just do that. Firstly, I'll have a big container which is going to be a div, and inside this div I'm going to give a class of container maybe, right? And then inside this container what I'll do is I'll have something like header basically over here, or I will make something like playground container just to not get overlapped with some other names. So playground container is something which contains the entire screen in the playground screen basically in the playground endpoint. Now inside this we are going to have something like a header, so I'll just have a class name called header for it, right? And then for this I'm gonna have an image which is src, something like the logo.png, and if I hit back to here I'm not able to see this. Logo.png is this one, so I should actually be able to see. Yeah, now we got the logo.png, which is the AccioJob logo, and then we will style it little later. And then what else we need to have is we need to have some other component which is this editor component basically, right? So I'm going to have a component called editor container. I'm not going to implement right now, so I'll comment it, and then later so this is going to be a kind of grid, right? So grid with top header and then these all the other things. So what we can do is, so assume that there are 4 elements in the grid, right? So the first element is the header, the second element is this code editor, and then the header of the code editor, and then the footer of the code editor, and then the third thing is this input section, and then the fourth thing is this output section. So we are going to have something like I should be able to sign into this. So what kind of thing we are going to have is we will be having one big container which is our root container, just like this, and inside this big container what we are going to have is the very first one which comes at the topmost, right? So this is basically the header, and then the second thing which basically occupies 4 out of 6 parts, right? So assuming that total length is 6 units, then 4 units should be occupied by this, and then we are going to have 2 sections on the right side. So this is the grid layout that I wanted to make currently, and then let me just change the color. So whatever the header is there, so that should come inside this particular one only, and then whatever the footer is there, that should come inside this only. Okay, so I will just undo this. So basically this kind of grid layout we need to implement currently. So let us just do that in the playground container. So for that I just need to have one CSS file, SCSS file, so index.scss, and then I'll just import this particular one over here. Right, I've imported it. Now let me just target the playground container. So playground container, and for this I'll just give a border of 2 pixels solid red, because we should be able to see the entire item. So you see the item looks like this currently. Now for this I'm going to specify the 100% height of the browser. So height should be something like 100 VH. Now you see it is occupied the entire thing, but it is also getting some some part of the scroll view. Let's just see why we are getting the scrollable thing inside. So this is that. It has a border, of course, so because of that border only we are getting it. Okay, it's fine. So if you don't want that scroll view, we can just have outline, so that the outline is gone away but still outline is applied. Let me just keep border only so that you'll be able to see, but as soon as I remove the border, right, we will not able to get, we are not going to get that scroll view, because the border also takes some amount of width or height, the thickness. So that is the reason why we are getting some minor scroll view over here, right? Now inside this I would like to make it as like a grid container. So display grid, and then let's see how many columns we need. So the number of columns should be something like 1, 2, and the first column should occupy let's just decide. So grid template columns, so grid template columns should be having 2 columns. Why 2 columns? Because the maximum columns are there in the second row only. So I should make it something like this one to be 4, and then this one to be 1, or kind of 3 and then 1, maybe 3 and then 1 would be much huge. So I'll just make it something like 3 fractions for the first column and then 2 fractions for the second column, just like this. Now if we head back to this, and then I'll just have the containers also, which is the header container, the top one, and then I'll have another container which is the class name to be editor container, and the next thing should be class name input container, and then the next thing should be with a class name of output container. So let us just target all of them. So inside this, whatever the header container is there, for this I'll give a border of 1 pixel solid blue, and then for the other things also, which is input container, border 2 pixel solid orange I'll give, and then the same thing I'm gonna give for the output container also, just like this. And then the left thing, next thing is the editor container. So editor container, so it should also have a border of 2 pixel solid black, maybe just like this. Now if I head back to this, you see we got the grid to be like a 2x2 grid. Now for the first thing, which is the header container, I just need to specify it to be occupied for the next column also, which means the column line start should be 1 and the column line end should be not 2, it should be 3. So let's just have grid column, which is the property grid column. So the start is 1 and the end should be 3. So now it should occupy, this one should occupy the entire thing, column line 1, column line 2, and then column line 3, which is for the header container. It does not even got the blue solid. What is the issue? Header container, let me just make it to container. Now you see it is taking the entire width, right? And then the next thing is for this align self, I'll give something like start only, because I don't want it to be in the stretch mode, so it should take the whatever the width that it requires. And then the next thing should be the editor container. So for the editor container, which is this one, so editor container should eventually occupy the second row as well as the third row. So for doing it, what I'll do is, let me just have some text inside. So editor container, because we'll be able to see input container, and then the next thing is output container, just like this. Now we'll be able to see, so this is our editor container, and this is input container, and then this is output container. So editor container should occupy two rows, which means that grid row should be something like, it should start in the second row. So grid row start should be 2, and then it should end in the third row basically. So grid row end should be 4, 2, 3, and then 4, correct. Now it occupies this entire thing, right? And then the next thing is these things, I wanted these two things to occupy the remaining entire height. So let me just click on this one. So this is starting in 2, that's fine. And so this already in the stretch mode. So I wanted these two items, I mean this particular editor container and then this entire thing, to be able to stretch for the remaining available space. For doing it, yeah, what we can do is we can do something like line content we can't use over here, but I just wanted these two items to occupy above also, which means I wanted these two also to stretch above. So for doing it in the grid container only, align content, let me just give, so this is, if it is start, it moves to the topmost. Yeah, align content is working, which is making all the items to be, in the vertical direction. But as soon as I made it, right, the stretch mode is gone. So let me just attach stretch mode for this. So align items, align self, sorry, for this, which is stretch. So it is no more occupying the available width. So what we could do is, it should basically occupy this stretch I can give. So there is nothing like a flex grow property. Let's just see, grid grow property is there, flex grow. It does not work, it actually for the flex. So what we can do is, I want this to occupy some amount of width, so it should be in the flex start. This is in the stretch mode. Okay, let me do one thing to adjust it. What I'll do is, I'll just give the dimensions for this image. So let me give a image height and width, something like this, inside this, which is for the logo, and then the height should be something like 100 pixels, just like this. Now you see we got the height to be something like this. And then what I'll do is, the header container, whichever is there, I'll just wanted to center the image inside. So for this, I'll just make it to flex the header container, and then the justify content, I'll just make it to center so that the image comes at the center. And then I'll just give this background color for it. So this is what we wanted to give for this, and then the background color to be something like this. And then I'll remove this, and if we head back to this, now you see we got something like this background color, and the image is not that transparent. So what I'll do is, I'll just give something like a border radius, maybe 50%, which is the half of the height and width, so it becomes like a circle. And let me give a slight padding for the header container itself, maybe 2 pixel padding, vertical padding only. So padding 2 pixels and then horizontal 0, so that we will get some gap over here, just like this. Now we have somehow made this top one, and the next thing is, let me remove this particular border also. Now we know the height of this particular element is 100 plus 2 plus 2, right? Because the padding is 2 and then the content height is 100. So basically the entire height of this header is 104, right? So since it is a height, right, what we can do is we can adjust the same heights for these things to, take up. Or else another thing I can do is these three things I can have inside another container. So let me just go ahead and then have these three inside another container, div, then a class name of now this makes sense for me to have this as a grid, not the playground container. So we can make this as a grid, because however this will be there at the top, and then the height of this particular element, which is the, let me just give for this to be content container, and then in the content container I'll just give these three items. So for the content container, let me just head back, and then playground container, I'm going to remove this particular properties. I don't want it anymore. And then if I make it to flex, the first element would be column and then the second element would grow. Yeah, it's fine. So what I can do is this entire thing, let me just have one border around it. So border 2 pixels solid red for the container. Now you see for this particular container, you see firstly the top header, which is a block level element. So this is at the topmost, right? That is fine, and which has some dimensions. Now what I'm going to do is, if I make this playground container as a flex, so it will have two flex children, one is this and then the other one is this. Now these two children will, if I make them to be in a column, right, the header container will come at the top, and then below that we'll get the content container. Now as I specified a height of 100 VH for it, right, for the playground container, I can just do something like flex grow as 1 for this particular second element, which is a content container. So let me just have another border for this content container with some padding of 20 pixels, and then a border of 2 pixels solid blue, just like this. Now we get some border over here. Now what I'll do is I'll just make it, there is no need of align stretch as well. I'll just make it to display flex, right? And you see they come side by side, because by default the flex direction is row, and then flex direction, what I'll do is I'll just make it to column, right? When I make it to column, now you see the first one is over here and then the second one is came down little, right? And then the next thing what I can do is for the content container, if I just give something like flex grow to be 1, it will grow for the available space. Now you can see clearly the blue color one. If I remove the red one, you will be able to see this, or else I'll just have some background color around it. Background color maybe orange. Now you can clearly see the orange color item is actually taking up the entire space, basically the available space. It is because now it is a flex grow of 1, which means it grows for the entire available width, which is the 100 VH minus the header height, basically, right? And then for this, the width should be by default. Let me just have align self, not for this, for the header container. So do I have align self? Yes. So this is the reason why it moved to the left. But if I make it to stretch, which is actually the default value, now it takes up the entire space. So let me just delete this, because this is the default value. Now you see we have got the expected result over here, right? Now the next thing what we need to do is grid column. We will remove all this which are related to grid column. Justify content also we don't need. Header container, we need this because we have to make the item at the center, but this is not needed. And then align self is not needed for it. Grid row is also not needed for it, right? And the next thing now what we need to do is this entire bottom thing, whichever is there. So let me just give the plan idea over here. So I just had a big container, right, just like this, and inside this big container I just had two elements. One is at the topmost and the other one is, so this is basically 1 and this is basically 2. Now this entire big container, I just made it as a flex, right? As soon as I made it as a flex, they were coming like one on the left and then two on the right, because the flex direction is row, so they'll come in a row. Now when I made flex direction to be column, right? So this one will take up the top space and this one will take up something over till here only. But to make this element to occupy the remaining available space, what I did is flex row, I set it as 1, which means it will take up the one part of the entire part, which is again one part. So 100% of the remaining space is taken up by the second element. So that is how it is grown, the orange item, till the bottommost. Okay. Now we have got this. Next thing is we will kind of build this thing as a grid now. So now the content container we need to style a little bit. So for this I'll just make, before I make anything, any layout model for this, so header container I'll give a border, not this one, sorry. For these two I gave a border of maybe red, I'll give, right? Now you see we are able to see the items clearly. Now these three items, editor container I want on the left side, and then input container on the right side, first right, and then next one to be on the next side basically. So to have that, what I will do is, in the content container, which is the orange background one, so I'll just make its display to be grid, so that grid with 2 cross 2 basically, because this container should eventually, this one, if I make it as a grid, right, so I can make it something like, this is one half, right, and then another two things, which is input as well as the output section. So this is input section and then this is output section. So eventually I'm kind of gonna make a 2 cross 2 grid, and then the first item will grow for the 2 rows basically next row. So I'm kind of doing a row span over here to make the first item, which is the editor item, to grow further, right? So now what I can do is display grid and then grid template columns. I'll just give 3 fr and then 2 fr, which is number of columns, 2 columns, and then the coming to rows, right? So as soon as I make like this, so they will come just like this. So this is how the grid item looks. Now the editor container, I wanted it to take for the next column also, next row also. So for the editor container, what I'll do is I'll just give a grid row, as it starts at the row line 1, which is at the topmost, and then it should end at the bottom basically. So for that 1 and then 3 if I give, now it is going to occupy this entire thing. Now for this I can remove this padding because it is no more needed for us. Now I've removed the padding for it. Now you see we got the design, the layout basically how we wanted finally. And now the next thing is, let's move on to build this particular input container and then the output container basically. So in the input container, if you see, what we have is we have an input header and then we have something like output header with 2 buttons, 2 things basically. So let's just design that. So in the input container, we are going to have, one is with a class name to be input header, and this input header is eventually going to have some label over here, which is a text basically, right? So let me just have a bold, which is gonna show something like input, and then the next thing is an input which is of type file, because we need to attach a file over here, right? Just like that. And then similarly in the output container also we are going to have the same thing, something like div with a class name of to be output header, and then in this output header let me just have a bold, which is output, and then the next thing should be input of type. So this should be not an input, I'll tell you. So this is just a button, export button, but why I've made it as an import input is because so it is going to take up some images or some files basically. So it should be input of type file, whereas this export output is not going to ask us a pop-up where I can select some images. It just basically downloads one output.txt file, which is basically whatever the content is there in the output section. So it need not to be an input of type file, but it can be just a button, and this button will have something like export output basically, just like this, right? Now if we come back to here, now you see we have choose file over here and then export output over here. And then the next thing, once we have this header, right, next thing should be a text area, just like this, right? And this text area is something like this. Now what we need to do is, I'm gonna make this entire container, this input container, with some styling. So let me just style the input container here. So with a background color of white, just like this. Now you'll be able to see this item very clearly. And then I'm gonna make it as a display to be flex, so that it has two children, so you can clearly see. So the first children is the input header, and then the next children is the text area basically, right? So let me just make it. Now you see text area is occupying, they both are in the row. The first item is the first in the first column, and then the text area is in the second column because the flex direction is row. Now what I'll do is, the flex direction, I'll just make it to column, right? So when I make it to column, the text area will come below, right? So the text area is over here, and then this one is at the top. Now what I can do is, for the text area inside this, I'll just give a flex grow to be 1, so that it will grow for the entire height. So basically you can see this is the input which actually takes the entire thing up. And because I give the background color to be white, right, let me just give something like dodged blue. Now you'll be able to see this. The cursor is not visible, but you see this is basically till this over here, right? So this entire thing is the input, right? Now we can also remove by attaching one property for it. So this input is occupied this entire thing, and then the header is something like this. Now what I'm going to do is, inside this input container we have something like input header, right? So for this input header, let me just give a background color to be orange again. So orange, or I'll give yellow, right? So you see this is the yellow one. And then for this I'll give a padding, vertical padding of basically something around 30 pixels in the above, below, left, and then right, in all the 4 directions, which is little huge. I'll make it to 20 back. Now you see this looks pretty much fine for me. And then next thing is, we need to make this as a flex, so that I can, you know, distribute the input of type file on the rightmost by giving justify content to be space between, and then the input bold to be on the leftmost. So display flex I'll make. So flex direction is row, and then justify content is start by default. So justify content, if I make it to space between, now you see it moves to the rightmost and then it comes to the leftmost, right? So let me just remove the horizontal padding. I don't want the horizontal padding, so that it should move to the rightmost. Why it is not moved? Let's just inspect and this see. So whenever we don't understand the behavior of an element, right, it is better to inspect and then see how the element is occupied actually. So the input itself is taking up so much space. Maybe, you know, you see, as soon as I hover on the input itself is taking this entire space. But however, we are going to style it, right? I'm not going to use any kind of input over here. We should make it something like a button over here. Let's just make that. But upon clicking on the button, we should be able to toggle the you know, file picker dialog box. Now this is fine, we have made it. And then the next thing is, so the font family I just would like to change everywhere, because even in the, you know, homepage also the font does not look much better for me. So what I can do is just head to Google Fonts and then open this, and then the search for Poppins, which is one good font. So I'm going to choose this one, and then in the right side box, if you just click on this Windows kind of icon, so you'll get this one. So you just need to copy this link and then put it in your index.html file, public file. Just add it somewhere like how we added for the icons. And then the next thing is, for all the thing in the global styles, we just need to attach this. So index.scss, not here actually, but wherever we attached it. So index.js, which is directly in the src. So for this we have this index.css. So this is where the font family, what we can do is, I'll just make this one to be the one which I've copied, and then I'll paste it over here, right? Now if I head back to this, the font family is got changed a little bit, right? Let me just undo this and then save it. There is not much changes, right? Or else I'll just add it for the index.html itself. So inside that I'll just attach a style tag and then I'll select all, then paste it, refresh it, it does not change. Okay, we can do it later. Maybe I think we need to do some configuration for it. It does not work like how we added in the HTML file, but we can still do it. The same fonts we can import and then add it. We'll do it in the some other video. Now coming back to, I'm just going back in this. So going back to this one. Now we have made the styling for this. Let me just open. Now you see we have made this one. Now what I'll do is I'll just attach a label for it, for the input of type file. So for this, a label for HTML for to be something like input, right? And then inside this I'll just have the same thing whatever we had over here. So if we get back, so we have something like an import icon and then some text, right? Import input. So let me just have both of them span with a class of material icons. So I don't know the icon name, we'll check it now. And then the next thing is another span with a class name to be something like something else, and then import input is the text. So import input, right? So this is going to be our span, I mean the label. So we should be somewhere able to see this. So you see import input is there. Now HTML for we added, the same thing we need to add as an ID for it, because whenever we click on the label we should be able to click on this one. So if I click on it, now you see I'm able to open the tablet. So why the idea behind adding this label is that with this label I can control the click event that is actually controlled on top of this particular input of file. So when I click on choose file, right, I'll be able to load this up, correct? Similarly, when I click on this label also I can do the same thing, right? Now this thing is a default thing which we cannot style it, right? So that is the reason it's a good idea to go for a label, and the label is kind of an alias for this particular input of type file. So we can just display it to none so that it will be hidden, but still the functionality will be handled by this particular label. So let's just do that. So for this input I'm going to give a style to be display none, so it will not be visible to us. Now if I click on this, still I am able to see the functionality, you can see, because this is the label for the hidden input basically, right? And let me just add the padding which is 20 pixels for either directions, right? It looks better. And now the next thing is let us just add the same colors whatever we had over here instead of yellow and something else. So I'll just get this color, and then instead of yellow I'll just have this color, and then for this input and this, let me just add the icon which is, I can get it from Google icons. So I'll get the icon which is import. None of them looks better for me. I'll just make it to input. Or I'll go for upload. So yeah, I think this one would be better. Yeah, now many icons are there, we can go with many other icons. So upload, because we are clicking it, we are going to upload a file, so that that file input will be coming into the input section. So we can just have this particular first one, right? So I'll just get the cloud upload as the name for it, cloud upload. So inside this I can just have the name cloud underscore upload. Now we'll be getting the icon in front of it. So you see we got the icon. Now let us style this also, no need to worry. And then let me just give a class name to be icon input hyphen icon container. So let's just have that, or let me just have something like icon container only, because we are going to use the same class for the other one. So inside the input container, or directly I'll just add it directly inside the playground container only. So icon container. So I'll just attach a border first. Now you see we got the border. So it is just that we need to make the display to be flex. So it is flex. Now we just need to have a gap, maybe 10 pixels between the items. So we got a gap between these two. And then align items, if we make it to center, right, align items center, so they'll be aligned properly, right? And let me just also attach a padding of maybe 4 pixels in all the directions, right, so that it would be much clickable now. And we have somehow got this. And then next thing is we can remove this border now. Now coming back to here, import input is there. So this thing also we can style it with some bold. So I'll just make it to bold instead of this. And then the input, which is this, I'll also make it to bold. So we'll also increase a little bit font size for it, maybe. This seems like in bold, but it does not seems to be in bold, right? But yeah, let's keep it. So instead of having some vertical margin, right, for it, vertical padding, right, where we have the padding for the input container, input header, sorry. So instead of having this much padding, we can just have 10 pixels of padding. That is pretty much enough. And then now let's just style this particular input, or else we can keep it. Basically for this text area, what we need to do is border radius, border, we need to make it to none, so the border will be removed for it, right? And then upon focus, text area, upon focus, also we need to remove the outline to none, basically, so that we'll not be having that outline. So you see the outline is also removed upon focus. Now I focused on it, but still the outline is removed. And the next thing is, what we can have, similarly we can style this one also. So for styling it, let's just have this button also something like 2 things, and this one will also gonna have a class name to be something like icon container, so that it will also get the same styling. And then it will also going to have one icon which is span with a class name to be material icons. And then the icon name, let's just get the icon name, which is for the download, basically, right? So the similar kind of icon we can add, cloud download, right? So we can just give the cloud download just like this. And then another span which I'll make it into bold, and then this should have a text like export output. So export output is the text inside, just like this. And then for the output header also, I'll give something like input header only class, because they both are eventually the same, right? So this is the output input header, and then this is the output header. So in the output container, for the output container also, I can give like input container only, because these two are eventually going to have the same style, right? Now for this also, what I'll do is I'll just remove this particular border or background color, and then let me also have a text area for it after this button. So these two are in the input header, and then let me have a text area, and this one will have a class name to be, not class name, a boolean attribute, which is something like read only boolean attribute. Whenever we specify it, we cannot type it on this, because if you look at in the input section, we can actually type something, but in the output section we can't type anything. So it's a read only input kind of thing. So the same thing I've made for this one also. So it's again a read only. Now what we can do, we can remove the red color borders wherever we have, and then remove this, right? And then for removing this adjustable thing, right, in the text container, we can also remove that. Let me just search for, there is a boolean attribute, I forgot it. How to remove the adjustable pin for the text area in HTML. So resizable, so the property resize needs to be set to none, that's it. So let's just have that. So for the text area, what we can do is resize, not range, resize set to none, so that we cannot have the resizable effect. Now you see the item is also gone right now, right? Now let me just also have some padding around this, because we'll be able to see the text very clearly. Now you can see clearly I can type the text however I want, and I can also have the font size maybe little huge, maybe 20 pixels. That makes little more bigger the font, so whatever we write, that would be much visible. Some text inside, just like this, right? And then the output container we are not going to have, and then the button, whatever is there, so let us also style that button. So the button border I'm going to remove, just like this. So now the button will not going to have any kind of border. So we have implemented the right half now. So now the left thing, which is the major thing of this project, is left on the left side. So everything looks better. The only thing for the consistency, what I can do is I can just have this, instead of this input container, right, I'll just have it like a container only, because we are using, or something like, we can have something like input output container, input output container, just for the readability, nothing more. So instead of having input container, input output container. So you see the styles are not yet affected, because we just renamed the class names, nothing more, right? Now we have done with the header container, and then in the content container we have done with only the output and then input container. No functionality, nothing we have added yet. And the next thing is we just need to have something like editor container. So it's a component. Let me just build that up. Editor container.js. So export constant editor container, and it's going to be a component, and then I'm going to return something from here. So return, and then inside this div with a class name to be editor container, just like this. And then I'll have a h1 saying that editor container, right? And then coming back to here, I'll just import this particular item. So I'm not getting the import option. Yeah, now it has got imported, right? And then let's also implement the CSS file for this inside the screen only. So editor container .scss, and then I'll just import it in the editor container file. Import editor container .scss, and if I click on it, now you see I'm able to navigate to it, which means I have imported it properly. Now editor container we got. So for this editor container, right, what I'll do is editor container, instead of that I'll just give something like root editor container as a class name, just to make it something like unique, and then I'll just target this and then give some styling for it. So for the root editor container, I'll just give a background color blue. I'll give, now you see blue we are getting till here only. I supposed to get a blue for the entire height. So to do that, I can just make it something like height to be 100%, so that now you see we got height to be 100% of its parent, right? Let me just open this, right? Now we got the height to be 100%, because if you clearly observe, right, in the playground screen, whatever the one which has the editor container inside the content container. So content container is a kind of grid layout, and in that grid layout, editor container is something which is the one having the entire thing else. Or else we can, instead of having this editor container, do we have any styling for it? We can refactor it. Let me just search if any styling is there. Yeah, some styling is there, so definitely I should have it over here only. Now I can remove this border. The border is not needed. And then the next thing is, so in this editor container is now the one which has the background color to be blue, correct? And then let me remove this other stylings wherever I have the green background color, which is this, sorry, orange. We don't need it anymore. We can close this file. We can also close this file. We can also close this, everything. We don't need anything now. So we're just going to work with this particular file only, which is where we have this particular editor container. So this is the editor container, and then now if you see in the editor container, we have three things again over here. One is the editor itself, right, where basically we are able to write the code, and then the next thing is the header and then footer. So editor header, editor footer. So let's just implement that also. Div with the class name to be editor header, just like this. And then the next thing is with a class name to be editor body, and then the next thing is editor footer, just like this. Now for this, what I'm going to do is, so inside this editor, firstly this root editor container, what I'll do is, let me just attach some stylings for all of this. So editor header with a background color maybe purple, right? This should be header. And then editor footer also I'm going to have the same styling. So editor right, and then for editor body, just like this. Now we supposed to actually get these three things, and in the editor header, so I'll just type some text saying header, and then for this body, and then for this to be something like footer. Now you see we got three things. Now what I'm going to make this particular root editor container is that I'm going to make it as a display flex. So as soon as I make it to display flex, right now you see they are one after the other in a single row because the flex direction is row. Now what I'm going to do, flex direction, I'm making it to column because I want them to be one above the other. Now the next thing is this root editor container is something which is the background color blue, right? So I want this particular white element to occupy all the available space, which means I need to attach flex grow to be 1 for it so that it occupies all the available space. Let me just have some other background color, or instead in the playground screen, I don't have playground screen, so yeah, this one. So in the playground screen, what I can have is, I can have for the grid container, which contains all the three items, input, container, output, and then the editor itself. So let me just search for grid. Yeah, this is the grid. I'll have a gap property over here saying that 20 pixels, so that there would be a separation between the items. And then I will have a background color to be something else, maybe something like background color hash this value, right? So that I'll have the gaps between the all other items. So we can have some other colors also, but I've given the background color to be this one, so we can change it in the future, right? Now the next thing is our particular body is occupied the available space, and then the purple items which are header and then footer are occupied the required space for them, right? So for the content container, which is a grid which contains three items, right, I'm just giving some padding also, which is 10 pixels. And then for this I will give a background color to be orange maybe, Now we'll have the orange kind of layout. So for now I'm keeping it as orange. I know that it is looking very clumsy, but we can make it to some other color later, uh, because I don't want to waste much time on choosing the colors up. Now the next thing is let's just build this particular top one, which is the header basically, right? So let's head back to this. Then in the editor container, so let us just decide how many items we have. So we have one left card and then we have one right card, which are separated between, so justify content space between, very straightforward. And then we have 3 items on the left, so I'll just have a div with a class name to be left container. Okay, and then I'll have another div with class name to be right container. Now in the left container I have 3 things. One is the bold, which is the title of the page, basically title, just like this. Let me put it inside title of the card, something like this. Another span with a class name to be material icons, and then edit icon, material icons, and then the icon name is edit. And then the next thing is the button, which is the save code. So button, which is save code, just like this. And then on the right side half we have 2 select buttons. One is the select. So for this I'm going to give some options, maybe CPP, JavaScript, something else. So let's just give that. So option with a value to be CPP, and then this one to be CPP. And then next thing I'm going to have is 4 values. So CPP, JavaScript, Java. So let me just make it to JavaScript, the second one, the third one to be Java, and then the last one should be Python. Just like this. Now you see we have got one option. Now let me just have another select open tag, and inside this again I'm going to have 2 values on GitHub light and then GitHub dark, or something like I'm going to specify VS dark and then VS light, because we are not going to have those themes, because they have used something called CodeMirror as the editor library to insert this particular editor, which has many flaws. So that is the reason we are moving into Monaco editor to implement this particular editor, which gives many options to us. I'll also discuss very briefly about them before we once we start implementing it. Now why do we have got this much? Editor header, let's give a border to be what happened in this. Border to pixel, we have got this entire border. Why is the reason? Okay, so for this editor container, what I'll do is I'll just display it to flex. We'll see what is the issue, and then after displaying it to flex, right, the next thing, so basically why are we getting this white color thing? After this select, so this button and then this thing. Okay, so display flex and then justify content space between, just like this. Now we have got space between. Why are we getting this extra box? Let's see what's the reason. So this is editor header body. Okay, I think we had a name called editor write container somewhere, that is causing it, write container. So in the hierarchy of the entire thing, somewhere in the home screen we had this particular one. So for this, but even if we had here, it should not be affecting it. So height is 100 vh. It should be, it should not be, it is not in the tree, but yeah, but there is a mismatch with the name. Like we have used the same name, so that name is again syncing with some other class. So that is the reason it got that styling. So instead of having editor left right container and then I'm going to have something like editor left container and then editor right container. So here also editor left container. Yeah. So this would be a little better now. So now what we can do is editor left container and then editor right container. I'm going to give something like display flex for all of this, so that there will be an arrow. And then the next thing is I'll attach a padding of maybe 10 pixels 20 pixels in all the 4 directions. That would look better, but 20 is a little huge. I'll make it to 10. Yeah, I think 10 is fine. And the next thing is I'll just give the gap so that we'll get some gap between the items, maybe 10 pixels of gap. So that is the gap between these items. And then the next thing is we are kind of going to have align items to be centered so that they will be vertically centered, just like this. Now you see these things are aligned properly centered. And let me just have the background color to be white instead of purple. And if I hit back to it, it is white. And then we will have the editor body background color to be something like a black, right? So this is black and this is white. And one more thing I want is, so in the playground screen for this particular orange background, whatever I have attached, which is the content container, so I wanted to remove that. And then the gap also, I just wanted to give only 5 pixels is enough. And then I'll just make it to something like white, right? Or white or something like some other value, maybe this thing. Yeah, this thing looks little better, so we'll give this value, which is 5 pixel value. And then the next thing is we have this dark editor which is not yet editable. Another next thing is we will just need to style these buttons and then the select boxes. So inside the left editor and then right container, basically the editor container. So in the editor header, whatever the buttons are there, buttons and then select. I'll just remove the default border, so border to be none, and the borders are removed. And then the background colors for them to be, I'll just make it to something like for the button I need to have different style, and then for this I need to have a different style. So let me just use some colors from lead code, because on lead code it looks a little better. So I'll just extract something on the basis of the buttons and every other thing. So I'll just open one of the questions so that we'll get the styling from here. So I can instead have these buttons with some background color to be something like this. So this is the background color that I'm going to keep for the editor header and then editor footer. This looks little better maybe. So background color, right? And then for the editor we are going to have something like this. So for drop downs we will have, for buttons and then other things, we'll have this color. So let me just have this, the background color to be as this value, right? So the buttons are with this color, and then for the editor body, for now I'll just keep the white color as a background. I know it does not look that better. For the in the playground screen, for this particular content container also, I'll just give the same background color. So instead of this, I'll just give this background color only, which is, let me just have this one. Yeah, it looks little better because I'm going to change the colors of the styles, however, and then for the header also, but yeah, I'm going with this only now. So for the editor container.css, whatever the colors are there, for all of them I'm just going to make the color to be white, so they'll be in the white color. And then for buttons, I'm going to override the colors with some other values. So for button, and then this again, the color I'll just specify because they have a default color for the buttons, and then select. Now you see their color is also changed, and then I'll give something like a padding for it, which is 10 pixels, just like this. And the buttons, and then this drop downs, we got some other styling, right? And the next thing is, let us give some border radius also for all of this. Radius to be 5 pixels, they'll be little curved now. And the next thing is, for the save code, I'll have a different color. Let me just check one of the colors. So I'll just get this color, maybe it looks little better for me. Right, and with this color, and then the text color to be maybe this text color only, I'll just get it. And yeah, this looks little better for me. And then for this, the cursor, I wanted to make it to the pointer cursor style, I wanted to make it to pointer so that it would seems like a clickable one. I can also do some more styling, maybe button on hover, I'll have a different background color, some shade of this one, some shade of this one. So as soon as I hover on it, you see it is kind of having a different shade. And I'll just specify a transition duration for this so that it will be little smooth. Transition duration to be something like 0.5 seconds, so it would be little smooth now, right? Now once we have done with this, the next thing is, I'm going to keep this select as it is because I don't want to waste much time on the area of the styling. And then for this focus, I can just remove the outline also. For select, upon focus, the outline I'll just remove, so basically outline to be none. Now you see if I click on it, there is no focus as such, right? And then the next thing is, I could give padding horizontal to be little more instead of 10 pixels only. So the padding horizontal would look much better now, right? We could actually made it customized much more, but yeah, I'm keeping with this. Now coming back to footer, so in the footer what we need to make is so the title, again I'm kind of more worried about the stylings, yeah, but still we need to. So for this I'll just keep something like title, and for the title also in the editor header, I'll give font size to be little huge, maybe 24 pixels, because that is the card title. We should be aware, a user should be able to see it like more effectively. And then coming to footer, so in the footer we have 4 options: import code, export code, and then run code, and then full screen. So let us just do that. So in the editor footer, right, let us just have the elements first. So in the editor footer, what elements we need to have is, we need to have one button, basically multiple buttons we need to have, right? So 1 2. So this import code is something which is again prompting for the dialog box, so it should be an input of type file, so let's have it separately. And then export code is something which is again a button, run code is also a button, right? So I'm going to have a label something like import code, and then this will have a HTML for to be something like import code, right? And let me have a input of type file, and then for this I'm going to give id to be import code, and then for this inline styling I would like to give, which is making it display to none as the same logic that we have used. Basically whenever we click on this particular label, again we'll be able to pop up this particular input box. And then the next button is export code, so export code just like this. And then the next thing is again the save thing, which is save code, sorry, run code it is. Now if I come back to here, so in the bottom one we'll have all this, so I don't have any text for this import code. So before this it should have something like full screen, right? Just like this, correct? And then for the editor footer, we can have some padding all around. So what I'll do is I'll style the editor footer separately, the same background color. So editor footer with this background color, and then a padding of 10 pixels, just like this. Right, and then a display of flex, justify content center, justify content space between, just like this. Now whatever the buttons inside are there, buttons or labels, for all of them I'll just make it display to be flex, and then align items to be center, because these are going to have kind of icons inside them. So that is the reason why I'm making it. Firstly I'll just make it to full screen, I can have many icons are there in this. We'll use this one, which is the full screen. So full screen is the icon. Let me just edit that. So for this I'm going to have a span with a class name to be material icons, and then it should have the name which is full screen, just like this. And the next thing is span, which is the text, full screen. And then this is for label, so this one should also have cloud input, right? So span class name to be material icons cloud upload, yeah. So this is the icon, and then another span which is going to be import code. And then next thing in this button, export code, span with a class name to be material icons. And then for this I'm going to give the cloud download, and then another span, so it's going to be export code, right? And then the last thing is span with a class name to be material icons. And then this should basically have the run icon, which is the play. So let me just have a play. So I'm going to keep this play arrow, play underscore arrow, and then the next span would be, sorry, it's not an icon, but it should have something like run code basically. Now if I head back to here, all the buttons will have some kind of icons, right? Now let me just style these buttons with some changes. So here for all of this, I could just have something like, this is my editor footer. So for all of them, I'll just give some classes instead of this. So class name to be btn, and even for this also class name to be btn, because I wanted to style all of this with the same style. So class name btn again, btn here again, and let me just target all these btns now. btn display flex, align item center, and then a padding of 10 pixels in all the 4 directions. Now you see we got a padding of 10 pixels. So vertical padding I'll just make it to 4 pixels only, but horizontal I wanted to give little more. And then the background colors especially, I should change it to some other background color. So let me just get this background color. For all of this, and then the text color also I'll get the same thing. So the color for all of this will be just like this. So we kind of gonna have the same kind of buttons over here, and moreover the outlines I just need to, the borders I just need to make it to none, so that the borders will be removed. And then the border radius maybe 4 pixels I could give, right? Now these buttons seems little better, and then moreover the gap I need to give between the icon and then the text. So I'll give a gap of 10 pixels. So now we got some gap. And then the next thing for all of this, cursor needs to be pointer, just like this, so that users can understand that these are clickables. And upon hovering also, let's have some effect, like there is some effect over here. So for this btn on hover, I can just change the background color to be something else, maybe this shade. And with a transition duration to be 0.8 seconds. Now we'll have the hovering effect also, where the colors are getting changed. And I would also like to make change in the color of the text to black or maybe white, right? So this looks little better for me, right? Now so this is all about the design, and then we will try to implement the editor in the next section. Second screen's basic UI, we have not added any kind of functionality yet. And one more thing left is we did not added any kind of editor for the editor body basically, right? So that's what we are going to do. So of course it is little difficult for us ourselves to handle the keyword coloring and then the squizzles and every other stuff, right? So we have to kind of write huge amount of code to create our own editor, text editor, right? So we have to as soon as user types, let's say let keyword, we have to color it into some other thing, right? So it is not that easy to make such an editor. So that is the reason why we are going to use already pre-built editors, which is there are many kind of editor libraries are there, web editor libraries. So out of them, CodeMirror is something which has some good amount of users, but still it has some flaws. Like you can see this one in the final one, we have this been done with the CodeMirror only, but you see it has one bug that it kind of as soon as I enter, it's kind of growing it. This is not a good behavior, right? And then we can also customize that thing with the CodeMirror, but the site made by this particular guy has not customized it. But yeah, so however again it's little difficult for create our own editor. So that is the reason we are moving on to some kind of libraries. So out of those libraries, we are going to use something called Monaco editor. So Monaco editor is a library which is, you know, the core features of VS Code. So basically VS Code, which we daily use, right? The VS Code editor has actually been implemented with the Monaco editor library only. And the same library is an open source that we can use. And to use it in React, right, we have to install one package, and then we just need to import the editor component, and then we just need to attach it. That's it. So it's not a big deal, right? And we can also customize the, you know, colors, and then customize something else. But I'm not going to do any kind of customization, because our agenda is finally need to have a kind of editor where we can write some code and then run that code up, right? So now coming to this particular editor header, editor body, right? So over here, so instead of this body, I'm going to have the actual editor component. So before we need to install one package, and that package is, let me just install it. So the package name is npm install. So at Monaco editor slash, so we are installing it for the React application. So we have to add a slash React, which will have all the source code that we can actually directly use to get the editor component where we can write the code up. So this package we need to install, and once we have done with the installation, we just need to import the editor component from there. So it's actually a default export from that particular library. So we can just get it from import this from at Monaco editor React. So this I imported with a capital letter, which means it's a component straightforward, right? We can just start using it inside our component. So this is editor, and then it takes couple of props. So out of them, width is something, let me just give 200 pixels, and then height is something, let me just give 200 pixels again. And if I head back to here, now you'll be able to see that I'm able to type something. So this is the code editor basically, right? So we got the code editor over here. Now what I wanted is, I wanted its width to be 100%. So you see, as soon as I removed this, now I got it 100% because it has been built inside, you know, there is a block level element which is a wrapper around that particular editor internally inside that library. So that is why it is occupying that, you know, 100% width by default. And then we can specify height also to be 100%, so that we'll get the height to be 100%. Now you see the height is still the entire thing. And now you see, when I added more lines than the actual height of it, I'm kind of having a scroll view within the container, I mean within the editor itself, right? And we also can set up the language. So let me just set up the language here. So we can specify the standard languages. So I'm just specifying the JavaScript, right? So that it will show the syntax highlighting for JavaScript. So let me just write that. So something like let a is equal to 200. If I make, so you see there is no coloring for the let keyword. Let me just refresh it. This time I should get it. So I have to restart it. Let me just restart, because we have installed and then we have to use it, right? So that is the reason why I have restarted it. So once I restart, now it is got loaded, I guess. Let me just use let a is equal to 200. Oh yeah, I'm not getting this JavaScript. So I've mistaken this one. So JavaScript I have written, so typing mistake again. So now you see we got the syntax highlighting. So if I write something like function keyword, and also you see like how we get the suggestions, this kind of suggestions in VS Code, the same suggestions we are also getting here. And then function, something like call me, I can create like a functions also inside, and then I can have console.log, maybe some code, you see strings also in some other color, something like this, right? So it's kind of, you know, a code editor which is from VS Code only. And also in VS Code we have this particular, you know, min view, and that min view is also visible for this one. So you see many features, whatever the VS Code has, all the features now we have put on our web page. And one more thing is, someone might be wondering like why the font size is very small. So that is basically the default font size, maybe 14 pixels, I guess. We can also customize the font size by just you know, using a prop called options. So options is a prop which takes up an object. So editor options, I'll create an object, editor options, and let me just create that object above outside the component. So constant editor options, and in this editor options we can actually specify the font size to be whatever you want. So if you want 20, you can just specify 20, and now you see the font size is increased a little bit, right? So if you want maybe 30, you can specify 30. Now the font size is increased a little more, but for now I'm just going to keep 16, which is the regular font size. So I think this would be pretty much enough. We are not going to have more than this, or else maybe 18 we can have. So 18 also looks better. Now there are many other customizations that we can do. So if you wanted to go through all of them, I'm not going to do many customization, but if you really wanted to add many other functionalities to the editor, right, you can just open command and then click on this particular options. In Windows you can just control and then click. So you'll be able to see the types of exported types of that particular prop, which is in the TypeScript file. You can just click on this particular interface, and in this interface you will be having many things that actually we can have. So we can have a modal which can take this iText modal, which is an interface again, or a null value, and question mark is there means it's an optional property, and value is something, the code value we can just have. You see, you can read the documentation also, the initial value of the auto created modal. And then language is something which is the default language, so we can specify some language like JavaScript, CPP. And theme is also we can specify over here. So themes are very limited, like VS dark is there, and then VS light is there. So by default we have VS light, and then many other things, right? You can see and then somewhere you will also see the font size also, font size. So you see font size, font weight, many other properties are there, but it is in some other interface maybe. So you can also have this word wrap and many things. So let me just get this interface, which is just above. So editor options. So this is the interface. We can just have this interface, and then we can read everything from this. So you see there is a area label. I don't know many of them, but still you can just head to read these documentation so that you'll get it. So currently you see this is kind of, we are getting the horizontal scroll, right? So to get the horizontal scroll, what we can do is in the options itself we can have a property called word wrap. So if it is on, right, then we will be able to on the word wrap. Now you see I'm no more going to get the word wrap, any kind of other thing. You see, as soon as I come to another thing, so it's basically I'm not able to go in the same line. So it just wraps the text inside the editor such that it's not going to have any kind of vertical editor, right? So that is word wrap on. So by default it has a value called off. So when we specify it to on, right, then only it works as a word wrapper basically, right? And then the theme also. So theme we can directly attach it to this one. So theme, I'm going to specify something like VS light, which is the default value. So let me just save this. Now you see this is the default theme, which is the VS Code's light theme. And if you wanted to have a dark theme, we can just have VS dark. Now you see it is a purely a dark theme, so you can just write some code inside, function call me, right? It's pretty much looking good, right, compared to other editors. So console log, just like this. So you see whatever the code we have written, that is in the dark theme right now, because we have added something called VS-dark. So I'm going to go with dark theme code only. And then there is something called which is on change, which is going to be taking up a function. So let's just see. So on change is a function. So it's going to be a callback function that takes a value string, which is the edited value inside that particular function, I mean that particular editor. And then on change code, so let me just have my own custom function, which is going to be const on change code, and then inside this it takes a value, basically new code, the updated code, and it would be a string always. So let us just log what is the new code over here, right? Now let me just inspect, and you see whenever I click on it, right, context menu, you see I get the context menu which we usually get in the VS Code. So this is a separate context menu that is internally built, and we can still customize it with our own selves. So it provides many features for us. but let me just inspect it by clicking somewhere else and then going to console. Let me just write something. You see, as soon as I type something, right, you are able to get the updated code over here. Let me just remove this and then I'll just have console log hello world, and you see at the very last you get the message which is console log hello world. So basically, as soon as something is changed on the editor, you can just listen to it and then you can capture that. Okay, so this is the implementation for the editor. So here we are going to it's going to be a to do handle something with the new code basically. So this is the thing we need to do, and then apart from this we can also implement other functionalities, which is import input and then import code basically, right? So let's just do that. The functionality we need to implement, so I'm going to implement the functionality now. So till now the UI part is done, so let's just have the functionality, and the functionality we can add from the, so let us add from here, which is the import code. So as soon as I click on this, you see I'll be able to pick up something. Now what I can do is in the editor footer for this particular file, right, for this particular file I can attach on change event. So I'll have on upload code as a function for it, right? So this function will be triggered whenever we choose some file, so that on the input by clicking on the label that it has. So whenever we click on this label, it shows the dialog box to check for some files, and then as soon as you click on that, it's going to change the value of this particular input. When it changes, it's going to call this callback. So let us just have that particular function over here. So constant on change on upload code. So this is the callback that we have on upload code, and then this uploaded code, what it will get, it gets the event object. So let me just log event.target, right, event.target. Now what I'll do is I'll just click on it, and then maybe I'll choose one of the files, but before that let me just inspect it, because we need to see in the console what is going to get changed. So I will just import the code by choosing one of the files. Now you see, as soon as I've chosen some file, the input is got changed, even though the input is not visible to us, right? The label is something which is the alias of that input, is handling everything else. So as soon as you click and then upload, right, it is eventually going to change the value of the input. When the input's value is getting changed, the on change event callback, whatever is that is what triggered. Now we got this particular one, and it's a type of file, right? Now what we can do is I'll just print something like target.files, so which is going to be an array. So let me just check one more, and import code, open. Now you see file list is only one object, which is the file, right? So in the length of it is 1. So in the 0 object, you see I got the file name, and then the file size, and then the image type, file type, and many things, right? But however, we are not going to choose the image files for it, because we have to choose some text files or some code files only, maybe a Python file or maybe a JavaScript file. So let me just import one of the JavaScript file or maybe index.css file, and let's see what is the file type that we get over here. So the file type is a text/css, right? So we can have the type, using this type we can control everything else. Now what I'll do is, this time I'll choose the notes.txt file, and let's see the type of this particular file. So you see the type of this particular is something like text/plain. Just observe the type. So for every type which is includes some text, right, which has a text, and then slash the actual type of the file, which is a CSS, and here it is the plain. And let me just import this time with some other file, maybe some kind of JavaScript file maybe. So I'll just get a JavaScript file. So this time I have chosen JavaScript file, and inside this let's just explore what we are getting here. Sorry, here. So you see we got text/JavaScript. So whichever the one includes the text, right, so that files we need to target. So if user uploads an image file or on a video file, right, that files will get something like image or a video. slash image slash jpeg, image slash png, or if it is a video file, video dot slash mp4, video dot video slash mkv, and so on, right? So to not to have that, we can just block the user to enter only text files. So whenever he enters the text file, then only we can just get the values. Now let me just get the file over here. So constant file is equal to event dot target dot files of 0. So basically only one file we are going to accept, that is at index 0. And then this file file type, so let me just create another variable called file type. So file type is equal to, if file dot includes, so it's a string, right? So file dot includes something like text, right? Then we can accept it. So it's going to return true or false based on whether it includes that or not, right? And then let me just log the file type. So this time I'll include HTML, and before that I'll just close this. I'll import this. File dot includes is not a function, okay. Acha, file dot type, I should say something like file dot type, because file is an object in which there is a type property, and then that type actually holds a string, and in that string we get something like text dot slash plain, text dot text slash py, text slash css, and so on, right? So this time it would work. So let me just have this, enter, and then I'll import this time with this file. Now you see the file type is true, so which is the text file. So whenever the file type is true, right, if file type, then only continue importing the code, else show an error message that something like alert, please choose program file, not some image files or something else. Now let's say if I choose one image file this time, so I'll choose maybe yeah, so here is an image file. If I choose it, right, so this time what happens is it shows the error message saying that please choose program files, because it's an image file, right? So that is how we are going to handle it. Now in the if statement, so this is where we need to read the file. So to read the file, firstly we have to use something called a file reader. Okay, so let's create a file reader object. So file reader, so it is the instance of a file reader class, something like new file reader we can use. So this new file reader, so if I go to here, right, so this is a class that is a built-in class which is just used to read the files. So for this file reader, what we can do is we can call something like file reader, and then file reader dot some function which is read as text. So the file name is read as text, and then we can just pass the file object. And now what we'll do is, for this file reader there is a onload event that we can add, which is a function that takes the value. So let us just log that value over here. So console.log something like value. So basically what we have created is a file reader instance, which is from the file reader class, and that's used to read the files, some big files. So read as text, and then we pass the file object that we actually uploaded, and then upon reading it, so it takes some time because it's an asynchronous operation to read a file, because it has to get from the hard disk and then it has to read. So it is an asynchronous operation. So that is the reason we are setting up a callback called onload callback, which means that whenever the process is completed, I mean the file reading process is done, then only it triggers this particular callback with the value to be the read value. Now let's just go here, and then I will choose some text file this time, desktop react, and then I think I have many files here. Let me just select this package.json file because it's also a text file. So it says that it's not a text file. It's fine. Now you see we got something like progress event, so he's trusted some other values we got. So this is the value object that we actually got. So from this, how could we get the data which is there? So to get the data, src element doc type, so result is there something over here. So here is where we have the result. So we have something like target, and then in the target we have a result. So it's an event kind of thing. So value is a progress event. So event dot target dot something like that we can do. So let me just log console.log event dot target dot result. I can just capture this. Now let's import the same file this time. I'll import index.html, and I got something like undefined, the value dot target dot result. So it should be a text, right? But it shows like it's an instance of the target. Or else what we can do is, the best way is to whenever we are reading some huge files, right? So it's better to convert it as a blob object. So let's just do that. I'll comment this, and again, so instead of directly passing the file instance from the input, right, we can just convert into a blob. So constant blob is equal to something like new blob, and then for this blob let us just see what it takes. So this is the blob, and so it should basically take let me just search for class blob. So this class blob has a constructor which takes an array of binary like. So binary like is basically the files are by default in the binary like. So we just need to pass as a list basically. So list of the files. So I'm just gonna pass a list over here, which is the file, right? So when I pass it, I'll get the blob object, and instead of instead of passing the file name directly, I can just pass this blob, which is a kind of minified file, and I can just use that maybe. And let me just inspect this, go to console, and this time I will import this index.html file. Now event, so actually I have made some mistake here. Previously also I could get, because I've used event. So if it does not work, we'll go to that. So I'll just print the value. Let me just import again, and then contact.html. So this time we got the same kind of object. So eventually it's like a blob is again a kind of a file only, but it's a kind of minified. Again in this we are going to get the target dot, so value dot target dot the result. So let me just log this result this time. So just use index.html, and this time you see whatever the value that we have actually had inside that, we got the entire value. Okay, so I don't think we don't need to use the blob, because previously we have made a typing mistake that this has to be used as an event, but we get the event object from here. So it should be something like value.target.result and not event.target.result, because the event object here is a value, right? So I don't need to use this one. I can go with this one, and then let's just give a try with this finally. So when I import, let's say I'm importing the file which is HTML, and I've got the HTML code present inside it, right? So somehow I'm able to read the code, correct? Now what I can do is, with this constant imported code, which is equal to value dot target dot result. Now this imported code, what we are going to do is, we'll have a kind of hook inside this, which is a code, and then set code, right? And then equal to something like use state, right? We'll have a default code just like empty thing. And then for this editor component, what we are going to do is, in the editor body, for this we can specify the value instance, I mean the value prop. So whatever we specify the value, right? So for now I'm specifying code variable, which is this, and inside this code variable some value for the editor. So basically whatever we have in the value prop, right? So that will be the one which will be shown to the user by default. Now you see we are getting some value in the editor for the editor. So that is what actually I've written over here. So basically using this, what we can do is we can use something like set code. Here we can call set code and with the imported code. So whenever we upload something, we are kind of reading that file, and then after reading whatever the result we got, that particular result we are setting for the state, so that the code variable will now become the imported code, right? And then later when it is re-rendered, by the time it re-renders, the value of the value would be changed to the new value, which is the code that would actually be imported. So it's going to work fine. Now let me just import the code. I'm going to import some JS code this time, because our type is JavaScript. So let me just go for desktop, and then this one maybe JavaScript. I have a CSS, not this one. So in this I might have some JavaScript. Yeah, you can see here is a JavaScript file, and I just imported, and you see whatever the code that's present inside that particular file is got imported over here, just like this. Let me import some other JavaScript code this time. Maybe in the src I could have, you see, setup test something, but it includes some other, you see it is another JavaScript code, right? So this is how we can use the functionality of import, and the same thing we can also add for over here and then over here also, that we will see little later. So till now what we have done is we have integrated the entire playground screen along with the editor and all other stuff, but the functionality part is still left. Like we have done the importing code. So when we click on this one and then import some JavaScript file or any file, the file data whatever is there entirely, that will be loaded onto this particular editor, right? So that's what we have done. And then exporting code we haven't done yet. So basically exporting code should basically download all the code into some file based on the type of the language that I've chosen. Let's say if it is CPP, I have to create a file with something .cpp. If it is a JavaScript, I have to create a file called something.js and then download that file as soon as the user clicks on this, right? And then also I've not implemented this particular import input and then export output for the input output containers as well. So let's just do that. Firstly, I wanted to implement this particular export code for this particular editor. So coming back to over here, so where we have the button of, this is the import code, right? And I think these icons seems little different. So it's like export icon and then it's like import icon. So what I'll do is I'll just change this. Basically I'll just swap this, and this is something like cloud upload. Now this looks a little better. You see this is import and then this is export. And similarly here also I'm going to swap. So those two components I have over here. So this is cloud upload, I'll just make, and then the above one I'll just make it to cloud download, just like this, so that this would look like importing, basically downloading kind of thing. It's not actually downloading, but it makes sense to have a downloading icon because it's an import, right? So before we implement this one, let us implement the other functionality of exporting the code. So whenever we click on this export code, so it's a button, right? So for this on click I'll specify, which is export code. Okay, so export code, I'm going to create the function which is export code, like how on upload code, that is the import code. I could have named this as import code instead, import code, and then similarly constant export code. So this export code, what we are going to do eventually is that we are going to create a file instantly. We should create, let's say we have some code inside this function, call me just like this, and let's say it is JavaScript. Yeah, even we also need to take care of this one. So because based on the language we need to change the syntax as well, right? So this particular code, whatever is there, I need to kind of create a file with an extension of JS, because the type of the language is JavaScript here, right? And then I need to download that code, right? So to show you how we can do that, I'm gonna create something like a practice folder inside this, because I wanted to show that separately aside. So practice folder, and inside this I'm going to create one HTML file just like this, and then I'm also going to create some index.js file. And let me open this particular HTML file with the live server, because I specifically wanted to show you. And then I will open this one in a new window basically. Now you see we have got a brand new window wherein we have only two of our files. Now what I'm going to do is I'll just have a plain HTML just like this, right? And in this, what we are going to do is we are going to implement the functionality that we actually needed, and then later we will move there, right? So index.js just like this. Now what is the behavior that we wanted? The behavior is that whenever we export code, let us say there is a text input, and then in the text input we have some data, I mean some text might be there. So we have to download the text based on like a txt file or any file. So as soon as we click on a button, we have to download whatever the text that is present inside that input. So let's just implement that. So I'll have a kind of text area just like this without any name and then anything. And then I will also have a button called button with an ID of, let's say, export, and then export value, something like this. Okay, let me just refresh this. Now you see I have some text area, and then I have a button. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to implement something. So whenever we click on this particular export value button, what I wanted to do is I wanted to extract the value that is actually present inside the text area, and then I just wanted to download that as some txt file. So to do that, let's just extract that. So firstly I'll extract the button, so something like button document dot get element by id. So the button will have an id called export, right? And for this button I'm going to set up the event listener, so button dot add event listener, which is the click event listener. And then in this I'm going to run a callback. So basically whenever I click on this button, I'm going to extract the value of this input. So let me also get the text area. So document, I have not given any id for it, so document dot get elements by tag name, which is the text area tag name. So we have only one element, so it is at index 0, so that's how I can get it. Now this text area dot value I just wanted to log whenever we click on the button. So let me just log the text area dot value just like this. So what it's going to do, it's going to just, as soon as you click on the button, we are kind of extracting the value that is present inside the text area, and then we are printing it onto the console. Let me come back to here. Some text is there inside this. Let me click on this export value, and you see we got that some text. Now we don't want the text to be printed on the console, but what we wanted to create a file with something with an extension of .txt, let's say, and then we wanted to download that particular file in which I wanted to append this content. So to have that, firstly, how do we create a file? So create a file, and that file should be instantly, I mean it should be in the memory, right? So create a file instantly just like this, and write the code, write the text inside that file and download it. So 3 steps. So first step is what? Creating a file. How do we create a file instantly in the memory? So that is where we use something called blobs. So a blob is a built-in class or a constructor function, you can assume, which acts like much like an instance, basically instance of a file. So let me create a blob object just like this, which is equal to new blob. So you don't need to worry about where this blob class or constructor function is coming from, because it's by default they are available in the global in the browsers. And then it takes 2 things. One is the array, and then in that array we have to pass the text that we wanted to write into the instant file or the blob file, let's say. Now what I wanted to write the text area dot value, whatever is there, that one I wanted to write. And then we also need to specify what kind of file it is. So we are creating a plain text files, right? So we need to specify the options in the second argument for this blob constructor, and for this we have to specify one property called type, in which we'll specify text and then /plain, because we are writing some plain text. Now this blob is kind of instant file. Let me just show you how it looks like, the blob object. If I come here and then have some text inside and then export the value, So you see, we have got the blob object which has a size of 9. So 9 is the size because the number of characters, each character will take 1 byte. So 9 bytes of size it is, the blob size it is. You can see 4 and then space and then 4. So totally 9 characters. And then its type is of text plain, which I have given myself, right? So this blob object is much like a file object, which is an instant file we can use. And then one more thing is, we also, as after creating the blob object, now what we need to do, we need to create a download link. So the second step is to create a download link which should be clickable, but of course the user is not going to click on it. The user is going to just click on the button only. After that we have to download. So we are not going to show any download link or something else. It will be automatically downloaded. So we have to create a download link. So how to create a download link? So if you remember, whenever we have something like an anchor tag just like this with href, and then with some href value, maybe a file address, let's say some PDF file or any address in the href, and then the second thing which is the download property. So in the download property, let's say some abc.txt, right? Now let's assume that or abc.pdf, let's say. Usually in real time what happens while downloading PDF files or image files, the same thing happens. There will be a link, and in that link, in the href, the link of that particular PDF file or image file will be attached. And then in the download property, they specify the file name in which the data should be downloaded. And it's a clickable one. Whenever you click it, you won't navigate to some other screen where it will just download that particular file with a file name of abc.pdf. And now I'm going to create the same kind of anchor tag in the memory. I'm not going to append it inside the body. I'm just going to create it in the memory. So to do that, constant some link is equal to document dot create element, and which is an anchor tag. And then for this link, I wanted to give some href. So, but what should I give in the href? So href should be the URL of the file that we have instantly created. Now you see, we have created the file, but we have not created any URL. Let's create the URL. So constant URL is equal to, we have something like a global variable called URL. So which can create some URLs, dynamic URLs with unique IDs. I'll show you what it is. And then it can take up a file object. So basically a blob object kind of thing. So it will take a blob object, and then I'll comment these two lines. I'll just show you what this URL is. So console.log URL. And if I save this and then come back to here, write some more text inside just like this. And then if I export it, now you see we got one URL which is extending to this particular base domain, right? Now in this URL at the last, if you see, irrespective of what content we write it inside the text area, it is going to generate some unique ID kind of thing, which is the one generated by this particular create object URL method. And it eventually creates a URL, and this URL is now a clickable one. Whenever we click it, what happens is it's going to be like pointing onto the file in which we have this text. Let me just show this what it is. Cannot get, but yeah, it will be there within this particular window only. So we will extract that particular URL, and then we will attach it for the anchor tags href value. So now the next thing here, we have created the link, which is the anchor tag, and the href for it is to be something like URL, and then link dot download property. So we have to specify the file name, right? Something like myfile.txt, just like this. So basically what's happening here is that we have created one file instantly, and then we have created a URL with that file, and then that URL we attach to one anchor tag that we have instantly created. And for that particular link tag, we just attach the download attribute with a myfile.txt. That's it. Now the last thing is, in JavaScript, if you know, everything we can click dynamically also just by using that particular object and then calling the click method just like this. So what it does is it clicks the, it actually clicks the link which is not there on the document, but it is there in the memory. So it just basically mimics the click event on that particular link tag. Not only for link, any HTML element we can directly click in the JavaScript just like this. Now if I come back to here and then save this, so some text inside the input just like this, and if I click on export value, now you see we have got this particular myfile.txt. Why myfile.txt is because in the download attribute I have given the file name to be this, and in the URL what I have given is this is what the URL actually, which contains the blob object, which is this one. Now if I open this one, so whatever the text that I typed, so some text inside the input, the same text we have got over here. So this is how actually download event we can implement. Now let's get back to our project to implement furthermore in our project directly. Minimize this a little bit. Yeah, it looks like let me close this one as well. Yeah. Now in the export code, what we need to do firstly, extract the code. How can we extract the code? So we are not tracking actually the code, right? So upon changing the code, what I can do is I can just have something like set code and then the new code I can do just like this. So on change code means whenever user types something in the code editor, the callback whatever we pass to that particular editor component, it will be just invoking this particular on change code method with the updated value, which is a new code. And then we are setting our state of this particular editor container over here. So what happens? The state of the component will re-render because of setting the new state. And then what I'll do is I'll just print the code each time. Let me come back to here and then to this one, to our editor. I'll inspect. Now let me just type something, and you can see as soon as I have changing something, what happened? The entire code is getting updated. You see something, entire code is getting updated, and then it is calling this callback because we passed this particular on change code callback method to the editor component. But it's not a suggested way to re-render this big component each time, because you see whenever if I make a log, it's like the entire component, which is the editor container, I mean a function, which kind of will be recalled each time because of the state change. So if I save this and then come and then type something over here, you see rendered for many times. Even after changing a single key, the component, the big component is entirely getting re-rendered. So this is where it's not a good idea to maintain the state of this, but instead what we can do is we can have the set code, but I'm not going to set the code, but we can have something like a use ref. So saying that something like code ref, just like this, which is equal to use ref. So use ref is also kind of state management, but upon changing its value, it does not changes the it does not re-render the component basically. So use ref, and then inside this use ref I'll just have the code, or let's say inside this use ref I'll just have just a reference, so empty reference. So if I log code ref, right, I will get the empty object I mean by code ref. Now what I'll get an object with a current to be an empty object, just like this. So this is what the object that I can get. So if I come back to here, open this, now you see the current is set to undefined because initially we don't have anything. Now as soon as the code is getting changed, what I can do is code ref dot current is equal to, I can make it to new code, just like this. And this function, whenever this function is called, we are kind of getting the new code and we are updating that new code into our code ref, but we are not re-rendering the component because it's not a use state to update it, right? So if I call a set code maybe set code also updates the code value, but it re-renders the component, right? So but here I'm just updating the reference so that it does not take care of re-rendering the component. So I can hold the value, kind of a hidden value, just like this. All the new code will be there in this particular code ref. And then the next thing is let's try to go ahead and then implement this one. So whenever we call the export code, if I print, I just wanted to print code ref dot current, right? So let me just come here and I will also Now you see I've refreshed everything. So we have export code button. If I click on it, now you see we got undefined. Why do we got undefined? Because initially the code ref.current is undefined. Now what I'll do is I'll type something, and you see the component is not re-rendered at all. And then if I click on this button, so this time whatever the change we had, that entire change as we are updating with our reference, right? So if I click on export code this time, now you see we got that something over here. So whenever we want, we can consume it directly because the data is there in the memory, basically in this reference, correct? And that's what I'm doing here. Now I got the value, so constant code value, which is equal to code ref dot current, just like this. So which will just extract the current code, and then I will make it check if code value is not there. I mean, if code value is not there, which means I can use a not operator in front of it. I'll show you an alert message saying that please type some code in the editor before exporting. So some error message to the user because we don't want to download the empty file, right? So that is the reason. Now you see currently I'm removing everything, it's an empty thing. And then if I click on this export code, now I got an alert message saying that please type some code in the editor before exporting, because we don't had anything right now, right? Now let me come back to here. If there is some code value, what we can do, actually we have to trim this code value also. So I can do something like trim also, so that if any extra spaces are there, those spaces will be trimmed. Because let's say if I type some spaces, so all of these are spaces, which is eventually like an empty thing. But in JavaScript, this is not an empty thing. It has many space characters, so it will assume that there is something. So if I trim it, all these extra spaces will go away, and then making the entire string, which is the editor value, to be empty string again. So if I export code again, I'm going to get the same error because I trimmed it, right? Now the next thing is to implement the same thing whatever we have seen over here. Now we got the value. So let's create a blob, which is the instance file. So I'll write a comment, create a blob or a kind of instant file in the memory, just like this, and constant blob is equal to, or I could make it something like code blob is equal to what I can do, something like new blob, and then for this I can just pass the code value whatever I have captured, and then the type I can specify to be text plain, just like this, text plain. Now once I have created the blob, let's create the URL, download URL, which is equal to how can we create? There is a globally available URL object is there. On that, create object URL, and then for this we just need to pass the code blob object. So it will create the downloadable. Second step is to create the downloadable link with the blob data, basically with the blob data, just like this. And then once we have created this, now the next thing is what? So we have to create a link, basically. So create a clickable link. So that's the third step. So create a clickable link to download the blob, or I could say file, right? So the link is equal to document dot, so we know document object we can use everywhere, create element, so that's going to be an anchor element, and then link dot href. I just need to attach the download URL, and then link dot download. So what I need to do, so link dot download needs to be a file which is something like code dot some dynamic file extension, because the file extension depends on what? The file extension actually depends on this particular language, whatever we have chosen over here, right? So let's just have that. So firstly, where we have the language selector, so language picker we have over here inside the very first one, which is over here. So now for this, I'll have a on change event, and then I'll have a value for this, which is the initial value, something like this. So that should be language, and this thing is should be on change language. And similarly for the second one, I'm going to have the on change event, which is on change theme, and then I'm going to have the value to be initial theme, just like theme, right? So by default I'm going to specify CPP as a language, as a value, and then for the theme VS Dark I'm going to specify as the language. So let's come back to here, and I'll create another two hooks. One is for language, and then set language, just like this. So use state, so initially the language is CPP, and then constant. Next thing is um, theme, and then set theme, because we can also change the theme, which is equal to use state, and then the initial theme is we are going to have, I'm just hard coding this, we might dynamically send it from other components also, but currently I'm hard coding this one. Now this language, here the spelling is correct, wrong, right? Now it is fine. So on change language, on change thing. So let me just implement those two functions also. Constant on change language, so which is going to have the new value or new language, I could say. So I'm just going to call set language, and then in this I'm going to pass new language, just like this. Similarly, I'm going to have another function on change theme, which is equal to new theme, and then I'm going to just set theme with a new theme, just like this, right? And then once theme and these two are set, right, we can consume those two over here. So currently we have hard coded the language. Let me not do that. So I'll dynamically change this to language. And then the second thing is the value is okay. This one we can also make it dynamic, but the theme is also we have hard coded. So let me just make it to dynamic. Now if I come back to here, file extension is not defined. Okay, so let's extract the file extension little later. I'll comment this out. Now coming back to here, if I change it to JavaScript, for example, let me keep CPP first, and then I'll check the syntax of CPP. Hash include IO string, just like this. It's not giving the syntax highlighting. Why? The language is CPP. Let me just hard code this with CPP first. I wanted to check whether it is valid CPP or not. Yes, it is a valid, so it should also work with language also. I'll just give a refresh. Now let me just use this hash include IO string, and then using namespace std, and then int main. So it is highlighting the syntax because it's properly so int a, int b I can use, and then C out something. You see, it's properly giving the syntax of the C++. Now let me just change it to JavaScript, and you see the syntax is gone because JavaScript, when I changed it to JavaScript, the language is not getting changed. Why? So the value of it needs to be language, or else let me remove this. Now it has changed the language, Python, and then if I change to Java, yeah. Now let me just change it to JavaScript, and then I'll remove this, and then I'll check function call me. Again we lost this. Let's see why. I'll give a refresh because the component is kind of has some memory references maybe. So each time I save, the references might not change in the memory. So if we refresh, everything will get recreated. So that's the idea of doing it. But when you go to development, once we made everything development properly, so we'll able to get the get everything properly. Hash include, so you see it is giving the highlighting for it. Now let me change it to JavaScript. So whenever I change this to JavaScript, the on change language will get executed, where we are setting the language to be new language. New language is now JavaScript, so that it should support the JavaScript syntax, but it's not doing. Let me check. on change language, I'll just log, or else whenever language changes, I wanted to print theme as well as language, theme and then language. So theme is VS Code and then language is something. Okay, so basically, yeah, so it's my mistake that on change is an event, right? On change is an event here, right? On change is an event. So what is happening is that what on change captures. So on change will capture the event object, right? So it does not capture the new language directly. So let me just extract what is this event object, and I'll come back to this, save this. Now let me change it to Java, and you see we got the event object. Now how can we extract the value of this particular one? We can extract the value by using event.target.value. So let me just print that event.target.value. Now if I save this and if I close this and then change this to Python, you see we got Python now. If I change this to CPP, we'll get CPP. If I change this to Java, we'll get Java. So we can also have the value property also over here, something like language. It will be not a problem, right? And let me come back to here. So instead of setting the language to be the new language, which is not a valid one, we have to extract the language from the event object, because on change event will give us the event object, not the value directly. Similarly here also it gives the event object. So e.target.value. Now if I come back to here and then refresh it once, and now let me just type some C++ code, hash include, and you see it's clearly supporting that syntax highlighting. Let me change this to JavaScript, and then now you see the language is changed to JavaScript. And if I run a function call me, now you see it is also working fine. And let me change it to Java, and if I run something like a class main, just like this, and then public static void main, so I can just do this one as well. So you see it is also highlighting for Java. And let me change it to Python one last time, and I'll create a function, and inside this I'm going to just make a log saying that hello world, just like this. And you see it is also working with the syntax, and it also taking care of the indentations as well. So everything is working fine. And let me also check with this particular theme change. I changed it to light theme, and you see the theme is changed immediately, because you see after changing the component is got re-rendered with a new value of theme to be VS Lite. And similarly, let me get back to dark theme. So we got dark theme now. Okay, so now we can remove this particular things. Now based on the language we can generate the file name dynamically, right? So let me just do that. So constant file extension, which is equal to, so based on the language, so what are the possible language values that we have? CPP, JavaScript, and then Java, and then Python, right? So if it is CPP or Java, the file name would be the same. If it is JavaScript or Python, we have to have the file name. So basically let's have the file name mapping over here, constant file extension mapping, which is an object. And in this mapping, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the key CPP and then the value CPP, because for CPP the extension is CPP. For JavaScript, I'm going to have the extension to be JS, and for Python I'm going to have the extension to be Python, and for Java I'm going to have the extension to be Java. Now using this file extension mapping, what I can do, I can generate the file extension dynamically. So file extension mapping of, and I can just pass the language over here, so that it will generate the file name dynamically, right? So some code.js or code.cpp based on what the current language is. Now if I save this and then come back to here, let us say I'm going to write some Python code, some function, right? And then let's say I have a for loop for I in range maybe from 0 to 5, and then I'm going to print 2 times of 5, just like this. So I've written as plain Python code. Now this is a Python code and the theme is the state is Python currently, right? So using this file extension mapping, so file extension mapping of Python means it will give us the py, right? And during the calculation of this download property, so code dot the file mapping of Python which will give us the py. So code dot py will be the file with the content to be whatever we had in the editor. Let me just export this code. It didn't work because we are not clicking the link. So let's click the link. We have to click the link. I mean, dynamically we are setting whatever the dynamically created link element is there, which is an anchor tag. We need to click it using JavaScript only, because I don't want the user to re-click again on some other download link. So he'll be clicking on only the export code, and after that we have to take care of everything to download the file. Let me save and then come back to here, export code. Now you see it has downloaded the code.py, and in this we have the code actually, right? Let me just change it to JavaScript, and then I'll change the code to be JavaScript function, just like this, and then console.log some message. So this is a JavaScript. Currently the state of it is JavaScript. So file extension mapping of JavaScript will give us the JS, and if I export this, we'll get a JS file just like this, right? So you see this is pretty handy, right? Now the next thing is we have implemented the import code. Let's say I'll implement the import code, arrays.js I'll implement. So you see it is a JavaScript code, right? But most of them are comments. And then if I export it, what happens? It will export code.js. Why upon importing what happened? Why it is not importing? Let's see why. So upon importing, what has happened is we are setting the state, but for downloading we are not consuming the code from the state. So for downloading we are consuming the code from the coderef.current, right? So here also let's make sure to attach for this coderef.current is equal to the imported code, just like this. And if I come back to here and then export this time, so in the code2.js we should get it. Let me refresh once. So I'll import some code, maybe arrays.js, and then this should be actually a JavaScript code, and then I will export this. Now it downloaded another file, and you see I got all the code. This is about importing exporting for the case of editor, and let's also do the same thing for the input output container, which are there in another component. So let's go there. So here also we have label and then input. So for this input, which is the downloading the input, basically import input, right? So for this, let me just have on change event, which is download input, something like this, or something like import input. Okay, so this function I will implement now. So constant import input, what it takes is it takes the event object again, and let's extract the files because it might have multiple files also. So e.target is the target HTML element, which is this particular input. E.target.files, you know, it's a plural form, which means multiple files. Out of them we just need to extract the first file. So whenever we click on this label and then upload a file, basically what happens, the on change event of this input will get triggered because this label and then this input are binded together with a for HTML for and then the ID, right? So I'll get the file. So let me just have the file. I'm printing the file and I will inspect this. So we need to also take care of this. We are getting a horizontal scroll, so we can make it responsive. So import, and then I'm importing something like this. And you see after importing, I got this entire particular file, right? Whose file name is arrays.js, correct? Now what we need to do, we just need to show that entire input inside this particular input container, right? So to do that, what we can do is, So here is where we have the text area. So I'm going to give the value of it to be input, just like this, and then I'll have a hook for the input and then set input. So input then set input, which is equal to use state, and that's going to be empty initially. Let me import the use state also, just like this. Now once we get this, so we are going to use this particular value for this particular text area. Similarly for the outer one, for the output one, so the value I'll give something like output and then set output. So two hooks I'm going to create. So one is for the input and the another one is for the output. So once I have this two, just like this, I'm not going to do anything in the output section, but I'll be just having the export output method. So constant export output. So that's going to be, again, we have to kind of download a file, download a txt file with the contents of output text area, like how we have done just now for the code. So when we exported the code, we extracted the value that's present inside the code, and then we have just created a link, downloadable dynamic link, and then we clicked it by using JavaScript only. So it has downloaded the file basically to us, right? Now once we extract the file, let's create an instance of file reader. So file reader, which is equal to new file reader, like how we have done in the previous thing, where we kind of imported some code in this editor container component over here. If you see, so we have created the file type, and then we have kind of, let's also extract the file type here, or else I'll copy this entire code, because the same thing we are going to do here again. So it should be a text file at least. And then what we are going to do is, let me remove this, and you see, if the file type is not a text type, which means not a JavaScript or a Python, if it's not a text file, let's say if it is something other than text, might be a PDF file or a image file, then in that case we are going to show the user saying an alert message that you can't import this particular input. Okay, now here we need to write the logic. So constant, we need to create a file reader first. So the file reader is equal to new file reader, just like this, and then file reader dot read as text. So we have to read it as a text, and then we'll pass the file object to it. And then file reader, once it is done with the reading, right? We just need to onload. We can pass a callback called onload. So that is where we'll get the event object, which will have result inside this. So let's extract that result. So that result, we just need to put it inside the input. So set input e dot target dot result, just like this. Or else let me show you first before setting it. So console.log e dot target dot result. So the same thing whatever we have done for the code editor, same code editor there in the editor container. So basically what we did, user clicks on an import input, he will take up a file. Once he takes up, the input will be called, because on change event we attach for the input. And then once it is changed, what we'll do, we will kind of read the file, and then if the file type is of text, then only we are going to do the further processing. If it is not file type of text, then what we are going to do, we will show some error message. Now coming back to here, user clicks on this, you provided value, let me just refresh it, of RTF form field with on change. But it's not a form though, right? Acha, so maybe the issue is over here. Let me save here and then refresh. warning, it's a warning, so let's forget about this. It's not an error. Let me import something. So I'm gonna take something like some text, maybe very short text. So I'll import this todo.css, and you see I got the entire css text because I read this, right? Now the only thing left is here, instead of printing it on the console, what we need to do, we need to set it as the input text. So for the input text, we have attached the value property, if you remember. So input text area, we had one thing over here. So if we are setting this input, which means the component will re-render, and the value of the hook, input hook, will change because we are using its setter method only, right? So if I save this and then come back to here, click on this, open, and you see we got the entire text over here, just like this, right? Let me just remove this. It looks like it is not editable. Value is not getting changed. It should be deletable. Or else on change I'll have, which is set input with e dot target dot value. I think this is the reason why we are not getting this. Let me just remove this, and if I remove, you see now this time it goes away, just like this. So because we are in React, not in the regular DOM, so we have to attach the on change listener. If you don't attach, the hook value will not change, so we have to kind of you know, the hook value does not change, so it will still be there. So whenever we remove it, it does not go away. And similarly for this also, let's have the same thing. So on change event first, and then for this event, and then set output with e dot target dot value, just like this. And then we have the output. So in the export output, so we are going to implement the export output method. So whenever we click on this particular button, export output, we have it over here. Let's have on click export output is the method. So what we are going to do is we will read this particular output value, output hook basically. So let's do that. Constant output value, which is equal to something like the output. So I'm going to trim it because we might be having some empty spaces. If not output value, then I'll show an alert message saying that output is empty. And then else, or else we can return from here without any else block. And then here we can write our logic where we will create a blob again. So just like this, blob is equal to new blob. And inside this, we are going to pass the text, which is the output value. And then once we pass that, the type property will specify, which is text slash plain, just like this. And later we will create the URL for this. So URL is equal to URL dot create object URL by passing this blob. And then let's create the clickable link. So the link is equal to document dot get element, create element, which is an anchor tag we have to create, just like this. And then once we create anchor tags, let's attach link dot href is equal to the URL which we have got by creating this by using this create object URL method. And then link dot method, link dot download should be a file which is output.txt. So it should be always output.txt only, right? It's a text file always. Output is always a text. Similarly with the input also, but input we are not exporting, right? And then we will be finally calling this particular link.click method over here, just like this. And now if I save this and then come back to here, so currently we don't have anything in the output, so that is why we are not able to see. Let me just remove this read only and now let's say I have some output just like this, assume that, and if I click on export, now you see we got output.txt, and in that I'm going to have all these 3 lines. Okay, now let's say if I remove this and then export, it will show an error message saying that output is empty, just like this. But it should be a read only one only always, because we cannot edit the output. Read only, just like this, right? So apart from this import, output, export, everything is fine. Now the later thing what we need to do is, as soon as we load this, we come onto the screen, right? We have got the file ID and then we have got the folder ID. So while setting up file ID and folder ID, we might have set up the default codes. So I wanted to load the default codes into this first. So let's just do that. In the editor component, what I'll be doing is, for this editor container, I'll pass the file ID, which is file ID that I extracted here from the params, basically route params over here, you see. And then I'll also pass the folder ID to my editor container, folder ID. So that's going to be folder ID. And if I come back to here, I'll be extracting them, file ID, comma, folder ID. So 2 things I got. Now the default code should be, let me have a callback. So in this callback, whatever I written, that will be the initial code, right? And now what I have to return, I have to return the code of this particular file ID. Now if I open the what we see, the data context, right? We had one thing which is provider, playground provider. So in the playground provider, if you remember the data structure, so default codes we had for every file, for JavaScript, Java, Python, everything we have the default codes. So let's have another feature called get default code, which takes the file ID and then folder ID. So let me just have that. Default code. So I'm going to pass, and this should be a constant. Let me write it over here, constant get default code, which will take the file ID and then folder ID. So basically we have to return the default code in this. How can we return the default code? So just that we'll be iterating on our folders first. We'll be iterating on folders. So we have the data structure to be something like this. So folders is an array which looks something like this, and we will iterate on every file wherever the folder ID matches. And then if the file ID is also matched, then we are going to extract the code of that, right? So let's just do that over here. So folders dot for each, that is an array, and then folder, and if folder ID, or else I can run a plain for loop instead of this. So for let I runs from 0, I less than folders dot length, and then I plus plus, and then inside this, if folder of I, if folders of I dot ID is equal to folder ID, and then similarly once that is done, then I'll be iterating another for loop for let j runs from 0, and then j less than folders of I dot files dot length. So folders of I dot length, I dot files is again another array, you see. So this is from, let's say, folders of 1. So folders of 1 dot files is again another array. So on this array we'll be iterating to check for the file ID, then length, and then j plus plus, right? And then inside this, if file ID, which is equal to the folders of I dot files of j dot id, then what we are going to do, we are going to return the code of this, or let me just extract the current file. So constant current file, which is equal to, I could quit it something like this. So current file which is equal to this one, return current file dot the code basically. So this is what I'm going to do in this particular function. So where I'm going to iterate on every uh, folder, and then in each folder, whenever there is a folder matching is there with the required folder ID, then we will iterate on the files of that, and then whenever there is a match with the file ID that is the required one, then we are going to just return the code of that, right? And let's also add that one. So default code we have added, get default code. So let's try to use that over here. So constant what is the context of this? Playground context, use context playground, playground context, correct. So constant, I will extract this, which is get default code, which is equal to use context, and then for this I'm going to pass the playground context, and then for this I'm going to pass return the get default code, whatever it returns, for which I just need to pass the file ID and then the folder ID, just like this. So it will take care of giving that, right? Now coming back to here, so let me refresh this. So it took the default code, but you see the language is not set to default. Let's also get the language of the file folder ID. Again, we will run another thing, or else what we can do is we can manage the language and everything over here in a single state, language and then code in a single state. But instead of that, okay, let's have another get language. Also, we will add another feature in this, just like this, get language. So get language is another feature that we are going to add for this model. So where we'll be iterating again, but this time instead of returning the code, we will be returning the language for that particular file ID, and then we will specify this get language over here. So I'll copy this and then we'll paste over here, and then coming back to here, and I will also destructure this one, get language. Now once I get the language, so what I can do, I can just have a callback, and then in this I can run this particular language by passing the file ID and then folder ID, just like this. Now if I save this, now you see we got Java by default. Let me come back to here. So this is Java, this is CPP. Let me open CPP, and you see the default language is CPP and the default code is CPP, whatever we had. And then if I come here and then go here, now you see Java and then the default code we have got, right? So if I export code, Java file will be downloaded with the code to be this one. Let me show you. Exported, please type some code in the editor before exporting. Oh, okay, so this happens because we are downloading let me see whether we got the undefined we got. So we got undefined means, let's see what is the issue. So the issue would be we are extracting from the reference, basically the code reference, and whenever we get this, that the default code, I think we need to pass the default code here so that we won't be having any conflict, because for the first time when the component renders, we might have some code because of this one. So let's say we come from some card, and then for the first time our editor container renders, right? We will have the initial value, and that initial value is the actual code that we have got from here, which is the default code from the provider basically. Now if I come back to here and then go here and then export this, now you see this time it downloads the entire code. You see we have got the entire code over here, right? Let me close all this. This is also working fine now, and the next thing is what we are left with is saving the code. So we have to save the code now, and then what happens if I change the language? So you see when I change the language, the syntax should go away. You see, I'm getting the squizzles because it's a JavaScript. So whenever I change the language, right, um, what I should do is I should change the language of this for this particular folder ID, and then for this particular file ID eventually I need to change its language. So whenever I'm changing its language, the default code also need to be changed. So that's what I need to do. So let's just have that method also here. So which is going to listen for changing in the language, right? So but what things we need to make, let's see. So the title we are going to keep as it is, the code we have to change, and the language we have to change. The ID we are not going to change. So shall we like iterate the same way, and then we will update the code as well as the language. So let me just have that update language, which is equal to file ID and then the folder ID. And then what I'm going to do is now in this, so in the update language, I'll be kind of running the same iterations. And then here, whenever I match this, what I'm going to do is, so in the folders, I just need to update this particular file ID. So for this file ID, what I need to do is, so I got somehow the reference of this. So this reference I need to update. So eventually I should get the another duplicate array basically, and then the duplicate array I need to append. So let me just have something like this: constant new folders, which is equal to the existing folders, just like this. So this is another array, and then wherever we are, so I'll just change it to new folders, which is just a copy of existing folders. And then here inside this, whenever there is a map, not get language, not here, we are editing it wrong place. Let me come back to here. So constant new folders, which is equal to existing folders array, just like this. And then wherever these folders are there, I'm just going to change it to new folders. And now whenever there is a match, so new folders, or maybe current file, not current file but new folders of I dot files of j dot code, which is equal to the language, and then we will be passing the language just like this. So code is equal to default language mapping. So default codes we'll have just over here, and then in this we'll be just passing the language. And the next thing is new folders of I dot files of j dot language is equal to language. So what we did eventually, we figured out the file ID. So we just taken a copy of the existing folders, and then in that new folders, which is the copy of existing folders, we iterated and then we figured out the file ID. And then wherever we figured out the file ID, so there we are updating the language and then the code, right? And then after that, what we are going to do is, so we updated these two things. When we updated these two things, again, what we need to do? We need to just default code. Let me just check whether the default codes is same as, so the same convention we have used here, Java, Python, JavaScript, CPP. So this is going to work fine. And then update language. So last thing what we need to do is set folders, which is equal to folders, new folders basically, right? And once we have done this, next thing is what the next thing should be, we updated it and we just need to pass this particular update language, and also we have to store it in the local storage, correct? So whenever this folder changes, I'm going to call this particular one. So upon changing of folders, we are going to just set it in the local storage. So set folders, how many places I'm calling? Many places. Set many places whenever I'm setting up, right? So in this use state, uh, if not local item, local storage dot get item. If it is not there, then only we are writing it. If it is there, we are not writing it. So it's not a good idea. So what we can do is, while setting new folders, right? You can just have this over here in front of this, the same line. So now update language. Let's just see. Let's just pass this one, update language. So it should take three things: folder ID, file ID, and then the new language, that is the updated language. Let me come back to here. So whenever there is a change in language, so on change language we have a function. Whenever there is a change in language, what we need to do, we just need to call, uh, let me import this one also, update language. So we just need to pass the update language method over here, and then for this we are going to pass the file ID, folder ID, and then e dot target dot value, basically the targeted language value. Now if I come back to here and then change this to Java, it is Java. If I change it to Python, this value is not getting updated, but the language would definitely had updated. You see, when I refreshed it, the language is updated, but the code is not getting updated. So why the code is not getting updated? Let's see. So we have to call the set code again. Oh, not this. Get default codes. So again, I'm going to just update the set code method over here. Set code, get default code, and I'll pass the file ID and then the folder ID over here, so that the language will also be updated. So if I change it to JavaScript, now you see the code is also changed here. If I change it to CPP, the code is also changed here. And if I refresh, it will be the same thing. Okay, so basically what I've done is, upon changing the language, which means the language drop down, whenever I change, first thing I'm doing is updating the language. So it will go and then update it in the local storage as well as in the root component, which is the playground provider. And then immediately after updating, I'm just setting the code with the default codes. Now this file ID will have the updated language code, right? So I'm just getting it and then setting it. And then I'm also setting the language with the new language value. That is what actually user has chosen. So if I change it to Java, now it changes to Java. If I change it to Python, it changes to Python. Just like this. And so everything looks fine. And then save code. So saving code is something, saving it on the Play Store storage. Let's say if I write a function called func, empty function, and then I did not save it. If I refresh, I'll be losing these two lines which I have edited just now. Let me just refresh it. Now you see I lost those two lines. So when user clicks on the save button, we should not remove that. We have to save it permanently in the local storage, so that even the user comes after some time, maybe by closing the browser and then tomorrow, then we should still show that particular code, whatever he or she has edited previously. So to do that, that's why we added the save code method. So let's have this one, another feature called save code. And then for this, I'm going to just add the another feature called constant save code. And then in the save code, it should take the file ID, because we need to know in which file we are saving, and it should take the folder ID as well. So folder ID as well, just like this. And then the same thing again, we have to iterate to look for the file. So I'm going to iterate to look for the file. And then the next thing is, so whenever I figure out the file ID, so I will get the new code. So I just need to update that new code over here. So for that, what I need to do is, so let me have the new folders again. So constant new folders, which is equal to existing folders, the copy of existing folders, and then this three places I'll just change it to new folders, and then here I'm just going to extract the new file. Basically over here I'll update the new folders. So new folders of I dot files of j dot code, just the code we are updating, right? So the code is equal to the new code which we get from the get as a third argument. And then the next thing what we are going to do here is we are going to set folders over here with a new folders, so that we are updating the state with updated code. And also let's make sure to add this particular line where we are also going to save it in the local storage. Let me save it over here and then pass it here. And then save code method we can call whenever user clicks on the save in the editor container. So let me just have save. So here is the save. On click, save code, just like this, or maybe something like on save code. So I'll extract, so constant on save code, which is equal to a function, and then inside this I'm going to extract the feature which is save code. So for the save code I'll be passing the file id, save code of file id, folder id, and then the last thing which is the value. So the value, we get it from code dot current, just like this. Now whenever the code saving is done, right, we will show that an alert message, code saved successfully, just like a message. And if I come back to here, let's say I'll write my name over here and then save this. Now you see code saved successfully, and then if I refresh for this particular ID, you see I'm going to have it. If I close this and then open this, let me copy this URL, close this, and then open the same thing, I'll still be having this Aravind because it is actually updated in the local storage. So if you go to your local storage application and then go to local storage, and if you expand this, the code will be saved one only. I think the ID of this is 9C, which is the first one. Let me expand this, and the code, if you see, hello Python, and after that we have this Aravind. So because we saved it in the local storage. Now let me just extract print hello Aravind instead of this. So print hello Aravind, just like this. And now if I save this, let me save it. Now it is saved successfully. And if I expand this, the first one, now you see we got this time the hello Aravind, which is with the print statement. So we have it in the local storage. So when we refresh it, definitely we are going to have that over here. So this is how save code is going to work. And then one last thing is to make it to full screen. So to make it to full screen, what I can do is, I wanted to keep this logo as it is, but I just wanted this one to extend for the entire screen, or I can also make it to full screen. So to make it to full screen, what I could do is the entire editor component, I wanted to make it full screen, right? So this editor header, so this is the editor body I have, editor footer, and then editor header. So these are the three things. Whenever I click on the full screen, constant full screen, if I make it, so let me just add that full screen, on click, export import, yeah, here over here, on click, full screen, just like this. And whenever we click on this particular method, what we are going to do is just we will attach a styling for this one. So I will have a hook for this, something like constant is full screen, which is going to be a boolean value, set is full screen, which is the setter. So use state. So initially I'll be having the false because it's not full screen by default. So if it is full screen, I'll attach another class, just the styling I need to change for this container. Style is equal to is full screen. Then I'm going to add something like styles dot full screen. So let me have the styles object over here. Constant styles is equal to full screen, just like this. So if it is full screen, so I'm just going to set is full screen to be not is full screen. So basically I'm toggling the boolean value, and then the text here should be dynamically shown. So let me just have this text also dynamically. Is full screen, if it is true, then I'm going to, if it is a full screen, then I'm going to show minimize, else I'm going to show full screen. So now currently we'll be having minimize style prop. I expect some mapping from style prop. Styles dot full screen. So if it is true, I'm going to pass this, else I'm going to pass empty object. I think this will break that, remove that error. So basically, when it is false, right, the false value we are kind of assigning to the style object. So that's why it is throwing the error saying that, this is not a valid style object. So when is full screen, we are going to show some, we are going to attach some additional things. Otherwise, we are just giving the empty style, empty object. Now in the full screen, what we need to do is, I'll just make its position to be absolute, and then I'll make the top of it to be 0, left of it to be 0, and then right of it to be 0, and then bottom of it to be 0, just like this. And then jet index to be something like 10, I'll make it, so that it will become the entire screen, just like this. Now if I click on minimize, when I click on minimize, what should happen? Minimize clicking means again the same thing. So here I need to handle the scenario. If is full screen, basically we are toggling, right? When we are toggling, that is correct only. So if I make it to full screen, what I'm going to do, I'm going to set this particular full screen to be true. When I set it to true, what happens is styling will be full screen, right? Now when I click on this again, when I click on the full screen button again, which is the same button, again I'm toggling it back to false. When I'm toggling it back to false, then when it becomes false, what will happen? So this time it will re-render again, and then this is false. Since it is false, we'll be having this particular empty object. So why should it should work actually. Let me just make it to full screen. So this is the full screen mode. If I make it to minimize, uh, should actually work. So probably this would be the issue because of this particular editor. But when I make it to full screen, it works fine. Let me print this value, which is false. And if I make it to full screen, research observer loop exceeded some issue, which is from and then minimize. What I could do is, for it, the maximum width I could specify it to be and it's not a good idea, it seems like, to attach for the entire thing. So I will restrict the width of this particular root container, which is the playground container. So max width of it needs to be 100 VW, not more than that. I make it a full screen and then minimize. Let me just make it a full screen again, and then full screen is making fine, but just sorry, let me just refresh and then full screen. Definitely it is an issue from the editor container component only. So we'll take a look around this at the last, because this is not of higher priority. So we will meanwhile finish off the API integration. Maybe the component is in the background, there would be some state leakage, because of that it is kind of not resetting back to its original position, but it should technically work, because what I did is I additionally added some style object which I'm removing and then attaching. When I attach it, it should get it to full screen, and when I'm removing it, it should get it to its original position, but it's not coming like that. We need to check the documentation for this, how this particular Monaco editor is implemented internally. But apart from this, all the functionality has been implemented till now. Now in the next step, what we will do is we'll do the API integration, where we will actually see the output of the code by clicking on this run code button. So till now what we have done is we have done the entire flow, like the front end area is completely done, and the only final step that we had is when we click on this run button, we actually need to execute the Python program, or if I change it to CPP, and whatever the C++ code is there, I wanted to execute that, right? And also whenever I execute a piece of code, I have to get the output, and that output should be passed into this output section. And I could also already, the functionality for export output import input is already been implemented. Now the final step is to do the API integration. So definitely the programs, all the type of programs like C++, Python cannot be run in the browser. So we have to have an environment where we should be able, we could have installed all the related softwares, let's say for executing Python, the software that we need, and for executing C++, the compiler, and then the setup we need. So all these things we need to have in one environment, and definitely browser cannot be such a place which can actually execute all this type of programs. So that is where we should have a backend application where we have the environment set up for executing individual programs like Java, C++, Python. So but building the such a backend is little heavy, and in this project we are not actually, it is a purely a front end project, so we are not going to worry about creating the backend application which does the execution of a piece of code, right? So that is why we are going to use some third party backend services, so which is free of cost. We can just go to their website and then get one API key. When we have API key, then only they will give us the response for the each API call. So we are going to use something called Judge0 API service for that. Let us go through the documentation of that first, and then later we will try to understand how that is actually working, and later we will come and implement to our particular project. So let me just search for Judge0 API, something like this, and then if I go to here, so you see I have some list of APIs over here, right? So many APIs, but here we are not bothered about many other things. We will be just looking at only very few things. There are many APIs, like you see statistics is there, system and configuration is there, statuses and language. So we are only interested to learn only these two. One is the submissions, and then statuses and language. So if you don't remember this particular path, just look at the domain ce.judge0.com. That's it. So when you go to here, you will be able to actually find the documentation for it here. And if you expand the submission section, so you have something like create a submission, get a submission, get submissions multiple, and delete a submission. So let me tell you what is a submission first. Let us say you have written a piece of code and you have made an API call to their backend service. So the backend service will take the code, and then if there is any standard input it will take, and if there is a specific language like CPP or JavaScript, it will take the language. So let us say the backend service gonna take three things. One is the program, another one is the input if there is any, and the third thing is the language like C++ or Java or JavaScript, something like that. And this open source API is not only we using, right? So there are many people out there are using this API. So definitely the traffic for this APIs would be very high. So what they did is, let us say in a single instance, in a single second, let's say if they receive 1,000 requests, definitely 1,000 programs cannot be executed at a time. So they will be putting all the requests in one queue depending on whichever the one comes first. So they will maintain a queue of 1,000 requests, and then let's say our request is 740. Then to get our request resolved, right? I mean to get our program executed on their server, we need to wait until the 739 requests are finished, right? So that is why they cannot send us the response immediately as we hit it. But what they did is, whenever we send a submission, basically whenever we send a API request, they will send us immediately one token ID. So that token ID is specific to the request that we sent, and then using that token ID in future we can check the status of our execution, whether it is executed or in queue or failed or accepted, something like that. Okay, so firstly there are two steps to submit a particular two steps to execute a piece of code. One is we will make the submission and they will give us the token ID for that particular submission, and later point of time whenever the server is whenever server picks our submission out, it just evaluates and then stores in their database, and they will give us the response whenever we request in future. So using the token ID we are going to request it, right? So we are not directly going to implement it on React app, but instead we will implement it on our plain JavaScript project which we have over here, right? So I'm commenting the previous code whichever I had, and then here I'll be just showing how to use that particular one. Now firstly we need to log into this Judge0 API, basically the website. So Judge0 login. If I search for, now you see I've got something like rapidapi.com. So just open that one, just try to log into rapidapi.com, and then here let's go to login. Just log in there using one of your Gmail accounts. So I'm using my own Gmail account, just this one, and then now I am logged in. So just that, very straightforward, you can log in, and after you log in, right, so basically it will take you to the home page, and in the home page only you can actually find the APIs that you actually wanted. So look at the URL. So this is going to be the URL. In future if you are unable to find it, after logging in directly, it will take you to the screen only. So in this screen, if I expand the section of submissions, you see we have two methods. One is a post request, which is a create a submission, where we actually send the code, I mean the program and the language and then standard input. And then we also have another get request, which is a get a submission. And for this request we will pass the token ID to check what is the status of our submission, basically, right? So two APIs which we are going to use. And then one more thing is language API. We don't actually use this one, but let us just see what are the available languages. I mean what kind of languages that this particular platform can evaluate. Will it evaluate only C++, JavaScript, or will it evaluate multiple other languages? So let us just see, go to the API which is get languages and not language. Go to the plural one, because we wanted to see the list of languages that it supports. And you see, as soon as I selected that one over there, now you see I got the get request which is languages. I can test this endpoint immediately so that I can see it in the section of results. Let me test the endpoint, and you see in the results we have 200 status code, API status code, and we have got many results. So totally 53 languages that it supports actually. Let us see each of these languages. So it supports assembly, bash, and then C, C++, and then if we go for the C++ different versions, and then C sharp, and then many other languages which I'm not sure, many of them I don't know. And then you see it also supports Go, Golang, and then Java, you can see and then Java with a different version, and then JavaScript. So for every language, if you look at, there is a ID. For example, if you look at Node.js 12.14.0, so for this particular JavaScript engine, they have an ID called 63, and the latest Java Node.js version, which is 18.15.0, for this they have the ID of 93. So whenever we make a submission, we have to tell the backend what language we are submitting. I mean, what kind of program we are submitting. So we should specify the language code over there, and these are the language codes. Let's say if we are submitting a JavaScript code, and we have to either send 93 or 63 depending on which version you wanted to consume. So Kotlin, if you are submitting a Kotlin language, then you have to send the Kotlin language code, which is 78, just like that. So now we are not bothered about many other things. We need just 4 languages, because our platform is going to support only 4 languages. So one is C++. So I'm going to extract the latest version, which is 54. So for C++, the code is 54. Or else let me have a map, constant language code map, and then in this I'm going to have C++, which is with the value of something like 54, and then the second thing is Python. Let's extract what is the code of Python. So you see we have Python 3.11.2, so I'll get this one, which is 92. And then next thing is JavaScript. So for JavaScript, again we have 2 versions, 2 different Node.js versions. Let's extract the latest one, 93. And then the Java version, which is the last one. Java also I'll get it this 91. So 91. Now once I got the language code maps, because we are going to support only these 4 codes, I have keys with the language static keys which we had in our project, and then the values to be these things. Now once we get this, now let's go to the submission. So when we go to the submission, I wanted to create a submission, and then here what is the beauty of this particular Rapid API is that they will give us the snippet of hitting an API, but still it has mistakes. That is a separate thing. Let's figure out that also. So I wanted to make the API call. How? By using the fetch API, which is present in the browser. I don't have any kind of AccioJob library or something else. So I'm going to make the API call by using the built-in fetch API or XML HTTP request. So again, fetch is also internally consuming XML HTTP request. So I'm going to use fetch straightforward. So I'll choose JavaScript, and in JavaScript I have many things, and I wanted to go for this fetch. So that you see I got the code snippet for it. Don't worry, I'll just copy this, and then I will explain everything in detail what it does. Now this is the code snippet that we captured, and if you look at, this is the endpoint URL, this is the endpoint, basically this is the domain name, and then /submissions. So for this endpoint we need to pass 2 query parameters. One is the base64 encoded, which is true. I will tell you why it is true and what is base64 encoded very shortly. Fields is equal to all, so it is asterisk, which stands for all. Why? Because we wanted to extract all the fields of the response. I mean, we don't want only alone the status code, we don't want alone the result or the output. We want whatever the details that the backend can serve us, this particular backend, I want all of them. So that is why I'm not specifying the individual fields. I'm specifying I need all the fields, whatever it sends. Now coming to in the options, so method is post request, because as you see create a submission is a post request clearly, right? And then coming to headers, so in the headers this is actually not needed, but they have added for the safety. We can add only this particular header. So headers are something like, again, data only, which the backend can consume. Now in the headers they have their own 2 headers, and this content type defines what kind of data we are sending. Of course we are going to send the JSON data, so that is why content type is application/JSON. and then these two headers are something which will be consumed exclusively by the this particular Judge0 backend. Okay, so here if you see, I have got some unique key. If you log in, you will also get your own key. So using that key only, you can hit the API request. And then the host name is something which is the domain basically. This is the host name. So they wanted to extract these two things. So by default, they have added in the particular API. Now, if you look at this, the language ID is 52, right? 52 means, do we have anything? I think it is C++ probably. And then the source underscore code, it is some string, and you might be thinking it is something else. No, it is not something else. It is just a program written in some language, and that is might be in C++ or Python, but we cannot read this because it is something which we call as base 64 encoded data. So if you know about encoding and decoding, when we wanted to convert some data into another format because of some data compression or because of some other reasons, when we encode basically, we can actually decode. I mean, we can get back to the same original source code. So let's say you have a string and you wanted to encode that string into one format called base 64 encoding. So that string will be taken by some function which have the capability of converting the string from binary string to base 64. Let me show you how does this works. I'll comment this coming back to this particular one. Now let us say I have a string a is equal to something like my name only. So this is the binary string. Binary string means what? Internally in the memory it is stored as a binary string, right? So in binary string, what happens is every character will be occupying 8 bits of memory. 8 bits of memory. So every byte in the binary will occupy 8 bits of memory, which means the total size of this will become something like 3 plus 3 plus 1, which is 7 bits, sorry. Not bits, it is bytes actually. 7 bytes, right? So each character takes 8 bits only, or I could say 1 byte. Okay, so each character takes 1 byte or 8 bits. Now in the base 64 encoded string, each character will have 6 bits only, which means less than a byte. Each character in the base 64 encoded string will have 6 bits only, and this is the process we do in most of the scenarios, basically encoding from one format to another format. Here it is binary to base 64, just to have the smooth flow of huge amount of data on the network, and then for some other security purposes. So here also the Judge0 is suggesting us to send the source code or the input if there is any in the base 64 encoded format only. They don't want just the plain string format, or I would say binary string format. We can also send that, but when the size is huge, or when they suggest us not to send the binary string directly. Instead, they in the documentation they mentioned us to send it in the base 64 encoded string. Now the question is, how do we actually able to convert a regular string into a base 64 encoded string? So it is not that difficult. You don't need to do anything. We have two built-in functions. One is to encode, another one is to decode. So encoding is a process of converting from A to B, right? Decoding is a process of converting from B to A, back to A, right? So this string, let me just copy this. Now this string A is in binary, right? I mean the regular string. Now I wanted to convert A with 64 encoded. So let A64, which is equal to, we have a method called B2A, which is a built-in function, B2A. Directly it's available globally on the window object, you can just call it. So B2A, and then for this object, for this function, if you just pass A, right, you will get the encoded string. It will return as what? Encoded string. Now let me print A and then A64, that's it. So that we will get A is the original string, which is a binary string, and then A64 is the base 64 encoded string. So if I save this and then come back to here, me refresh. This is, I did not need it, but if you see here it is Arvind, and then after encoding you see it converted into some other format. It converted into a completely different format, right, which is not readable though, which is some other kind of string. And then similarly, how can I get back my original string? So that is where let me create b, and b is equal to, I wanted to convert the base64 string back to the original string. To do that, there is another function called a to b. So a to b is the function which can convert a base64 encoded string back to the binary string. Now in this I just need to pass the base64 string so that it will give me the binary string back. Now if I print b, you see in the place of b I got my original string back. So the process of encoding and decoding is very straightforward, where we use two built-in methods to do that. Okay, and this particular Judge0 API expects all the data in the base64 encoded format only, so that we are going to use this b to a method, and whatever the response that this particular API sends, that response will also be in the base64 encoded. So to display that to user, we have to use a to b function to convert that back to the normal string. So that is pretty much about encoding. And now let's try to test this API. To do that, I'll come back to this. Let me comment this. I'll keep a heading of encoding and decoding so that you will be able to understand encoding and decoding, right? And now coming back to this one, I will uncomment this code. Now in the options, if you see, I just have the post method, and then these are the headers pretty much, where we have the API key, and this key should be unique. I mean, you will get your own unique key when you log in. And then if I collapse this and then coming back to here, now you see the body is an object, right? So the object, we have something like this. Now I don't know what this is actually, right? And I don't know what this 52 is actually also. So let me get rid of these two. Also this particular standard input stdin, I'm just commenting it because as of now I don't want anything. Now I wanted to run a piece of code which is a JavaScript code. So I'll create a code variable just like this, and inside this I'm going to write a function called call me just like this, and then inside this I'm going to log inside call me method one console log statement, and then immediately I will call that particular function for 2 times, call me and then call me, just like this. Now this is the piece of JavaScript code that I wanted to execute, that I wanted my API to get executed, not my API, it is someone else's API. So how do we do that? So first thing is the language ID we need to know. So for JavaScript, what is the language ID? It is 93. So let's give the language ID to be 93 in the body of the request. So 93. And then in the source code, I told you we need to convert this into base64 encoding. Now this code is what, it's a binary string, right? So we need to convert that binary string into base64 encoding. So to do that, b to a function, and then inside that I'll just pass code. That's it. And this JavaScript code does not take any input, so we don't need, but I'm commenting, so it is just an stdin. And then coming back to here, let me just copy this because await keyword we should use inside the async function. So they have mistakenly written this over here. Don't blindly copy this because await keyword we can't use it over here. I'll copy this and then I'll just make a function called function call API, just like this, call API. And then this call API, inside this I'm going to have the try catch block. Let me just write it myself. So firstly I'm going to give a try block because when there is a rejection in the promise, I wanted to catch it in the catch block. So first thing is I wanted to get the response from the server. So response is equal to await, so it's a asynchronous operation. So fetch method I'm going to use. You know, in the fetch what we need to do, we need to pass the first argument to be the URL, basically the endpoint, which is this endpoint. And then the second thing we need to specify is the HTTP options, which is there in the options object over here. Like it has method, it has headers, and then it has body, correct? And once we get the response, you know, response is an instance of response built-in constructor function. So we have to convert into a JSON format. So that is what I'll say it as a result, just like that. And then I'm going to await over here because response.json is again another asynchronous operation. So response.json, just like this. And once after getting that, I'm going to just print the result object over here in the curly braces because I wanted this as the key and then I wanted itself as the value. And then if there is any failure in the API, So I will capture that in the catch block with some error, and then inside this error occurred, and I will also be printing the error object what it is. Okay, so this is pretty much, and then I'm going to just call this API. After this call API, I'm calling over here. So whenever I call, the API request will go to that particular server, and then we'll be able to see if there is any response in the console. Let me just save it, and then coming back to here, you see unexpected JSON input. So there is some error has occurred, unexpected end of JSON input at call API. So you see it has sent a 400 bad request. Remember, when a REST API status code is 400, which means it's bad request. Bad request stands for the API is expecting some data, but we are not sending that data. Let us say the API expects the source code and then language, but we are not sending that data. Why? Let's see. So always remember, whenever you pass a body data in a post request, don't pass it like a JavaScript object, because on the network does not know what is a JavaScript object. The network only knows about a string. So it is essential that we have to convert this data into a stringified format. How can we convert? Just by using the method json.stringify, and then inside this I'm just going to pass this particular object. Now if I save and then come back to here, the API's call is been done, and let us see. Yeah, we got the result little late. It took some time to send us the response, but let's see in the result. As I told you, every submission will have a token just like this. Now I have a token, right? Which means for a particular submission where I have sent this particular program, right? This particular program, I have got a token ID. So I'll just copy the token ID. I'll paste it somewhere over here, and I wanted to get the status of this particular token ID. So what is meant by status of this particular token ID? Whether the request is in queue, or whether the request is been executed but failed, or whether the request is been executed and success, the output success, how much memory my program consumed, how much CPU capacity my program consumed, how much time it took, all the details I want, right? Because if you go to code forces or if you go to lead code, on every platform you will be able to see whenever you submit a DSA problem, you'll be able to see so many metrics, right? And all those metrics will also be sent by this Judge0 back to us. And the only thing to do that, whatever the submission we have made, for that particular submission, we need to make another API call called to the get submission, which will give us the status of our submission, whether the request has been resolved till now or not, or is it still in queue, and if it is success, what is the response, what is the output of the code. Let me just save this, and then coming back to, so I think the API will be hit again because I saved this, so this function will be called again. Now I'm blocking it, and coming back to here, how can I get the submission of a particular token ID? So if I open get a submission, now you see in this again, in the JavaScript API, we need to call another API. So let me just copy this particular code again. This is also pretty much same like what was there above, and then here I'm going to just paste this code, and then this one is again kind of another one. Now here what I'll do is I'll keep this entire thing in another function called function get submission. I'll paste all this code inside, and I'm using await keyword inside, so let me just make it also an asynchronous function. Now get submission will take a token ID. Just assume that it takes a token ID, and then that token ID we just need to pass. So you see it's a get request with the headers, because since it is a get request, it does not have any body. So the options contains only the method, which is get. Even we can get rid of this particular method because by default in the fetch the method is get only, so we can get rid of it, but for making some sense I'm keeping it. And then if you look at the URL, I mean the endpoint, right? So in the endpoint, the same endpoint, but it is a get request. After slash we have some unique ID. If you look at this unique ID should be the actual token ID. So let me just pass the dynamic token ID for which I wanted to get the response of. So I'm making this into template strings. Now the token ID is dynamically passed, which is this token ID I'm going to pass now to test the previously submitted status. And then coming back to here, Again the same thing, so I'm just printing the result, not text. Let me just make it to JSON, right? So fetch URL with options and then response result, and then if there is any error, I'm just gonna print the result just like this. And now let me just call this particular get submission, and then for this I'm going to pass this particular token ID as a string. Now if I save this and then come back to my browser, and you see we got the response. So let us just analyze what this object is by going to the JSON formatter. So in this JSON formatter, I'm just pasting it, and then let us just see what are the kind of things that we had. So we have something like a string over here. Let's just see what is the string. So it is, as I told you, it is a base 64 encoded. So they send us back to us now. Let me just copy this. Let's see what it is actually. So A to B function I need to use because I need to convert this back into a regular string. And you see in the regular string, the call me the same function whatever previously I've passed, right? And then coming back to language ID is 93, which I specified. So expected output is nothing. Standard output is, we got the output. This is also again in the base 64 encoded. So let's see what is the output. So to see the output again, A to B method, and then inside that we just need to pass this as a string. And look at this, we got two lines of output. One is inside call me method and then inside call me method. So if you look at that over here, this piece of code, I called call me for 2 times. So it's going to print the statement for 2 times. So that is how we will get the response. And then coming back to, let's evaluate other fields. Like you see memory, how much memory it took. It has occupied 41 kilobytes of memory, almost 41 kilobytes. And it took a time of 2 seconds. I don't know how these guys are evaluating it, like how many times are running they are running. And status ID, every response will have a status ID. Status ID 3 stands for accepted. We will see what other status IDs also. And then std error means standard error, if there is any error in the code. So that error, so currently we have null, which means everything has went correctly. And then the token is the token whatever we passed, and then CPU extra time, some other details, stack limit, and then so status, if you see again we have a key called status, in which status ID is there, which is 3, and then the description is accepted, and language is there, language ID is there, and then language name is there, which is 93, and then JavaScript Node.js, right? So what we need out of all this is that we need only 2 things. One is based on the status ID, what is the status of our submission, whether it is 3 means success, right, accepted. And then std error, if there is any std error, then we will show the error to the user basically, right? So all these things we are going to take care of now. Now let us say I'll create the I'll call this call me API, and this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to have some error in my code. So which is over here, I'm going to give some extra colon, semicolon, which will make the error, right? Now when I call this call API, what I'll get at the end, I will get the response, right? So here I'll get the token ID. So constant token ID, which is equal to result dot token ID. Once I get the token ID, while let us see why I've written while. Firstly, let us see what kind of statuses we have, right? So you see here we have another API called get statuses. We are not going to call this anymore, but we'll just see what kind of statuses we have. Directly test this endpoint over here. It will give us the list of status. So status 11 runtime error, status 10 runtime error, status 12 also runtime error, status 13 internal error, execution format, some errors, okay. And then status 6 stands for compilation error, and then status 4 stands for wrong error, wrong answer, which we are not going to get definitely. And status 2 transfer processing, status 1 transfer in queue. So in queue means, let's say our request is 740th request, so we are still waiting to get executed by the remaining 739 requests. Similarly, processing means our program is currently executing, and by that time only we hit the API. So it is processing, the status is processing. So if it is in queue or processing, we'll kind of show the loading indicator. In remaining all the scenarios, either the answer is accepted or the answer is rejected. So based on that, we will show the message basically, right? Now what I'm going to do is, while so let me have status code initially to be 2. So when status code is not 2, when status code is equal to 2, or status code is equal to 1, which means 1 stands for what? 1 stands for when status code 1 means in queue and status code 2 means processing, correct? Which means we have to show the loading indicator to the user, which means our request is not yet done. So until the status code is either of these two, what we need to do, we have to continuously call the API which is for the get submission. So let's call the API. So what I'm going to do, get submission with the token ID, and then this one will give us the status code. So constant status code, and then I'm going to await over here, and then let's say this one is going to give me return result dot status ID. So it will give the status ID basically, and then not this, I'm going to update the global variable which is the status code, right? And then once it is done over here, or else let this one return the entire result itself, return result. So it gives us the result completely. So let result we get, and once we get the result, so from this result the status code we will make it to something like result dot status ID, which is maybe 1 to 13. So in between 1 to 13, whatever the status code possible, because we have seen all the status codes. 1 to 14, sorry, it is. So when it is either 1 or 2, then only it is in progress, processing, or in queue, then only it is in progress. Otherwise it is done, execution is done. Maybe it might have got some error, compilation error or runtime error or time limit exceeded or wrong answer, any kind of errors we get. But in the case of 1 and 2, when the status code is 1 and 2, then it is in the progress state, right? So when we are updating the status code, and then one more thing is we will just log the result dot status object. So status object, just now we have seen in the JSON formatter, it was giving the ID, which is the status ID, maybe 1 to 14, whatever the values, and then it gives some message also which indicates runtime error or compilation error or something like that. So I'm going to print this one each time, and then if I save it and then come back to here, so there is a 404 error here, type error, cannot read properties of undefined status ID. So the result does not have the status ID because the API is failed. Let's see why the API is failed. So the get request 404. 404 means not found. Why it is not found? So if you look at this, we are requesting for undefined, which means we did not got the token ID. So where are we passing the token ID, by the way? We are passing the token ID over here, but token ID we got undefined. Maybe I think I've taken a wrong key. Let me just print for result so that we can see what the result is. In the result, what is the actual key? Token underscore ID maybe, probably. It is not token underscore ID, so it is just a token. So that's where I made a mistake. So token, and let me get rid of this, and then I will just uncomment this. Now this time if I save, it's going to load the token first. I mean, it makes a submission. After getting the token, we are going to call the get submission request for a couple of times, and then you see for the first time only we got the status to be 11, so which is a runtime error. Why we got the runtime error? Runtime error we got, there is an error in the code. Now if I remove this and then save this, now this time we'll get the output for sure, and let's see what that output is. By the way, we are just printing the status object, so status object will have id 3 and then in queue it is still in queue, so it's processing. Yes, you see after many API calls, for so many times when I hit this, like it was sending me that it is in queue, still in queue, and then after that it is in processing, and then after that it is accepted. Okay, so when it is accepted, I just printed it. Why it is accepted is because we got the correct answer. So this is what we are going to do, and when status is 2, we are going to show some kind of UI for the user, and when status is equal to 1, which is in progress, we'll kind of show some loading indicator there. So this is pretty much about the API, just that it takes the code in the encoded format and then it takes the input. Let us also discuss one scenario where how it takes the input. Now this time I'm going to share the CPP code. So hash include IO string using namespace std and then int main, just like this. And then I'll take two variables, int a comma b, and then c in both of them, and then c out 2 times of a plus 3 times of b. I just wanted to print, and I'll also give a label output and then endl, just like this, and then return 0. Right, so this is the basic C++ code. And what is the language code? 54. So let's just do that. The language code is 64, and that's, we need to write it over here. 64 is the language code, correct? Not 64, 54 is the language code. And then we are kind of pass the input. Now the input is a single line multi-space input. So let me have a variable called input. So this is going to be 10 and then 12, 10 space 12. So this is the input, which means in my program a equal to 10 and then b equal to 12, which means 2 times of a 10, 3 times of 12 36. So 20 plus 36, which is 56, should be my output. And this input also I need to pass in the base64 encoded format. So b to a and then input, just like this. It looks like there is some the semicolon, yeah. So this is the input, and let me just save this. Now this one is going to make the API call. Let's see the output. So it responded with the output, but unfortunately I did not printed the output. So I just printed the status. Let me also print the output as well, so that we can see the output, what we got in the output. Now you see ID 3, which is accepted because the code was perfectly fine. And then if I expand result, so in the result we'll have the std out. So the key std out, where we can actually see the output of the code. So std in is this, std out is this, but std out is also in the format of base64 encoded. Let's try to convert what is the value of this. So a to b, and then I just need to pass this function so that it will give me in the binary string. And you see the binary string is 56 and then output. So this is the output. Okay, so everything is working fine. And now let's go and implement the same thing on our project, and we will also kind of have some loading indicators first. So coming back to our project, right? So over here, what I'm going to do is I'll just have something like a div at the last, which is a loading model. So with the class name of loading or full page loader. I'll tell you why it is full page loader. And then inside this, I'm going to have a div, which one is going to have a class name to be loader, just like this. So full page loader. And then let me just give some styling for both of this. Maybe over here I'll give full page loader, and for this I'll just give a border of 2 pixels solid, right? So you see it is visible over here. I wanted this to occupy on top of the entire screen. So to do that, what I'm gonna do is position, I'll just make it to fixed, just like this. And then the top I'll give 0, the left also I'll give 0, so that it will be at a distance of 0 from the left of the browser outline, and then right also 0, and then bottom also 0, so that it will entirely occupy the entire space. There is some issue, looks like. Sorry, this thing needs to be semicolons. I was thinking these as objects, but this is CSS, right? Now you see I got the entire thing, and let me just have a background color for it, maybe something like yellow. And if I go to here, now you see it is completely occupied. And then this background color I'll just give it with a transparency, so RGBA, and then in the RGBA I'm just going to have the black one. So I'll just extract the black one, black RGBA value. So let me make it into RGBA, so it is 0 0 0, so I can remove this. So 0 0 0 with an opacity of 0.3, let's say, and I can also adjust the opacity if I, so this is the opacity adjustment. So the lesser opacity means the bottom we need to choose for, so some lesser opacity. Now if I get back to here, you see there is a full page loader, but nothing is clickable because we have a frame on top of the entire UI, and then that frame is now covering the entire thing, but since it is transparent we are able to see everything which is behind, right? So I wanted the same kind of thing. Let me also remove this border, and this one I'll just make it to the loader is also there inside. So loader I'll just make, so for this with a width of 100 pixels, height of 100 pixels, and then a background color of blue. I'll just make it so that I'll be having one box over here. Now I wanted this box at the center of its container, so I'll make this one to be flex because I wanted to make it children at the center. So justify content center, and then align items to be also center, just like this. Now you see the box has come at the center, and I wanted to make this blue one as a loading indicator. So let me just have an animation first. So animation, sorry, keyframes, loader, something like this, and then I'll have from, and I'll have a to block for it. So in the from, it starts rotation with 0 degrees. So transform rotate with 0 degree, and then it moves for 360 degrees. Transform rotate for 360 degrees, and then I will apply this animation, and the animation is for about a time of 0.8 seconds, and then it's going to have the name of the loader, and then it's going to be for infinite times, and linear is the animation timing function. And then let me just make it like a loader. So firstly I'll have the borders for about 20 pixels, solid tomato, just like this, and then border left color to be tomato, and remaining all border colors I wanted transparent. Transparent I mean by whatever the parent's background color is there, it will take that up. So transparent, just like this. Now if I save this, you see I got this one, and I only just need to make it like a radial, I mean circular one. To make that, I just need to give the border radius to be 50%, just like this. Now it becomes like a circle. And then the next thing what I need to do is I need to remove this width and height, or I just need to make the background color of this to be transparent, just like this. Now you see I got the loader, and the remaining colors, instead of transparent, I'll just make some of the tomato shade, so that it will look little better with some lesser opacity, maybe just like this. Now you see we got the loader, and the loader is having huge size. Let me just reduce it to 50 pixels only. It will have some lesser size, and the width also I wanted to reduce, so the border radius I'll just make it to 8 pixels only, border width. Now you see it is a kind of loading indicator, correct? And then the background color, whatever is there, the shading effect, I wanted to have little blurriness, so I can increase the opacity of this little bit, just like this. Now if I go here, you see it is like purely a scrolling indicator, loading indicator, sorry, which will be loading over here, right? But by default this element should be hidden. So let me just have something like show loader. So whenever show loader is true, then only I'm going to show this, and then I'll have a hook for that, show loader, and then set show loader, so which is equal to a use state with a false value, because I don't want to show this initially. Whenever there is a submission, I wanted to show it. Now you see initially it will not be shown, and let's try to handle the scenario of running the program. And to run the program, I'm not going to mess this entire component up. I'll write a separate call to make the service call, so which is going to be inside this, something like service.js, and inside this I'm going to have a single function called export, but it has to tell the okay, so this export function will be this is a function. So firstly I'll have a function make submission. So make submission, what it takes is, it takes multiple things, the multiple things to be something like the code it should take, and then it should take the language, just like this, so that using this language picker, so I'll be having this object, so that based on the language I can just map the code, language code directly over here. So it just takes the code and then the language, and then success callback, and then error callback, or let's say a simple callback, just like this. Now the task of this function is to make a submission and handle the status of the submission. So it should take care of everything inside. So let me just write the code. So firstly encoded code is equal to, or I can directly pass that also. Let me just get the URL first. So constant URL, which is equal to this particular URL. Let me get this as it is. I'm not copying entirely, because if I copy and paste entirely, you might not have the context every line. So I'm writing every line individually, and then the options, better I will make it to HTTP options, and this HTTP option should be these things. Let me just copy this and I'll paste it over here, and then along with code, language and then callback, instead of this let me take it as a object. So code, language, and then the callback, and then std in, just like this. So 4 things it will be taking, and then I'm converting the code and then std in. So I'm going to show this particular property only when there is a std in. So let me, yeah, or else I can show it always. So std in I'll be capturing, and then the next thing is, once I have this, so I'll be making a try catch block, and this is going to be an asynchronous function, and then this one, let me just get the token ID. So await, but in the try catch block, because of we need to handle that failure also, failure with error, and then in the try catch block, firstly over here, so try, we will get the response. So response is equal to await, and then fetch, so with the URL, and then the HTTP options. Always remember, there is a high probability that we make a mistake over here, that we don't convert the object into stringifying. So if you don't stringify it, it is going to throw you the 400 status code, which means a bad request. Don't do that. So try to convert this into string before you actually make this API call. And once you get the response, let's also get the result. So result is equal to, again another await, so await, and then response dot JSON, so which will give us another object, and then from here we need to actually get the token ID. So token ID, which is equal to result dot token, just like this. So once we get the token, then we can use this token ID to get the status of our program. And then when there is a failure, right, what I'm going to do is I'll call this callback, whatever we passed over here, the callback, and into this callback we should pass the generic response. So let me just decide what is the generic response. Generic response, I'll just make a comment here because we need to handle all the scenarios with this generic response from this API. So the generic response would be what are the possibility of statuses, which means once the API call may success or API call may failure, right? So we will have something like API status. So the API status could be, initially it would be something like init status, or let's say it would be something like loading status initially. So this we are going to call each time when there is a change in the API status. Okay, so loading or error or success, right? These are the three possibilities that our API can have. Loading is something when the status code is either 1 or 2, which is in progress or in queue. So that is where we will show this loading. And then error will be something which is when there is a API failure because of network connection or because of the rejection or because of any API key mismatch. And then success is something when API status is done. I mean, when API status is other than the 1 and 2 out of those 14 numbers. So let's try to have this kind of generic response. And when there is a success, right, we'll be passing the data, and in the data we'll just pass the response entirely. And when there is an error, what we need to pass? We need to pass the error message, which is basically the runtime error or something like that. So message, something like this. So these two are kind of optional keys, something like runtime error or compilation error, just like this. So we are going to show the user only these two things in the output section, not many others, right? And then coming to this one, so if there is any error in the API call, so API status is the key for which I'm going to pass the enum error, and then the message is the JSON dot stringify whatever the error object that I get, which is this one. And then while token ID, not token ID, status code is equal to 1, initially what I'll do is I'll call the callback here also once by passing API status to be loading, and then loading. So when it is loading, I don't need to pass anything, just that I'll be showing the loading indicator. And then once the API is fetched, and then here I'll create a variable called status code, which is equal to 1, which means in queue, something like this. So by the time we get the token, definitely it will be in queue or in progress, but I'm making it to in queue. And when the status code is in queue, or when the status code is in progress, which means 2, until this I'm going to call the API, which is again another response or a response only. And then here what I'm going to do is await, and then get submission, which we need to have this function get submission. And then in the get submission I just need to pass the token ID. And let's extract this particular get submission function completely over here, and we will paste it above over here. So the get submission will take the token ID, and then using the token ID we'll be making the call, and then it will be giving us the result. And if there is any error, what will it do? It will just print that error on the console, but we don't want it to print on the console. We'll be passing the same callback, whatever we got to there, and that callback will be invoked over here. So callback will be invoked with a status of, with API status of loading, of error, and then the error message, I mean the message, which is JSON.stringify which is the error object. So error object I'm stringifying and then keeping that message, and it will return result otherwise. So when it returns a result back to us, when it returns this result, let me get API submission result. So the API submission result status code. So status code we need to update, which is equal to API submission result dot API submission result dot the status object. So status object dot ID. So this is what I need to pass. So if you look at in the JSON formatter, so we have something like a status object in which we have the ID and then the description, right? So this entire object I'm just passing, from this object I'm extracting the ID and then putting that in the status code over here, right? And then whenever we come out of this, which means that we are done with the API call, right? Whenever we are done with this, which means we are done with the API call. And one more thing is, what if there is a failure in this API? So this should also be in a try catch block. Let me have that. So try this one. So we'll just give a try and then catch. So in the catch, if there is any error, I'm going to call the callback, and for this callback API status, I'll just make it to error, and then message equal to JSON.stringify the error whatever is there, right? And then one last thing what I need to do is I need to make a break statement inside this whenever I encounter the error, right? If everything goes fine, I'll be in the loop, and once I come out of the loop, which means I'll have the status code and result everything, right? So by this time what I need to do is API submission result. So let me create a global variable for this. Let API submission result, which is undefined initially, and I'm going to update it for each API call. And if there is an API submission result, then why if I'm checking is because in the failure case we might not be having this particular thing. So that is where instead of breaking this, we could also return from here, basically from the entire function without going anywhere, right? So return is something which will break and then return. So from the entire function it terminates without going down. And then when there is a API submission result, by the time we come over here, definitely we would be having the API submission result, and that is where we have to call the callback with the API status to be the actual success, and then the data to be the same data which is API submission result, just like this, and we'll get the data. And the callback, now we need to decide. So this callback is a function which is inside the component, which will take care of managing the UI based on what is the response basically. Okay, and this make submission I'm going to export from here. So exported this function, and then here I'll get the language, right? So based on the language I need to map this. So language map, and I just need to pass the language. Looks like everything is fine. Right, so basically we are making many error checks which might not have done in the actual project, but we have to, whenever there is a API call, we have to make many API call checks, like many error checks. That is where we will be showing some message all the time to the user when there is any kind of corner failure. And then coming to our editor container, now I'll just be whenever I click on this particular run code, so there is a button called run code here, right? So let me just have the method over here. On click run code. So run code method is something which I'm going to implement over here. Constant run code, and then in this run code what I need to do is I need to call the make submission method, and this method will take multiple functions. So multiple objects. First thing, it has to take the code. So code I can get from the code ref.current. So that is the code. So it should be an object actually with a code key and this one. And then after this, it's going to take the language. So the language is the same key. And then after this, it's going to take std in. So std is in something like but how can we get the std input inside this? So but std in we have in the parent component, correct? So input we have over here. Right, so what we will do is, so this is the root component which contains the editor container as well as this inputs and all other things. So the API call should happen here because it needs to consume three things. One is the editor, one is the input, and then the output. So we have to make the API call here. Constant run code is a function. What it will do is it will be called from its children. So I'm going to pass something like this should be, I'll keep it as inside use callback, because whenever this component renders I don't want the children component rendered, so I wanted to have the same reference always. And then inside this run code I'll pass another prop to this particular editor container, and then here let me extract that run code, and then I'll be calling this run code looks like there is an error. So run code has already been declared, so okay, I understand. And here I'll rename it to on run code, just like this. And in the on run code, what I will do is I'll call the run code with something like the code. So code to be code ref dot current, and I will also pass the language just like this, only two things. And then I'm also going to yeah, only two things I need to pass. And this one I'll make it to on run code. So basically whenever we click on this function is going to get executed, and in this function I'm calling this particular run code method. And the run code method, I'm just telling the run code method that this is the language and this is the code. So the run code method will get to know that about that. So this callback will get to know about code and then the language always. And once it gets to know about that, so make submission. And for this we are going to pass the code, we are going to pass the language, we are going to pass the input also. So input is something, this one, which is the input of this particular thing, right? So three things we are passing at a time. And then one thing we also need to pass is the callback. So the callback is something, and this one should be recreated whenever we have the input gets changed basically. And then yeah, because whenever input gets changed I need to recreate this particular function because it will have the closure scope of this particular input. So that is the reason why I'm attaching it as a dependency. So I wanted to recreate this function whenever there is a change in the input. Now this is the make submission, and for this make submission the important thing is we need to pass a callback, and let's decide what that callback is. And that callback I'm going to keep it over here only. So constant callback. So this callback will always take something called an API status, right? And it might also take something like the data, and it might also take something like a message based on the API status. Now if I save this, so if API status, if it is equal to loading, then I'm going to show the loading indicator. So what I will do is one more thing, I'll grab this loading indicator from here and then I'll put it over here inside this, and then I will also get the hook over here, and then I will also place it over here, right? Now if API status is loading, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show the loader. So set show loader is equal to true, so that the loading indicator will be shown to the user. Else if when there is an error, so if API status is equal to error, then I'm going to do something. And finally, the only value which I has is something like API status is success. Whenever API status is success, I need to show it in the output container. So set output is equal to, so I'll get the entire data. So in the entire data, I just need to show the std error or std. Let me go and look for this. So std out, std error will be there when the API status is other than 3, and then std out will be there. Std out, std in, yeah, std out will be there when the API status is success. So I need to convert, so A to B, std output, so the result whatever we get, which is the data, so data dot std out. But when, if status of that, so data dot status dot id, if it is equal to 3, then only I'll have the output. Otherwise I'm going to have some error. So else if when data, or directly I can use else. So in the else scenario, when the data dot status id is not 3, not 1, not 2, and then remaining things, then in that case what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the output section value to be A to B, which is again the std error. So data dot std error, just like this. And this is pretty much. And then when the API status is error, right, so I'm going to send something like set output, and then I'm going to set the status value to be something went wrong, just like this, right? So this error will not be because of the user, this will be because of our program only. But this error will be because of the user, because it's a straightforward standard output error in this else part. But in the if part, this is something like success scenario. And then loading is something when the API calls are still pending. Okay, so this looks pretty much good. So basically, let me tell you what happened. So for this particular run code button, we have attached a listener which is on run code. We are calling this run code by passing code and then language to it. And then that one will be run code method is actually defined over here, which is this one. And for this function, we passed a code and language. But yeah, here also we passed as an object. So I'm destructuring code and language here, and then I'm calling the make submission method. So for the make submission method, I have registered another callback, which is the listener. And then this callback will be called by the make submission method whenever there is a change in the API status. And then it just tells this particular callback, and this callback will take care of updating the UI. Okay, let me get back and then save here, come here, and then you see I'm going to just run this code. Let's see what I'll get. Might be so many errors in the console. Nothing like an error. Right, let me click on this run code. I got the output over here, but why it is not showing the loading indicator? So as soon as I click on this, firstly let me just enable this, whether we are getting the loading indicator or not. I'll make it to true. Let's see. So when I make it to true, it does not work because the styling is not matched for it. So full page loader, we have to have it in the playground container. So in this CSS file, we have to have this entire thing. And let me also grab this particular loader. Now you see I got the loading indicator this time. So this time hopefully we'll be able to see the values of it. So here let me just make it to false and let it dynamically get set. I clicked, so loading, and then once I get the response, that response will be shown over here. I understand. The issue here is that why it is not getting updated, because when the API status is loading, we are setting the loader to true, and when the API status is error, we are not resetting back the set show loader to be false. So we have to set that, and then in these two cases also set show loader to be false again, so that it will not be visible once we receive the API response. Let me run this. Loading. Once response is received, then you see we got the hello world over here. Now let me just have some other code, int a, b, and then c in a, and then b, and then I'll run a for loop from, I'll create a sum variable which is to be 0, and then I'll run a for loop for int I runs from a, and then I less than b, and then I plus plus, and then sum plus is equal to I, and then I wanted to print the sum between a and b is the sum. So this is what I wanted to print, and let me just have number 10 and then number 20 in the input, and then that's all. Let me just run this, and you see it is loading. Let's see the output. Yes, so some we got a 0. Why we got 0? So this is where we need to expand the network tab and see what's happening in the network tab. I'll clear the entire request and submit. It is still in queue, so it's like falling in a loop or kind of thing. But you see at the end we have got the response. Yes, so this is the object. Let's see what is the output in this. So std out is this. Let's extract why this is the std out. A to B, sum between these two is 0. So the backend is giving the response as this. Maybe why would be the reason? So I'm running from A to B. So A is the first input, which is 10. So 10 to 20. So sum plus I should be, why will it be 0? It should not be 0, right? Straightforward. But the backend itself is giving the same response. So let's see whether the input is being captured properly or not. To B, and then I'll just check whether the input is captured properly. So input is captured as undefined. Let's see why. Because whenever we have a on change, do we have a on change even for this input? So in this text area, set input, that is fine. So set input is fine, but we are not getting the input actually. Let us see before calling. I'll comment this. I'm not going to make the API call. I just wanted to print the code, and then the language, and then the input. These three things I want. Let me just come here. I'll run this. CPP is the language, and then input is this one. That is fine. I think isn't input is converted into B to A. Acha. So here if you see, the issue is that Here we expected the key to be stdin, but we passed something else which is input, so that is wrong. So let me uncomment this. So it should not be input, stdin. So stdin colon should be something like this, and this time we are going to get the correct output. Let me hit this, and this time we should get some value over here. So it says that it is 165. So let me just change this code to Python, and then I will just change def call me, and then inside this I'll run a for loop for I in range of 0 to 5, and then I'll just extract the sum is equal to sum plus I, and then initially I'll specify sum to be 0, and then once this is done I will return sum, and I will just print the entire sum just like this. And let me just run this. So there is an issue in this, so we have to call this. You see it's an error, so that's why we got that error. And let me run this. That is a std error basically. Built-in function sum. So it says that built-in function sum. Let me have some x here, x everywhere, and then let me run this. Trees back, most recent call last, print x. Yes, correct, it's print x is wrong, so call me, I have to call. So that is the mistake I have done, very straightforward mistake, just to show you all these errors. Now you see we got 10, that's fine, and everything is looking fine for me. And if I save this code, and then code saved successfully, and then if I go back to here, I didn't have that. Let me get back to this particular root. So this is my home component, not playground. What is the first route that we had? .js. So the first route is just the home route. So this is the home route, and if I head back to here, I got this, and let me change this to JavaScript. The code is changed, and let me run this code. The code will run, and then output will be shown to us in the console. Over here, private field include must be, which means it is passed as a include must be declared in an enclosure. So it's an error because let us see what is the code that we have sent. So if call is going perfectly fine, then we don't need to worry about any other things. So I would like to just log the code, the language. These two are the major things that I wanted to log, and let me just save, inspect, and then let me run this, clear this, run this. Now you see the code is hash include, so still I got the hash include something only, I'm not getting something else. The code is not set to JavaScript, which means while changing language we might not have handled something. So on change language, update language with the e.target.value, and then set code get default code. So we are getting the default code, file ID, and then folder ID. And set language is also fine. Changing the language for language to e.target.value. If I'm changing, the code will be changed, and these two things will be changed. But why the code is passed as this thing? Yes, whenever I change the language, I'm setting the code, but I'm not setting this one, which is a new code. Let me just extract that. I got the issue. So constant new code, which is equal to this, and then set code is equal to the new code, the same thing whatever I've done. And one more thing is the code ref. I was not changing the code ref. So code ref dot current is equal to new code. So I could have made this one, or else I could have passed the code directly over here, but let it be. This time it's gonna work. Let me just run this. So this time we'll get the updated code only. No, it's not. Let me refresh. Run this. The code is this one, and then it is a JavaScript code. We will get the output. Now let me change it to Python, and then now let me run it. The code is Python code, and then language is Python. So this is fine now. I can save this. This everything looks pretty much good for me. I can run any program on this. Yeah, so that is all about this project. If there is anything missing, I will take up in the next videos. Thank you.